And we are live, guys. It is Sunday, race day, July 21st, 2024. And where else better to be than here on YouTube watching the Craftsman Cup Series in Indianapolis. What do you guys think about that? We got the Brickyard 400 today. It's going to be a great stream, a little bit different look to the stream today. So, where is everybody? I agree. Where is everybody, Pat? I'm glad you're here, my friend. Thank you for coming in here. We're going to have a great stream today. I got a little bit different look I'm going to show you guys here. Here's a little bit of a preview of what we're going to look at for the stream today. A new look, new attitude. I'm working on making this the best NASCAR live stream out there, guys. That's what we're going to do. We're going to try to bring you the best coverage on YouTube here. That's my goal, is to bring you guys the best coverage. So I'm excited for today's stream. I missed last week. We were out of town. I'm a little bit under the weather. I've had allergies I've been fighting all week, but I'm going to hang tight with you guys today. I'm going to try my best not to lose my voice. So I'm so excited right now. I've taken my medicine. I did some Flonase, so I'm opened up and ready to go. I got something to drink, keep me hydrated. So we put out some content this week on the community tab there, and got a little bit of response out of you guys from it. So move this over here so I can see it better. So I can interact with you guys. You all chat with me. I don't want to miss anything here. Yeah, so the community tab I put out this week, we'll pop it up here so I can make sure I got the accurate information I'm giving you. Was who's going to take the checker flag? We did Brad, Denny, Kyle, and Ryan. 45% out of 44 votes. You guys say Kyle. The odds are with Kyle at the moment. So, and Kyle, as you can see here, he's lined up in the 5th position today. So, kind of curious to see how this does. So, what favor I need to ask of you guys? You see, I have above me here, we've got our likes. That is crucial for Facebook and YouTube and a lot of sites. Is they want to see engagement. So, here on YouTube, I need you guys to hit that like button. You only have to hit it one time. Just hit that like button. That helps promote my stream out to more and more people. So that is the goal today, is get those likes up. We're currently sitting at 3. It shows 3 likes. But sometimes these numbers are skewed. So if it doesn't update, I've got a new program that is populating that. So hopefully it will correct itself here shortly. So I hope y'all are having a wonderful weekend. Hope you're staying safe. Your family's all healthy. We've got a great race here today, guys. Let me see if this is updating here. Showing 4 likes. Why did that not update? Come on. There we go. I had to hit the refresh button on it, which shows accurately now the 4 likes. You guys are knocking it out of the park for me. We're up to 4 likes. Let's see if we got any battle cams popping up. Yeah, there's nothing working on the cams right now. So, guys in chat, let's get the chat going here. Let's get some engagement with you. Let's start our poll. Let's poll who's going to win today. We'll just start with the first ones here. Who is going to win today? So the first one we're going to put in there. Let's start with Tyler, since he's up there. And then second, we're going to go Denny. And third, we'll do Chase. And then y'all put Kyle up there. We're going to put Kyle in. We'll start our poll. Be sure to check into the poll here, guys. Don't forget to cast your votes in the poll. It is active. We will modify it and change it as the stream goes on. Hey, F1 Gamer, this is inspired by you, my friend. Thank you for showing up here today. I hope you're doing great from across the pond. This is from you, man. I've got some more stuff that's coming in. Once it's active, I'm going to have at the very top up here above me, the actual laps and green flag and all that. So I appreciate you being in here so much today, man. Thank you. You're an inspiration, guys. Those of you new in here, F1 Gamer, he does F1 coverage. I highly, highly recommend checking out his channel. He does amazing coverage. I love listening to his stuff. I've listened to hours of his races over this past week, and I've reached out to him, and he was kind enough to give me some pointers and ideas to make this here better for you guys. So be sure to check him out. I appreciate you being in here, my friend. Thank you so much. Tweaking on the likes. Not sure why it has to. May have to figure out a way to refresh this thing actively. But we're getting there. We're at 7. Rock on. Rock on. Still got a little bit on the race here. See if I can pull up the radio and see where they're at on the radio as well. All right.
I don't see a lot of winning oval experience in the Cup Series. In fact, you got to go all the way back to
a little bit of live
13.
radio
Brad
look here,
Keselowski's
guys.
got to win here. Row 17, you've got 2 winners in Jimmy Johnson and Kyle Busch. But Michael Young, the top 25, have never won a Cup race here on the oval. So I think there's a good chance we're going to crown a new winner. Can't wait to get this thing started here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
3 have won, 36 have not. Doug Rice looking so forward to this last lap in this call with you today. So honored to be a part of this return to the oval for the Brickyard 400. There's an electricity in the air. I got here at 9 o'clock this morning and did public address, and the fans were just waiting to get in. They were standing outside the gates. There's an excitement.
All right,
I haven't
here
felt
we
at
go.
the
Let
Indianapolis
me
Motor
modify
Speedway
this
for
here so you
event
guys
in
can
quite
see
some
it.
time. And Doug Turnbull, it's going to be a thriller today. We have 160 laps of battling here on the 2.5-mile oval.
It's a palace of speed here at Speedway, Indiana, and as the field passes me right now before they check their pit road speeds, I don't see people in the grandstands on my side. However, I see a whole phalanx of people that are lined up, circling or ribboning the infield with their canvases or their canopies and tents and everything lined up, looking at these cars from the inside of this track, which has so many different features in the infield, including a dirt track and 4 holes of a golf course. Also to my right are the secondary spotters that these teams use because they need that second set of eyes to be able to see the whole racetrack. So we're all atop the Turn 3 grandstands and rip-roaring to ride here, Kristen Airy, as the field comes your way under their second pace lap.
Yeah, Tyler Reddick, the pole setter, leading the way. They are single file right now. They are in turn 4, and they will make that move down along pit road. You know, if you dropped all of us down and you didn't tell us what month it was, you would not think it's the middle of July. It is very mild here. We're under cloud cover. We do not feel the sun. So it will be interesting to see how they affect the cars this afternoon here on this 2.5-mile oval. It is so good to see all the fans here in turn 4. And again, as Doug Rice said, we're seeing crowds that we haven't seen since 2017 for the Brickyard here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Should be a great afternoon.
Thanks a bunch
I
there,
agree there,
Kristen
guys.
Mary. And right now the field is driving down the pit lane here to set their tacks and establish their speed for pit road. And Jeff Hammond, you were talking before we even came on the air, they've done a little bit of adjusting in that area.
They have, because they want to get the speeds down a little bit, make it a little bit safer on pit road because it is so tight, Doug, and I think it's the big reason for that reduction in speed.
Yeah, the other part of pit road that's very tight is the entrance. If you remember going back to 2020, big wreck at the entrance of pit road. It actually took out one of Ryan Blaney's crew members for the rest of the year. 4 or 5 cars came in, all got wadded up in one spot while Blaney's car was in that last and final pit stall, or the first pit stall as you enter pit road, and that's a tough thing. So they've moved the timing line back to make sure the cars are slowed up to pit road speed much, much sooner than they used to be.
Don't fall asleep during this race. Sometimes this race can go a while, maybe a whole stage
Hello,
and not have a caution,
Sam.
but it only takes one
How are you
person's car
doing,
to
my
kick
friend?
out of line. And Jeff and Brad, when that
I'm
happens,
getting these,
it can
lap-
be a big chain reaction here. You can wad up half a dozen cars in a heartbeat.
Well, we had a great example of that at the start of the Xfinity race on Saturday afternoon. At lap 1, going down into 1 and 2, they got together, and next thing you know, I thought we were at Talladega.
2017, when Casey Kane won, you had a couple of Toyota teammates running together. Martin Truex Jr. held the lead for most of the race. He and Kyle
right, here
Busch,
we
on
go.
every restart they had, were allowing the leader, Martin Truex Jr., to retake the lead after they went back to green. Until Kyle Busch was leading, then he thought they should probably race. They then wrecked after that, and then there was
Sitting
a
at 8
succession
likes,
of
guys.
wrecks
You're
after
knocking it
that.
out of the park.
Casey Kane went
Keep
to
it
victory
up.
lane ultimately.
I have a huge framed picture of the cover of the Indianapolis Star after the first Brickyard 400. Of course, Jeff Gordon's picture's on it really big. The other is a wreck on the front stretch that involved the Bodine brothers.
I remember that. They weren't exactly friendly after that. I think Grandma had to finally intervene, or Mom won, because they were not talking to one another. They did have some hostilities.
And that was Brett and Jeff Bodine crashing along on the front stretch. They took each other out. Brett actually came back and rallied from that and came on to finish second behind Jeff.
The race, oh yes, F1 Gamer,
Looks
it
like they've
starts
added one more
here.
pace lap here before they turn the
Supposed to start at
at
1:30.
the Brickyard, and the nice crowd is filed in here today as we get ready to settle this. We
It's-
haven't even
they're
talked
around
about
that time.
the points and the
So they're currently on
ramifications
warm-up.
of
I
that.
do-
One more time,
I did
Brad, we've
see
only
that
got
on the
5
countdown
races left
timer.
to go here in the regular
I'm going to
season.
work on that
Today
for
here
this
at
next
Indy,
one.
Richmond,
I've got a
Michigan,
script I
Daytona,
put on
and
here. I didn't get
Darlington,
all the
it looks
bugs
like.
worked out of it.
It does look
OBS
like that. Doug,
is
we're
a
about
trick
get the
to
green
work with,
flag
guys.
out. The lights are on the pace car, as you mentioned.
It's not
The field
updating
is
on
side by
the
side
likes
right
like
now
I
coming
wanted
through
it
here,
to.
but when it comes
I'm
to
having to like
points,
turn
right
it
now,
on and
Ross
off.
Chastain just 27
Not sure if
ahead
there's
of Bubba
another
Wallace.
setting I need to
44 points
change.
ahead of Bubba Wallace is Chris Buescher. Martin Truex Jr. is over 134 points ahead. He's in a good spot with 4 races to go.
I'll keep
Technically,
monitoring
he
that
could
though,
actually
but I
clinch
really
a playoff
appreciate you being in here, F1
on
Gamer.
points today, if you can believe that based
That is
on
awesome.
where we are. But the one thing we don't know, could we get a winner from behind?
How was the race this morning?
Two-time winner
Well,
of
it's
this race, Kyle
hard for
Busch,
me to
is
catch some of the
behind that
F1
right
stuff
now.
as it's so
Then that
early
upsets
here.
everything else. As we said, this is the 30th anniversary, but it is the 28th running of this race because we had 3 years that we ran on the road course here at Indianapolis. 15 different drivers have gone to victory lane in the Brickyard 400. Kyle Busch a couple of times. Casey Kane, Chase Elliott won this. Jamie McMurray, Ryan Newman, Ricky Rudd as an owner driver. Dale Jarrett a couple of times. Tony Stewart won it twice. And, of course, Kevin Harvick 3 times. Dale Earnhardt won the second one. Bobby Labonte also won here. Brad Keselowski, maybe the biggest upset winner, Paul Menard. And, of course, the absolute master of the Brickyard was Jeff Gordon with 5 wins. His teammate Jimmy Johnson won it 4 times.
Yeah, it's been incredible to see the history we've had at this sport. And, Jeff, one thing that Indianapolis Motor Speedway brings, whether it's
You guys,
the
we got
Indianapolis
10
500
likes on the
or the
screen.
Brickyard 400.
Let's go.
Drama, something unexpected. Just when you think someone's going to have the car that can take them to victory lane, something around the corner happens and changes that.
It can do that very quickly here. But one thing I want to point out, guys, as we get ready to take this green flag, let's keep our eyes on what's getting ready to happen with the number 19 car. Because when he has to make that pass through, he needs to be very careful not to speed coming in or exiting. Otherwise, he will definitely be lapped down in the first 5 laps.
And, of course, that's Martin Truex Jr. in the Toyota, penalized for an unapproved adjustment on the car. So we'll see how all of that
Unapproved
plays out. The
adjustment.
field is inching its way back around here, and we'll soon head down this 5/8 mile long front stretch, identical length on the backside. That's 3,300 feet. That's a lot of room. And I will say this. I'm only mentioned today probably of this. Yesterday's Xfinity race is easily the best stock car race I've ever seen here at Indianapolis.
I would 100% agree. A 3-wide finish for the lead. Riley Herbst picking up his 2nd career victory, and what a place to do it as well right here at Indianapolis
Welcome, everybody.
Motor
Welcome.
Speedway. Well, the field
They're
is making their way through, and Chris Denari, it looks like they're inching their way toward you.
They are
Getting ready to
halfway
start it
through
here,
the
guys.
Short shoot here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Tyler Reddick, Denny Hamlin, row 1. Chase Elliott, William Byron, row 2. Kyle Larson and Ty Gibbs, row 3. Ryan Blaney, Michael McDowell, row 4. And the 5th row, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and John Hunter Nemechek. Reddick in the Beast Unleashed Toyota in that green and black machine. He's on the inside. Denny Hamlin on the outside. That's row 1. Pace car is left.
There we go. It's starting.
Up front, as he said, we have got Tyler Reddick and Denny Hamlin, a pair of Toyotas sharing the front row here for the 28th running of the Brickyard 400. The crowd standing as one. You can feel the tension in the air as they go into the Geico restart zone. The green flag is now in the air, and we're underway at the Brickyard. To the inside, it's Tyler Reddick. Glued to his outside, headed to one, it's Denny Hamlin.
Neither driver giving each other an inch into turn number one. Denny Hamlin on the outside, Tyler Reddick on the bottom. They're still glued together at a turn number one, side by side for the race lead.
Still side by side as they enter turn number two. Now Tyler Reddick will get the advantage over Denny Hamlin. Chase Elliott will be in that third position.
There we go.
But Kyle Larson will look to the inside. He'll try to take over that fourth position midway down the back straightaway.
And the top 4 or 5 cars started to get single file there to get that bottom real estate as Reddick, the leader, makes a wide arc into turn number 3. He's got about a 3-car length lead over Hamlin as the field is too wide outside of about 15th place.
And through that short shoot, it'll be Reddick with about a 3-car length advantage on Hamlin. He's in second. And then Chase Elliott is third, and Kyle Larson is fourth.
Michael McDowell took away that 5th spot, and now as they head down the front straightaway, single file as they head back towards you, Nick Yeoman.
Yeah, a bit of a 4-car breakaway, as you mentioned. The 5th spot was up in the air, and that's going to go to Michael McDowell, who won on the road course. He's going to try to track down Kyle Larson running in fourth.
Nice move by Michael McDowell, but it's Tyler Reddick, 3-car lengths over second place running Denny Hamlin. Chase Elliott, then Kyle Larson. Michael McDowell about 6-car lengths behind Larson in that 5th position.
McDowell, the winner of the Indy Road Course a year ago, as Denny Hamlin in turn number 3 is tightening up to Tyler Reddick. He peeks to the inside, but Reddick makes the wide arc and closes the door, exiting turn 3 into the chute.
And he maintains about a 1.5-car length lead. Reddick, the pole setter, through the short chute. Exits turn number 4. That lead about 3-car lengths, and then another 5-car lengths, Hamlin and Elliott.
Flashing across the yard a bit, Tyler Reddick leads the way. Denny Hamlin, Chase Elliott, Kyle Larson, a little bit of gap back to 5th place running Michael McDowell.
Martin Truex Jr. served that penalty. He's on the back stretch now. It's Tyler Reddick, Denny Hamlin, Chase Elliott out of turn 1.
And Martin Truex Jr. just now entering turn number 3 as the field exits turn number 2. It's still Tyler Reddick with about a 3-car length advantage over Denny Hamlin. The field gets back.
Tyler Reddick has his only competition here in the Brickyard.
He's
was
still
the top 5
leading there,
finish 4
guys.
Years ago. He's on the pole, stretching out that lead over Denny Hamlin.
Oh,
Chase
I'm sorry.
Elliott runs
It's in
third,
Indianapolis,
Kyle Larson
Stan.
Right,
I
Doug, he has
now saw your
stretched that out
message
to
there.
about 5-car lengths as he exits turn number 4, well off the white line, center of the track. Reddick, Hamlin, Elliott, and Larson, your top 4.
After the pit road penalty, Martin Truex Jr. still comfortably on the lead lap, and out front, Tyler Reddick's not putting a gap on Denny Hamlin.
No, he simply can't shake him right now, Brad Gilly, into turn number 1. Tyler Reddick's advantage, about 2-car lengths over Denny Hamlin as they streak those cars up against the safer barrier at a 1.
And for Denny Hamlin trying to dog that rear deck lid of Tyler Reddick. Chase Elliott's fallen back a little bit, about 6-car lengths behind, and Kyle Larson then about 4-car lengths behind. But it looks like Denny Hamlin's starting to close that gap to Reddick.
Sport Clips Toyota looking sporty as he gets within a car length of Reddick. Reddick enters the turn higher but dives low. Hamlin stays on the bottom of the racetrack the whole time with a car length lead.
The 2 Toyotas at the top, 1 and 2, Reddick and Hamlin, and then you go back about another 5-car lengths back to Elliott, his teammate Larson in 4th, and Michael McDowell is 5th.
Here in the very early going, Josh Berry has picked up 10 spots, and 4-time winner here, Jimmy Johnson, has gained 7. Leaders are back in 1.
Yeah, no surprise.
Connor Sports, welcome, my friend.
Jimmy Johnson, it is still Tyler Reddick. The advantage 3-car lengths into turn number 2.
You feel the roar of these machines in your chest as they make their way through this 2.5-mile oval. And the beast makes its way down that back straightaway. Tyler Reddick now able to gather himself 3-car lengths. The guy on the move is in 3rd place. That's Chase Elliott.
Chase Elliott has caught Denny Hamlin for that 2nd position as Hamlin enters turn 3 a little higher than Elliott. Elliott gets some air in his nose down low. Reddick still your leader.
And Reddick, with all of that movement behind him, has opened up about a 7-car length advantage. He exits turn number 4 down below the white line. Reddick now leads Hamlin, and Elliott still off the pace in 3rd.
Denny Hamlin has lost Tyler Reddick. As we mentioned, Chase Elliott now starting to catch up to the leader. Kyle Larson also becoming a part of this battle.
2 of the most popular drivers in NASCAR trying to run down Denny Hamlin into turn number 1. Elliott's got to find about 3 car car lengths if he wants that second spot.
Everybody's starting to settle in. Tyler Reddick with an 8-car length advantage. This time through, Denny Hamlin will be able to check out. Another car length over Chase Elliott. Then another 3 car lengths back to Kyle Larson. The front 4 make their way to the midway point of the back straightaway.
It's Tyler Reddick out front, then Hamlin, Elliott, and Larson as they enter turn 3 right now. Those are your top 4. The 5th place Reddick car is Michael McDowell here as he's having a great run.
And Reddick continues to maintain that advantage in the short chute on the north end. Again, off turn number 4. That lead is about a good 8 to 9 car lengths back to Hamlin. Another 5 to Elliott in 3rd.
Hanging on to 7th right now is going to be Ryan Blaney. Then it's Ty Gibbs, John Hunter Nemechek, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. having a nice run right now. And guys, I feel like that everybody, this is the feeling out stage of this race. I'm not going to put myself in harm's way or try to force a move or push somebody along. I just want to feel what my race cars do.
Yeah, we are 6 laps into the first 50-lap stage here in the Brickyard 400. And Jeff Hammond, based on this being a 50-lap opening
Here we go. The
stage,
camera is like
they
in
are
and out
going
some
to
there.
have to pit at some point before we get to the end of stage 1. Is that correct?
It's going to be right there depending on the pace. I mean, that's really what it's going to boil down to. Yes, there's some talk about that, especially when you consider the number of laps that we ran prior to the drop of the green flag.
Watching this race unfold now, as Brad Gilly said, we'll be coming around to complete lap number 7 next time by. Reddick just continues to lead the field. Looks like we've got a new second-place driver, though, Nick Yeoman.
That is correct, as Chase Elliott in that Napa Camaro has made the pass on Denny Hamlin. So, Michael, he'll start to trek his way forward. Chase Elliott up to P2.
He just got about a second or so to catch Tyler Reddick, but boy, he gets a lot of momentum through the midway point of turn number 2. Chase Elliott already starting to close that ground on our leader, Tyler Reddick. Still has about 8 car lengths to make up.
And Elliott pulling away from Hamlin as well. I got to wonder if Reddick saving a little fuel as well. By the way, Martin Truex Jr., Chris Denari is still about a straightaway lead ahead there, so he's not lost any ground.
Yeah, he is still on the lead lap. That's good news because he had the drive-through penalty. Reddick has opened up a huge advantage, but again, it's now Chase Elliott in 2nd. He's about 5 car lengths ahead of Denny Hamlin in 3rd.
This time by will be 8 laps complete. Tyler Reddick leads Chase Elliott, Denny Hamlin, Kyle Larson, and Michael McDowell, your top 5, 8 laps into the Brickyard 400.
Start your engines, race fans. At Advance Auto Parts, our lineup of free services is like having your...
There we go, guys. So far, no cautions yet. Knock on wood. Lap 7, 153 to go. 152. Keep hitting that like button on the stream, guys. I need your help on hitting that like button. We need a lot of likes on this stream. The more likes, the better. So we got a close race today. I think it's going to be a fast race. As far as I've seen, the weather should be clear today. A little bit overcast, cloudy. So, great day for racing, my friends. Hope you're having a great day. Be sure to tell somebody you love them today, too. We got 8 laps in. Tyler, Chase Elliott, and Denny Hamlin, top 3. Brickyard 400 here, guys, in Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Don't forget to vote in the poll, everybody. We got the poll going right now, so cast your votes. So it looks like Kyle and Tyler Reddick are tied in the poll currently. So keep casting your votes.
Hitchman started the race.
Bum, bum, bum.
Brickyard 400. Brad Gilley alongside Doug Rice and Jeff Hammond. Out in the turns, we have Nick Yeoman, Michael Young, Doug Turnbull, and Chris Denary. On pit road is Rich Nye, Rob Blackman, and Brett McMillan. Today's broadcast brought to you by Progressive Insurance. We offer auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options. Visit progressive.com today. Doug Rice, while we've had changes within the top 10, we have not had anyone in the top 10 either fall out or go in since the start of this race.
And the same driver has led all 11 laps, and that would be Tyler Reddick. Riding
Tyler
second,
Reddick.
Chase Elliott, Denny Hamlin third, fourth to Kyle Larson, Michael McDowell fifth, Ryan Blaney sixth, William Byron back in seventh now, Ty Gibbs eighth, ninth, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., John Hunter Nemechek is 10th.
Austin Dillon running 11th. 12th is Joey Logano. Alex Bowman runs 13th. Bubba Wallace is 14th. 15th is Harrison Burton. Christopher Bell is 16th. Corey LaJoie in 17th. A.J. Allmendinger 18th. 19th is Chris Buescher. And Noah Gragson is 20th.
21st is Chase Briscoe. Zane Smith is 22nd. 23rd, Brad Keselowski. 24th to David Gilliland. 25th, Carson Hocevar. Jimmy Johnson up to 26. He's gained 7 spots since the start. Josh Berry is 27th. 28th, Daniel Suarez. Ty Dillon 29th, and 30th is Eric Jones.
Kyle Busch runs 31st. 32nd is Ross Chastain. Ryan Preece is 33rd. Austin Cindric 34th. 35th is Daniel Hemrick. Justin Haley is 36th. Cody Ware 37th. B.J. McLeod is 38th. And Martin Truex Jr., who had to do a pass-through penalty on lap 1 of the race, is 39th. 41.64 seconds behind the leader. And that leaderboard update is brought to you by Straight Talk Wireless.
That is crazy.
Available at Walmart and Straight Talk.
Hey, don't forget, guys,
You
hit that
mentioned all of our
thumbs up
turn
on the
announcers
race.
Today. 3 of them
Hit
have
thumbs up
called
on the YouTube channel.
thousands of laps here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Nick Young, of course, Nick Yeoman, Michael Young, and Chris Denary. We have a Brickyard rookie on our hands today from PRN, and of course that's Doug Turnbull, or as he referred to himself earlier today as Dougie T. Doug, I did want to get your impressions of racing here at the Brickyard.
I realized Bill Elliott's brother Dan Elliott's the one who gave me that nickname, so it wasn't totally original. Yeah, these guys have thousands of laps called here. I think I'm up to 15 now, so that's I'm trying to catch up. But as the field passes me right now, this is an absolutely spectacular view. Jake Query, a longtime Indy 500 announcer here for this network, said it yesterday. It feels like you can see all of the state of Indiana. I'm looking directly at the pagoda that's diagonal across from me. I see part of the golf course, the dirt track, and of course a ton of fans packed here in the infield. And what I said earlier, this altar of speed. It's an honor to be here. Everybody, Doug, thank you so much for having me.
All right, glad to have Doug Turnbull from Atlanta, Georgia with us today. Nice little race going on back there for ninth, Michael Young, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., John Hunter Nemechek.
Yeah, we have an 8-car breakaway. Then it's about 3 seconds back to Ricky Stenhouse, Nemechek, and then Austin Dillon. Those 3 make their way to the midway point of the back straightaway. They're all pretty much glued to that outside retaining wall.
It has the look to it like Stenhouse might be a little slower than the cars behind him because they're way behind the cars in the top 8. Stenhouse and that 47 Kleenex car followed by Nemechek in the 42.
Yeah, those guys were top 10 in qualifying yesterday. Very impressive getting to the second round of qualifying. And that 47 Kleenex machine, Stenhouse passes me by right now.
And as we pick up that battle here, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., then you've got John Hunter Nemechek, Austin Dillon looking at Nemechek's outside toward you, Nick.
Yeah, Nemechek just moved out of the inside to protect that preferred lane into turn number 1. I'm not sure that made Austin Dillon very happy. Dillon has to fall back in line behind Nemechek in 2.
That'll be the battle for that 10th position. Ricky Stenhouse is in 9th. Then Nemechek in that 10th position. Dillon, after having to check up, lost about 2 car lengths, but starts to close that gap again.
Stenhouse, Nemechek, and Dillon, all drivers that have been snake bitten this year with bad luck, especially Dillon, the 11th place car. Stenhouse has about a 5-car length lead over 10th place Nemechek. Dillon is hunting Nemechek down.
Again, there is a big gap between Ty Gibbs and car 54, who just passed me, and now back to Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in that Kleenex machine.
As we watch this all battle out here, this is the back end of the top 10, but it is the best race. Dillon made a run at Nemechek last lap. Nick, he's trying it again.
He takes a peek to the inside, can't get to that rear quarter panel of John Hunter Nemechek, and Austin Dillon falls right back in line, but Michael, he's all over the back bumper of the short chute.
And he really closed the ground. Again, the battle for that 10th
That is a
position
close
has
one
it
there.
down to about 2 car lengths. Let's see that run out of turn number 2. Not as good as the last time by for Austin Dillon, so still trying to close in on that that rear deck lid of John Hunter Nemechek.
And let's remember what's in there's a stage point, and Dillon could use every point he could get if he can get inside the top 10 there, as he looks about a car length behind John Hunter Nemechek, and Stenhouse still in front of that frame.
Yeah, they have gained some ground on Stenhouse Jr. as he exits the short chute on the north end. He's got about a 3-car length advantage back to car 42, Hunter Nemechek. And then it's Dillon.
Stage 1 of 3, guys.
It's interesting. We see cars with about the same gap right now, but
50 laps in the first stage.
Dillon is the one showing the most aggression to actually make a pass.
Yeah, I think he's being held up a little bit. He'd love to get up with the front 8, who are just setting a blistering pace. Dillon still all over the back of Nemechek in turn 2.
It's almost as if as soon as he gets on that rear deck lid, the air gets very dirty and he loses all of that momentum. Hunter Nemechek, John Hunter Nemechek, still about 3 car lengths.
Quick race. There's 17 laps in.
Notice it. We might have a battle for that 5th position in the next couple of laps or so.
Yeah, that's just up in front of me there as Stenhouse enters turn number 3. But Chris Denary, I think you saw some of that top 5 battle before me.
Yeah, they've just passed me by. I'm going to pick up now 9, 10, and 11. Still that advantage belongs to Stenhouse Jr., then Nemechek in 10th, and Ty Dillon in 11th.
I'm watching the top guys right now. Tyler Reddick has led all 18 laps of this race, but it looks like, to my eyeballs and to the stopwatch, Chase Elliott, Brad Gill, is starting to carve into that a little bit.
I think Chase Elliott's keeping Tyler Reddick honest out there. He's not going to let him go out there and save fuel. He's not going to let him go out there and manage his race car. He's going to put the pressure on. Brett McMillan, one of our 3 O'Reilly Auto Parts pit reporters. What's happening in your section?
For Tyler Reddick so far silent on the radio, and silence is usually a good sign, so that's a good sign for Tyler Reddick. Denny Hamlin right now saying that the car is just a little bit tight in turn number 2. Now, they are telling William Byron, his spotter, Brandon Lyons, and telling him that right now the drivers, or most of the other drivers, are not shifting in the corners. And William Byron came back and said, all right, that's good information to have.
All right, let's go down to Rob Blackman.
Ryan Blaney radioing in and telling his team that the car feels great when he's out in clean air, but when he's in traffic, it feels extra tight, so we'll keep a close eye on that.
All right, thanks a lot there, Rob Blackman.
That's not good for him.
So far, 19 laps into this, Tyler Reddick. Watching that delta, though, between Reddick and Elliott get smaller and smaller. 4 laps ago, it was almost a full second. It's down to 0.4 of a second. So as we watch right now, Tyler Reddick leading, Chase Elliott cutting into that advantage.
To show you how easy it is to file a claim.
Well. Tyler Reddick. He's your leader for all of this race so far. He's just outside of Chase Elliott, Denny Hamlin. He's slowly pulling away. Looking at his time right now. His best speed is 178. They're all hitting about 178 for his best speed. 20 laps in, guys. Are 20 laps in. 140 to go. 30 to go in this stage 1. Stage 1 of the race. 30 laps. There's only been 1 leader. No changes on the leader yet. Tyler Reddick is your leader. And don't forget, if you're new here, hit the thumbs up. That's the best way to support this stream. It's free. Doesn't cost you anything. We're bringing you the best coverage. We're going to try to keep it up, improving it every stream, guys. With your help, promoting this to more and more people, we'll make it happen, my friends. Be sure to tell somebody you love them today, too, as well. Little side note, too, not to get anything political, but I just had a news alert that Biden is not seeking re-election today. I don't know if any of you guys have seen that or heard that, but I just had a news alert that President Biden is not seeking re-election. Hard to believe. Anyway, guys, back in the race here. The radio, they're on a commercial. I'll tune it back in. I'm a little bit under the weather. Had a sinus infection with allergies the last week, so I'm trying my best to not lose it. We're going to keep you the best coverage today, so I'll bring in the radio coverage back here in a second. But hit that thumbs up on the stream if you have not already.
Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Been cloud covered most of the day, starting to see a few breaks and a little bit of sunshine peeking through, but we have been assured that rain is not part of our forecast. And Brad and Jeff, it looked like that Elliott was starting to chew into that, but I guess Tyler Reddick said, okay, I'm going to hit the gas a little harder. He's pulled out now by another 0.3, almost 0.7 of a second, the advantage.
Well, he's probably been hunting around a little bit trying to find some grip, and he did find that grip he was looking for, so he was able to get back out a little bit more. But don't be surprised if you don't see Hamlin and Elliott both put a little more pressure on.
You talked about Denny Hamlin. Michael Young, he's starting to put a little heat on Chase Elliott.
Indeed he is, and I thought Roger Penske maybe installed a spotlight. Believe it or not, Mother Nature's showing a little sunshine down that back straightaway.
A little sunshine, you can see it on the camera.
About 4 car lengths or so as they head to 3.
Elliott still in second spot. Denny Hamlin was trying to close in. Now it's 3 or 4 car lengths separating them. If they get feisty,
a lot of empty places in the bleachers there.
What is interesting, Michael Young, we still feel cloud cover here. No sun here in turn 4 as Tyler Reddick has the advantage on Chase Elliott, and heading to pit road now is Denny Hamlin.
Wow. And
Denny Hamlin's in pit road.
If they were going to try and split this first stage, if they have to make a pit stop, we've now just completed lap number 24. Denny Hamlin has a long way to go before he gets down to Brett McMillan on pit road. So that's going to move him out of the top 5, move Chase Elliott or Kyle Larson actually up a spot in the 3rd.
Yep,
Ryan
they
Blaney
made the
might
change
be
there.
in the top 5.
It should update here in a
what's
second.
happening with that number 11 Toyota team?
Denny Hamlin is headed down pit road. His crew is out on pit road. They ask him about his balance. He says the balance is good. He's come to a stop in his pit stall. Kerouac has gone off his window. Right side tires are on. He's talked about the importance of no mistakes on pit road in a race like this, and no mistakes on this pit stop.
Can't have any.
Cars drop. He heads back out. A 9-second stop for Denny Hamlin.
9-second pit stop for Denny Hamlin.
Pre-race, you're not in danger.
Keep your votes coming in. We got 15 votes on the poll. Kyle Larson's at 40% with the most.
Going to open the gates. We're looking at Kyle Larson now and Chase Elliott all diving onto pit road to get service here at about the halfway mark. 300 cars all stopped together. It looks like William Byron, Chase Elliott, and of course Kyle Larson all come into the pits. Let's take it back down to Brett McMillan.
Chase Elliott's come to a stop in his pit stall. He's been happy with the car so far. Quiet on the radio. They're on the right side, and everything going smooth for him. Running left side for him. Also in. William Byron is in. They're on the right side of his car. He also has been happy with his car as well. Left side tires coming up, and the new left side tires going on, and a little bit slow in the left rear.
He's smoking them, getting out of there.
Let's go to Rob Blackman.
All thumbs up for the pit crew of Alex Bowman after a terrific stop. 4 tires and Sunoco fuel, and all thumbs up for the entire crew. A stop in under 9 seconds for Alex Bowman down and away.
So Alex Bowman makes his way back out onto the track, and we'll see how all this cycles out. If Reddick has a good pit stop, I think he'll maintain the advantage. When
Sitting
this
at
all
25
cycles
laps
through, but
down.
apparently Bowman had a really nice stop there as the leaders coming in here at about the halfway mark of stage 1. We're now 26 laps into a 50-lap stage.
Chuck, with Denny Hamlin making a pit stop 1 lap before Chase Elliott and crew, Hamlin actually has gapped Chase Elliott now on the racetrack. He was behind Elliott on the track before he came in and gapped him. Now, that number 11 pit crew, that Toyota pit crew with Denny Hamlin, has been very fast. So are the Hendrick Motorsports pit crews, but that 1 lap has made a huge difference on the racetrack.
Jeff Hammond, I know you've faced this 1,000 times as a crew chief. Why is it such a big advantage to that person making the first pit stop in a cycle?
It's always important to do this. If you get an opportunity, you can dictate the race.
All right, we'll see how all that plays out. Let's go back downstairs now to Brett McMillan at the far end of pit road.
And Ricky Stenhouse Jr. coming down to pit road. Also coming down, there's Martin Truex Jr. spinning for pit stop.
All right, thanks a lot, Brett. Pit stops in place.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr. as he's coming down to pit road to his pit stall. We have not heard anything from Tyler Reddick's team yet, and we have, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is going to stop in his pit stall. It's going to be a standard 4-car change for him. Let's go to Rob Blackman.
The camera does that sometimes.
As well as Sunoco fuel and a tearaway of the front windshield, and Bushler's down and away.
All right, thank you very much. Looks like William Byron has
like
been
it has
able
to catch up or something.
himself from Tyler Reddick. Remember, Byron has come in for a pit stop. Tyler Reddick has led every single lap of this race so far, has not come on a pit road. But Nick Yeoman, you've got an update for us out in turn 1.
Yeah, it got awful tight there in turn number 1 between William Byron and Tyler Reddick. In fact, Byron got right up on the back bumper, took the air off the spoiler of Tyler Reddick's car, and Tyler chased it up the racetrack and avoided hitting the wall. So Byron really wanted to get that lap back, successfully got it done down here in turn 1.
All right, great update there from Nick Yeoman as we're still waiting the race leader to make his way onto the pit lane. Tyler Reddick has now been out there 28 laps, and he has led every one of them.
Well, he can dictate their own strategy and what they're
That's
trying
the
to
news
do.
alert I
Jeff
just
Hammond,
got.
for Crew Chief Billy Scott, there's a lot of different ways you can go. You mentioned
Kamala
you might be able to
Harris
go close to the
is
end
who
of
Biden's
the stage
endorsing
on
to
the
take over
Sunoco
for
race
him.
fuel that you have in your car. Now, is short pitting the stage, coming in with maybe 5 laps to go before the end of the stage, if they can stretch it that far? And if so, what kind of a strategy do you think that would be?
Again, they're trying to break all this stuff here up right now. We're trying to break and determine how the pace of the race is going to go, Brad. And that's what these guys are trying to do. They're trying to set up their own strategy. We talked about early on. This is part of a strategy move by Billy Scott as well as Denny Hamlin. This is unexpected here.
Chase Elliott's also going to come onto pit road. We'll take a break and come back here at the Brickyard.
At the Brickyard, guys. We're at the Brickyard. What a race, guys. Tyler Reddick is kicking butt and taking names right now. He has been your leader for all of this race and this stage. Can he hold it out? How crazy will that be if he can hold it out? What do you think? Let us know in chat. What do you think about that? And don't forget, drop your votes in the poll. We're sitting at 17 votes, 13 likes on the stream. We need to hit those likes as well. That's the best way to support the stream. Hit those likes. It's free. It doesn't cost you anything. And it helps boost this stream to get it out to more and more people, guys. So I need those likes up. With your help, we can do that and defeat YouTube today. Let's beat the algorithm. Let's knock this out of the park, guys. Hope you're having a wonderful Sunday. So, man, oh man, this is going to be a crazy one, guys. 31 laps in, 129 to go. So, this is insane, my friends. We're sitting at 19 votes. We got Kyle Larson at 37% for winning. He's up there, guys. But he is currently sitting at, I lost him. I just had his name and I lost it again. They keep changing around. He dropped down. He's currently in 28th. But can't keep a guy down that long. So let's see what he does here. Do you like the new format of the stream? This is a new setup, new way to stream. Just curious to see what you guys think about it. Let me know. I'm still tweaking it. I'm going to scoot this over because I've readjusted it several times, but they keep changing stuff, it seems like, every time I turn around. There we go.
400 miles that make up the Brickyard 400, a 200-lap event. And Jeff Hammond, we just had a major development involving Chase Elliott.
Yeah, you cannot. When you come off pit road, you have to maintain the line all the way through turn 2 and blend back on the back straightaway. He exceeded it outside of that line. Even though he got back down, he broke that rule, and now he had to pay a pass-through penalty.
And I got the impression Chase Elliott knew Denny Hamlin, who had pitted 1 lap earlier, was actually coming off of turn 2. Jeff, I got the impression Chase Elliott was going to see what he could do to maybe get in front of him and dirty up the air. Wasn't able to do it, and actually was gapped by Hamlin, and it was all for naught because he had to serve a penalty.
Well, this is the kind of thing you can't do. That kind of mistake can cost you a race.
And I had been watching our SMT scoring here. Chase Elliott had turned a couple of his best laps of the day right before that happened, so you've seen a big player now is going to have to make up a lot of ground. We pause 10 seconds for station identification.
We're at Indianapolis NASCAR weekend, guys. So KimbroNator here. Those of you new to the channel, this is coverage of the race. We're 33 laps in, 120 or 34 in, 126 to go. Currently 34 laps in, 50 to go in the stage.
So far, only one driver has led here today, and that is Tyler Reddick.
Jeff
Hammond, what do you think the play is here for that team staying out here and where just about everybody else has hit pit road?
This is their strategy they decided to stay with, Doug. They're trying to put everything, make all eggs in one basket right now and run their race while these other guys are running theirs. I mean, that's all it simply is.
Yeah, with Tyler Reddick right now we are on lap 35. We've just completed 34 laps. 15 to go until the end of stage one. Remember, one of the pre-race strategies we talked about is short pitting stage one. Now, we didn't think they were able to go enough on Sunoco fuel to just short pit the stage. But Jeff Hammond, what are you seeing now?
What I'm seeing right now, Hamlin has made a pit stop. His lap times are at 51:24, 51:20s. Your leader is still at 51:094, guys. He's still putting down faster laps than the guys who've already pitted. So that's the kind of a risk and reward that we saw yesterday. The guy could stay out on those tires longer and could hang on and run the laps he needed to maintain the lead.
So does that tell us, maybe telegraphing, that 4 tires or tires are not going to be the premium today, at least as we're looking at it now?
That's not showing any kind of advantage at this moment.
Well, as Tyler Reddick leads Michael McDowell by 1.2 seconds, Ty Gibbs has also stayed out so far, as has John Hunter Nemechek, Joey Logano running fifth.
Ty Gibbs sitting in third, guys.
Christopher Bell, Corey LaJoie is shown in the top 10 right now. Brad Keselowski is 9th. Chase Briscoe is 10th. Really, we've got to go down fairly far. We've got to go down to 15th, where we see Denny Hamlin as the first of the cars who
Denny's hitting
early.
180.
Let's go down to Brett McMillan on pit road.
Denny Hamlin's hitting 180. Look at his speed over here.
As well.
He's in
and
15.
Also Tyler Reddick.
See him there? He's hitting 180.
And here is
he's trying to catch up.
And Ty Gibbs now coming into a stop in his pit stall. He says the car has been handling well. He's been happy with the way it feels. They're finished on the right side, coming around the left side now. Left side tires coming off. Sunoco fuel going into that car. A little bit slow. Having some come up, though. They're waiting on fuel is what they're doing. That's exactly what they were doing. It was a 14-second stop, but they waited on fuel.
We're being told Tyler Reddick will be headed down pit road here shortly. That means
There's
he's
Tyler pitting finally.
led the first 36 laps.
Led 36 laps.
Shown as the leader with Reddick coming onto pit lane. And once again, we'll wait till he gets a little bit closer to Brett McMillan to call the stop as that beast machine just now gets ready to roll by us. Let's go back down on the pit road to Brett.
And it's a long trip down pit road here in Indianapolis. It's a narrow pit road, but a long pit road. As Tyler Reddick comes to a stop in his pit stall, he's been happy with the car. It's a tick tight, he says. They're right to the right side. Everything going down on this top so far. We'll see if he also does like Ty Gibbs did and stands for fuel. And that's exactly what he's doing. You're
I don't know why that camera keeps switching.
That tells me they most likely will not be stopping during the stage break as he continues to hold for fuel. And Tyler Reddick finally is done, and he's heads back out. Also, Joey Logano, and he is holding for fuel as well as he peels back out and then back onto the track.
Get into it.
Previous question, we talk about this race in 3 stages. Stage 1 ends at lap 50, stage 2 at lap 100. The 400 miles of this race goes to lap 160. Should we be thinking more of a 160 lap race strategy as opposed to a 3-stage strategy right now?
Absolutely. I think that's what you're looking at because of tires and everything else. Let's see what Rob Goodman's got down on the pit road.
Michael McDowell is down the lane for fresh tires for him, plus a fill up of Sunoco fuel and a tear off of the front shield or windshield. Michael McDowell has been the leader. He now leaves pit road.
All right, thanks a lot there, Rob Blackman. We have completed 38 of 160 laps here in the Brickyard 400.
38
Only a dozen
of
laps
100.
left to go here in stage 1, which was
22.
thoroughly dominated by Tyler Reddick, and we'll get a better feel for who's in real positions after everybody finally makes their pit
Cars
stop.
looks like they're handling really well today.
In stage number 1, we just saw Joey Logano, and his entrance to pit road was a pretty severe one. He locked up his brakes before hitting that timing line, and Jeff, I'm not sure what that's going to mean potentially for a speeding penalty because Logano came in pretty hot.
No, it looks like that right there. But again, as hard as he came down on those brakes, he may have slid up to it. As long as he didn't exceed that first stage, he'll be okay.
All right, so Christopher Bell now leading Corey LaJoie. Those two drivers holding themselves out, as is Brad Keselowski. Those are the last three drivers.
Don't forget, guys, vote in the poll. We need your votes in the poll.
Would be the leader at that point. He's running fourth right now. Tyler Reddick,
Denny Hamlin,
as long as he did,
has caught back up to fifth.
Laps of this race
they said
is
fourth.
now being shown in the A spot. Short
yeah, just moved him up.
Pitting. I think that's showing up on the scoreboard. I'm not sure what it's
Yeah, he's moved up into fourth now. He's running fast too, guys. Look at his speeds he's hitting. He's hitting 180 for his best speeds.
Almost forced to come in and make a stop, and we'll see how it kind of breaks down.
He's the only one hitting breaking 180. That's crazy.
Just feel like this race
has
been kind of predictable to this point. As we said, this is a feeling out process in stage one. You're not going to win this race. You could lose it in this stage. Back over to Brett McMillan.
And Seabell not coming to a stop in his pit stop.
Can't even hear that guy. So
and
much.
he does come to a stop. Tear-off has gone off the front window. They're on the right side, and tires have been. He's also got a track bar adjustment. It's going to be a two-tire change.
Two-tire change.
All right, thanks a lot, Brett. And it looks
9
like the
second
only
stop.
driver that has yet to come to pit road is going to be a guy that's won this race before, Brad Keselowski.
Yeah, Brad Keselowski is a winner of the Brickyard 400. 40 laps in. Stage number one is going to go to lap 50. We'll see how long Brad Keselowski
is sitting in first.
And let you know when we come back to
40 laps in, guys. 40 laps. There's 10 laps in this stage one. 10 more laps in stage one. Brad is in the lead right now. Can he hold it out? And is he going to have to pit? What do you guys think in chat? $120 laps to go in this race. They say today is a cloud cover today. There's a 0% chance of rain. So hopefully that stays that way, because the last few races it seems like there's been some rain delays. So it's being a fast race today. Denny Hamlin's been topping 180. He's the only driver I've seen on the on here today to hit 180. So I know it's only a mile an hour difference or two, but he's making some good time. Denny is caught back up, and he has taken the lead now. I see it now. He is back in the lead. Denny Hamlin has taken over. So currently we got Denny, Kyle, Ryan Blaney, and William Byron, and Tyler Reddick's in fifth. That is your current leaders right now. 42 laps in, 8 more to go in stage one, my friends. So don't forget to hit the thumbs up on the stream if you have not already. That is the best way to support this stream. I come here on YouTube free of charge for you. And we don't charge anything here, guys. So that is the goal. Free, best coverage. Keep it up, guys. It's a new format for today. Looks like Kyle Larson is right behind Denny. Kyle's right behind him. You can see right here. That's them.
Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Let's check in with O'Reilly Auto Parts pit reporter Rich Nye.
Brad Keselowski waited all the way to lap 41 to take his first pit stop. That allowed him to move up from 26 all the way to first place. He likes the car. Obviously, they wanted to stay out as long as they could in that first stage. Brad Keselowski, the 2018 Brickyard champion, has 6 top 10s here.
All right, thank you very much, Rich Nye. And for Brad Keselowski, who stayed out longer than anyone, it is not going to pay off for them, because Brad Keselowski will have to make another 40-mile-per-hour trip down this long pit road at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Same penalty as Chase Elliott, a blend line violation coming off of turn 2.
And it looks like the leaders are in turn 2, and it looks pretty tight over there.
Hey, Daniel Berry, happy Sunday.
Together, Denny Hamlin behind a line of, let's say, 5 cars. Doug Turnbull.
Hope you're doing well, my friend.
Tail, and that's a battle from 1 through 4.
And we do like it when they get in a train like that, as Denny Hamlin's right in the middle of that pack, followed closely by second place Larson, third place Blaney, and fourth place William Byron.
Yeah, the 4 leaders are then separated by some lap cars as they exit turn number 4. It is Denny Hamlin, the leader. Kyle Larson in second, Blaney in third, William Byron in fourth.
And that field head towards the yard of bricks down the front straightaway. They are too tight to call right now. Nick Yeoman, and who's gaining?
Yep, Kyle Larson stuck right up underneath the back bumper of Denny Hamlin, but as Chris Teneri pointed out, there was a lot of lap traffic and a lot of dirty air, Michael, for those front 4.
It's so hard to try to work through this dirty air as they make their way through turn number 2. Picking up Denny Hamlin, only about 2 car lengths separate he and Kyle Larson. Still,
they're
those
close.
Lap cars
They're close right here.
The tail end of the field, entering turn 3.
None of them has won the Brickyard 400 before, as Denny Hamlin leads that train of cars. In front of him are the lap cars of Suarez, Jones,
45 laps. 5 laps to go in this stage.
There are a handful of laps here in stage number 1 left in the short chute north end. Hamlin with those lap cars
There's
in
been
front of
4
him.
lead changes, 5 leaders in this race so far, guys.
1 through 4, Hamlin the leader.
There will be 4 laps to go here in stage 1. This is a battle for a stage win and a very valuable playoff point. They're back to 1.
And all 3 engine manufacturers represented as well. Hamlin in the Toyota, Larson Chevrolet, Ryan Blaney in the Ford, and then William Byron in another Chevrolet. Nose to tail into 2.
Denny Hamlin trying to gap himself from the second place running Kyle Larson. It's Daniel Suarez. He's the tail end of that lead lap heading down into turn 3.
Right into this quarter-mile turn comes Denny Hamlin right in front of the Suarez lap machine. Kyle Larson 1 lap car behind. Larson with those McLaren Papaya accents on his number 5.
Again, Denny Hamlin with the advantage as they are exiting turn number 4. Again, Suarez is the lap car just in front. Hamlin, Larson, Blaney, Byron, 1 through 4.
3 laps to go now here in stage number 1. Denny Hamlin trying to get another stage win, but he's got Kyle Larson right on his rear deck lid.
Larson's car appears to suck up to the back of Hamlin's car really good down the front straightaway. Then once they get to turn number 1, has to give him about a car length. They're separated by 2 into turn 2.
Kyle Larson trying to close that gap again. Spent the entire month of May here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Didn't have fenders on that time. Still 2 car lengths behind our leader, Denny Hamlin.
We haven't mentioned the history between the buddies Larson and Hamlin, a rivalry that's budded over the last 2 or 3 years. They're still separated by a car length. Larson with a little bit higher arc into turn number 3. Hamlin with the low.
And they're coming down it right here.
Hamlin and Larson are 2 of the 4 drivers with 3 wins this year. And Denny Hamlin exits turn number 4.
I don't know the camera. I'm trying to keep it focused
just
there.
About 3 car lengths behind.
Stay with it, buddy.
Blaney, another
Let's
4
go.
to Byron.
As Doug Turnbull pointed
it does
out,
that. It's like
these
it's
two
buffering
have
or
tangled
something.
a couple of times this season. Hamlin holds it at a 4-car
Come on,
advantage
baby.
as the leader over second place Kyle Larson.
Yeah, and those 2 are about the only 2 who don't want to call it a rivalry. Call it fierce competition if you want. They're battling for a stage
Trouble
win
at turn number 3. Trouble at turn number 3 as Chris Buescher has lost a tire.
Oh, man. Lost the tire.
Smoke trailing the back of a playoff bubble drivers. There's more smoke at turn number 4. Not sure if it's going to bring out a yellow, but a big development.
We're close right here at the end of the stage.
Now, the yellow flag does not get put away.
48 laps, 2 laps to go in stage 1.
As Chris Buescher, a very smoky car,
Come
coming
on, aerial
pit
cam.
road, as we only have just still 2 laps to go.
Stay
before
with
the
it. Here
end
we go.
of stage number 1 with the race leader, Denny Hamlin, being chased very hard by Kyle Larson right now. The big question is, can he maintain that? They head down the front straightaway toward the yard of bricks. Denny Hamlin, 2 car lengths over Kyle Larson.
And the leaders drive through that smoke, and right in front of Denny Hamlin, 2 of those lap cars are going to go side by side. That's Eric Jones and Daniel Suarez. Hamlin hung up in the short chute.
Yeah, he really had to check up as those 2 went side by side trying to pass each other. As Denny Hamlin enters turn number 1, Kyle Larson is there. It's still Ryan Blaney in that 3rd position, but Kyle Larson starts to look to the inside, trying to make that pass.
Here they come down the back straightaway for the last time in this stage. Larson peeks to the inside. Hamlin blocks him. Larson looks outside. Hamlin keeps it at bay. They're 1 car length apart in this final lap of the stage.
Kyle Larson trying to make the pass right on the rear deck lid of Denny Hamlin. Hamlin has those lap cars in front of him. Hamlin to the middle of the
Those
track.
lap cars
2
are getting in their
advantage
way.
Against Larson.
Battling down the front stretch for a stage 1 victory. They get to the yard of bricks. It goes to Denny Hamlin. 2 car lengths back, and second was going to be Kyle Larson.
And that's going to be
Ryan
the end
Blaney
of stage
takes 3rd.
1.
William Byron will pick off 4th. The rest of the top 10 finishers: Tyler Reddick, Michael McDowell,
Man, oh
Alex
man,
Bowman,
guys.
Ty Gibbs, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., and Noah Gregson.
The Brickyard.
Stage 1 is complete. 110 laps to go, guys. We're sitting at 15 likes on the stream, guys. So if you're new here, you have not hit the like button, hit the thumbs up on the stream. So this is KimbroNator here. Thank you. We're sitting at 16 now. Perfecto, guys. So I hope you're having a great Sunday. Welcome here. Bringing you NASCAR coverage. This is a new look today on the stream. I hope you're enjoying it. Let me know the thumbs up or thumbs down if you like this stream or not. Love to hear from you, everybody. We got the poll going in chat right now. Currently, we have Kyle Larson in the lead with 42% of the votes. So if you have not already, drop a vote in the poll. We're currently on the caution for the end of stage 1, getting ready to start stage 2. So, curious to see, because Tyler Reddick led most of this first stage, and he actually came in, where did he come in at? He is in 5th place. He led most of these laps, it seems like, here. So, it's going to be a great race, guys. There's no rain in the chance today, just a little bit of cloud cover. There's parts of the sun is poking through. So it looks like a beautiful day for racing. Not too hot, not too cold, just right, guys. So this is amazing. Do you guys like the look of the stream? I'd love to hear from you. Still trying to make it as best I can. I got to be careful on the video stuff. My last stream I did, I got docked by NASCAR, so I'm watching on how I do the footage. I'm just going to do the aerial cam kind of behind me because they copyrighted me on some of the stuff, so that's why I'm not showing it more of a full screen. Those of you new here that have seen some of my streams in the past, I'm watching how I do the car cams now.
Denny Hamlin has won stage
Here's more radio coverage.
Of the Brickyard.
Let me check on my computer here.
We're going to see if we'll have stage 1 pit stops as well. Then they'll head to the Geico restart zone. Is your insurance playbook too confusing? Make it easy. Switch to Geico and get all your insurance coverage from one place. Go to geico.com today to get started. And going to be interesting to see. Some people short pitted, some people stayed out very late in the stage. Does anyone stay out during this stage break as well as part of their strategy?
You know, that's up for grabs because, as Jeff Hammond pointed out a moment ago, tires don't seem to be that big of a story. There were cars out there turning faster laps on old tires than ones that just came in and got 4 new ones, Jeff.
It really, I think, is playing out to be more about track position itself. So you got to realize that when run it as far as you can, it's okay. But what I do see is the guys who did short pit, they're at the top of the list right now. So it may not be tires as much as it is what? Fuel.
It might be tires and fuel as well. Well, it looks like we've got the field coming on to pit road right now. Denny Hamlin is going to lead this chorus, which also includes Kyle Larson, Ryan Blaney, William Byron, and more. So we will go down to our O'Reilly Auto Parts pit reporters and start with Rich Nye.
And we're waiting for the number 4 car of Josh Berry in that Panini Caitlin Clark Ford. The Cup rookie has a WNBA rookie on the hood of his car as the team goes to work with the right side up. Caitlin Clark did assist last night as his crew gives him an assist and gets Josh Berry back on track. Rob Blackman?
Well, update from Chris Buescher in his pit stall visiting with crew chief Scott Graves. Originally, they thought it was just a blown left rear tire. It appears to be more than that. Chris Buescher on the radio saying, hey, we haven't gotten this thing fixed yet here, guys. As a matter of fact, his exact words to Scott Graves, this car sucks. For the moment, Scott Graves says just stay out on the course. We'll see if we can get it fixed before we get back to green flag racing.
Denny Hamlin came in and said he needed to be a little bit freer. They gave him 4-tire change and finished off his Sunoco.
4-tire change.
9.3 second stop. Also coming in and getting a 4-tire change was William Byron.
Tyler Reddick is back out
in
the
race
lead
off
at the
in
moment.
Pit Road looks like it's going to be Ty Gibbs. He only took 2 tires, and so did Bubba Wallace.
How would you like to get high speed?
You guys are knocking it out of the park. We're currently sitting at 29 votes. Most people are saying Kyle Larson, guys. You think he's got it? We will see here. We've got the active race going here. We're currently in the caution in between stages. So when they get it started back, who will take over? Who's going to lead this next stage? Curious to see here, my friends. So it looks like we're in. Kyle is in 6th. Denny's in 5th. Will they stay there or will they move up? What do you think? At the moment, Denny has the fastest lap speed, the best speed at 180. It doesn't matter much, but he's making some quick time. When you look at the times, you can see the times over here. Denny Hamlin being at 5th. His best speed, but his best lap, he's at 49. So he's under 50. So that's where that speed comes into play a little bit. You know, just even if it's 1 mile an hour faster. Is he going to win it today? 14% of you say he will. So be interesting to see, though. Sitting at 21 likes, guys. 21 likes. How many likes can we get today on the stream? I'm going for 100. Do you think we can make it 100? I think we can. You guys can do it. Bum, bum, bum.
Brickyard 53 laps down, and looking at the result of scoring and timing here, 7 cars elected to stay out under this last caution flag. That's Tyler Reddick, Michael McDowell, John Hunter Nemechek, Joey Logano, Corey LaJoie, Kyle Busch, and David Gilliland all stayed out, and they last pitted between laps 37 and 40. And of the ones that came in here at lap 52, Ty Gibbs is the first one out. He and Bubba Wallace by virtue of making a 2-tire stop.
Yeah, and track position, I think we're finding out, obviously is a big deal here. And for Tyler Reddick, we talked about Billy Scott, his crew chief, what a strategy move that they were making by keeping him out on the racetrack longer than everybody else. And again, Jeff Hammond, this does go to the bigger picture of maybe we're not focusing on stages here. Maybe we have plans for pit stop 1, pit stop 2, pit stop 3, how that positions us for the checkered flag.
It's going to all wind up being about track position, and I think that's what we're watching happen.
I think you're exactly right, Jeff. You can have the best car all day long, but if you don't have the best plan, you're not going to win this.
You're not. And the thing is, everybody is trying to do a couple different things to get that track position, including a 2-tire call here. So this will also give us something to look at. Let's go down to Rob Blackman.
Word from crew chief Travis Peterson to Michael McDowell when we get back to green flag racing on this restart. He said, make a plan, execute. Number 1, get out in clean air. Number 2, go for it.
Get out in clean air, guys.
Run to win this stage in just a second.
All right, thank you very much for that. The Chevy Camaro pace car is towing the field out of turn number 4 right now. When they hit the yard of bricks,
you can see the sun
sign,
right
and
there.
Then they will choose. We'll get into stage 2, which is presented by Cheddar's Scratch Kitchen. Cheddar serves home-style comfort food like homemade chicken pot pie,
homemade chicken
back
pot
ribs,
pies,
and hand-breaded chicken tenders at prices that
say,
make
people
come back
hungry
again soon.
Excellent. Love me a Cheddar's. Let's go and give you a full field rundown here as they've got one more lap before
here we go. We have it scrolling beside me right here, the full field rundown. Try to keep it scrolling the whole time to keep you guys up to date.
Leader. He has already led 39 laps today. Michael McDowell is second. John Hunter Nemechek third. Joey Logano fourth. Corey LaJoie 5th, 6th to Kyle Busch, David Gilliland is 7th, 8th to Ty Gibbs, 9th to Bubba Wallace, and 10th to Denny Hamlin.
Kyle Larson runs 11th, 12th is Harrison Burton, William Byron is 13th, Alex Bowman 14th, Christopher Bell 15th, 16th is Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Ryan Blaney is 17th, 18th is Carson Hocevar, Noah Gregson runs 19th, and 20th is Jimmy Johnson.
21st, Josh Berry,
Jimmy
Chase
Johnson.
Elliott 22nd, 23rd, Chase Briscoe.
How old is
Zane
Jimmy
Smith
Johnson?
Is
He's up there, isn't he?
25th to Eric Jones, Austin Dillon 26, A.J. Allmendinger 27th, 28th to Daniel Suarez, Daniel Hemrick is 29th, and Martin Truex Jr. hung in there on the lead lap despite that early race penalty, and he is 30th.
31st is Justin Haley. Ryan Preece is running 32nd. 33rd is Ross Chastain. Ty Dillon is 34th. Cody Ware is 35th. All those drivers on the lead lap.
Let's hit 100 likes on stream, everybody. 100 likes. Keep those likes coming in. Knock them out of the park.
37th is Austin Cindric, also -1. Chris Buescher after a tire
Can Kimbro Bella join the
issue,
stream?
38th.
She would love to. She's currently busy,
though.
though.
Finish 39th.
So I think it's as much as important.
She
to keep
might
track
be in here a little
when
bit
teams
later,
make
but
pit stops and what they do.
I'd appreciate you checking
how
on her. I'll
they
let
are
her
racing
know.
on the racetrack.
And that leaderboard update brought to you by Rheem. Visit Rheem.com to find a contractor near you. Rheem, provider of
How
a
are
new degree
you
of
doing
comfort
today,
and
my
proud
biggest fan?
sponsor of
That is
Christopher
the
Bell
question.
in the number 20 Toyota.
Looks like the field is up in turn 3 right now before we turn them loose.
And we're watching
there
it
they're
now.
going
Tyler
right
Reddick
here
flanked
behind
by
me.
Michael McDowell as they enter the short shoot here to begin stage number 2. Kristen Airy, it's going to be quite the one to watch here on all these different strategies.
Yeah,
look at them lined up.
McDowell will start on the front row in this restart. Then it's Nemechek and Logano, LaJoy and Busch, Gilliland and Gibbs, Wallace and Hamlin. Those are the first 5 rows of the restart. Your top 10 as we get it to get
top
ready
10,
to restart.
guys.
Stage number 2 underway.
They'll roll out of turn 4 back down to the yard of bricks, the 5/8 long mile straightaways here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Before they get to the yard of bricks, of course, they'll have to make the obligatory pass through
yard
the Geico
bricks.
restart zone. Here comes the field. Ty Gibbs is on the point and to the inside. Green flag in the air, and it's going
There
to
they
be
go.
Tyler Reddick and Michael McDowell taking him back down to turn 1.
Both these drivers have Indy wins. They got it done on the road course. They'll duel into turn number 1, and it's going to be Tyler Reddick taking the race lead, but he's not going to keep it. It's John Hunter Nemechek charging from 3rd. He gets to the inside.
What a power move by John
Wow.
Hunter Nemechek, and he'll already gap himself 3 car lengths over Tyler Reddick. That is Corey LaJoy and Kyle Busch. They're your top 4 as they
Man.
go side by side further back to the field.
Yeah, just like we predicted, John Hunter Nemechek, never a winner in the Cup Series here in his sophomore season. Enters turn number 3. Second is Tyler Reddick. The field is 2 and 3 wide behind them as a 2-wide battle for Kyle Busch and Corey LaJoy, who scrapped a week ago, entering turn 4 now.
Car
They're getting with it.
42, the Toyota of John Hunter Nemechek.
So that is a little bit off from
more
where the radio broadcast
Then
is.
he's got a nice gap on Kyle Busch, who leads a gaggle of cars down the straightaway.
When we talked about Jimmy Johnson in the Brickyard 400, we didn't talk about owner Jimmy Johnson, but one of his drivers leads this race.
Yep, he's got about a 5-car length advantage over Tyler Reddick. Kyle Busch has moved into the 3rd spot, getting around Corey LaJoy. So the 2-time Brickyard winner is up to 3rd.
John Hunter Nemechek, 8 car lengths ahead of Tyler Reddick. Talked about how his
Nemechek.
biggest memory of the Brickyard was being here with his father. 3rd place.
Man, he took off, didn't he?
Corey LaJoy in that 4th position.
Strategy got him up to the front. Clean air is helping him stretch it out. John Hunter Nemechek, 5-car length lead over 2nd place Tyler Reddick. And what a battle for about 6 as a big block put down by Bubba Wallace over Joey Logano.
And breaking away is John Hunter Nemechek. About a 8-9 car length advantage over Reddick. Another 8-9 car length advantage over Kyle Busch. Then you go to the 7 machine of Corey LaJoy in 4th.
Interesting to see Kyle Busch and Corey LaJoy running in such close proximity after their tangle last week at Pocono.
Yeah, I think those two are going to agree
Pocono,
to
they tangled
disagree
up.
for LaJoy.
Yeah, they almost got into it from what I heard.
All over the back of that car. That's the battle for 4th out of 1.
And for Corey LaJoy, he's lost touch with Kyle Busch. The battle
They had some words after the race.
We see Michael McDowell trying to tuck under that rear deck at about a 2-car length disadvantage as they make their way down into turn 3.
Got to be a pit in McDowell's stomach after restarting on the front row. He's back in that 5th position there. As up front, John Hunter Nemechek leads by 7-8 car lengths over Tyler Reddick.
You're right, Doug. The real loser in the restart was McDowell, going from 2nd to 5th. And a lead for John Hunter Nemechek. Exits turn number 4. It's growing. It's about 15 car lengths now.
Wow.
And we talk about that battle for 4th. Corey LaJoy has it right now. Michael McDowell with a lot of speed right behind him. Nick Yeoman, just 1 car length separates the 2.
Yep, those two are nose to tail. Corey LaJoy is going to take a higher line. He leaves the door open. McDowell not close enough. He'll get in line at the exit of turn number 1.
Michael McDowell trying to regroup after dropping back from second to that fifth position. But Corey LaJoie gets a lot of momentum out of the turn number 2. It'll be about a 3-car length advantage. That battle for fourth has kind of broken off as the rest of the field is single file.
As they battle hard, it allows the top 3 cars that are Nemechek, Reddick, and Busch to scoot away. And then it's LaJoie and McDowell rounding out the top 5. 6 is Bubba Wallace.
Yeah, we will take a picture of that battle for fourth where Corey LaJoie is holding off Michael McDowell. That's about a 3-car length advantage for fourth right now for Corey LaJoie.
Brickyard
58 laps.
John Hunter Nemechek leads the way by about 25 car lengths, though. You go back there, it's
102
Corey
to go.
trying to keep Michael McDowell at bay.
Stage 2 of 3, 8 of 50.
Bubba Wallace stalking about 6 car lengths back. Then it's Joey Logano and Denny Hamlin, who's been strong all day.
Everybody trying to settle in now as John Hunter Nemechek checks out Tyler Reddick, Kyle Busch, Corey LaJoie, Michael McDowell, then Bubba Wallace, Joey Logano there in that 7th position, making their way to turn number 3 is the field.
The entire field single file now, so you got to think the strategy is saving fuel and try to plan for how short that next pit stop can be as the leader enters turn 4.
Yeah, a terrific restart for John Hunter Nemechek. Started third, now in first, has opened up a big double-digit car length lead. It's probably about 20 car lengths.
John Hunter Nemechek continues to lead. It will be 60 laps complete, 40 to go in stage number 2, 100 laps to go in the Brickyard 400.
101. He said 100, but it shows 101. 100 laps to go. Man, oh man. So you know what that means, guys? Not much of this race left, so be sure to share this. Thumbs up on the stream if you have not already. Get more and more people in here. Let's get 100 people in here, 100 likes. That's our goal. Just keep knocking it out of the park, everybody. Don't forget to vote in the poll. Currently, we have 32 votes. Hope everybody is having an amazing Sunday or Monday. Some of you guys are from overseas. Hope you're having a great day. And always be sure to tell somebody that you love them. That you always want to tell people that, guys. Just say, hey, I love you. You're here for them. Brickyard 400 coming to you guys from Indianapolis Motor Speedway. They're currently on a commercial break, but we'll bring back in the radio feed here in a second so you can hear it live. I'm a little bit behind on the video part here that's running behind me, but we're at 61 laps, 99 to go. We're at 11 of 50 laps in this stage 2 of 3, guys. Stage 2 of 3, there's a 11 of 50. I'm wondering if you guys, hey, I love you, Mom. Do y'all like the new format and look of the stream? What do you guys think about it? Trying a little bit of different look, trying to bring you better coverage. I've got the live leaderboard of the top 8. And cycling beside me right here is the rolling accurate updates of where the cars are at. We got my mom in the stream. I love her. Love her so much. Here we go.
30th anniversary of the Brickyard 400 here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Brad Gilly alongside Doug Rice and 2-time Cup Championship winning crew chief Jeff Hammond. John Hunter Nemechek, after taking the lead from Tyler Reddick on the restart as we entered stage 2, continues to lead. His lead now 2.2 seconds over Tyler Reddick. Kyle Busch runs 2.7 seconds back in third right now.
He is getting with it. He's getting some good traction for sure.
Fifth is Michael McDowell. Bubba Wallace runs 6th. Joey Logano runs 7th. Danny Hamlin, stage 1 winner, runs 8th. William Byron is 9th, and Kyle Larson is 10th.
Ryan Blaney is 11th. Ty Gibbs 12th. David Gilliland is 13th. 14th, Carson Hocevar. Christopher Bell 15th. Harrison Burton rides 16th. Jimmy Johnson up to 17th. 18th is Chase Elliott. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 19th, and 20th is Alex Bowman.
Noah Gragson runs 21st. 22nd is Martin Truex Jr. He had to take a pass-through penalty on lap 1 of this race, now up to 22nd. A.J. Allmendinger, pretty aggressive on the track right now in 23rd.
I like saying his name.
Zane Smith in 24th. 25th is Chase Briscoe. Austin Dillon 26th. 27th is Ryan Preece. Ross Chastain is 28th. Josh Berry 29th. And Daniel Suarez in 30th.
31st belongs to Justin Haley. 32nd is Daniel Hemrick. Eric Jones
Rowan,
runs
where's
in the 33rd spot. 34th.
That's the question I need to ask
Dillon.
you.
The
Where
first
is
car
Rowan?
One lap down is Brad Keselowski in 35th. 36 is Austin Cindric.
I haven't seen Rowan in a minute.
Is going to be in the 37th spot. 38th to Chris Buescher. B.J. McLeod is the only driver out of the race, and he will finish 39th today.
Oh, B.J.
And that Cheddar's leaderboard update
out
is
of
brought
the
to you by
race. You heard
Cheddar's
it there,
Scratch
guys.
Kitchen, your place for American classics like slow smoked baby back ribs, grilled salmon, and country fried chicken at prices that make you smile.
Brad Giller, you kind of jokingly said during the break to myself and Jeff Hammond that you think this will ratchet up in about 40 laps, and it's got the feel of people just
It does have a
holding
feel.
their place in line until we get maybe in
65, 95 laps to go.
Right now is with the these cars with the big 12-inch
Almost
wide tires
halfway
and all of
point.
that, they're really able to make nice fast laps around the racetrack, but they're not able to necessarily find that in multiple grooves, especially with the dirty air that's out there right now with the cars in front of them. But if we're expecting some of the violence to happen on the racetrack and some of the carnage, that restart when we get into stage number 3 in about 35 laps, by the way, is going to really ratchet up and make things intense.
It's got to be a big deal here, though, too, for John Hunter Nemechek to be out front leading. That's Legacy Motor Club. He's in a Toyota. That's tied in with Jimmy Johnson. And don't know where they'll finish today, but this is a nice moment for them to rack up a little bit of attention up front.
Yeah, they definitely are getting the attention up front, and they're for good reason, because they're got the fastest race car on the track right at the moment, and that tire strategy of everybody staying out. Look at the first 3, 4 cars, they all stayed out. They didn't take tires this last caution or last stage break. So it'll be interesting to see the strategy as we get a little closer to the end of stage 2.
You know, one thing we saw in stage number 1, the cars that actually came and pitted early, right before the halfway point of stage number 1. They were able to leapfrog over who was then leader, Tyler Reddick. Tyler Reddick, obviously, they stayed out so long that they were able to stay out during the stage 1 break and retake the lead before getting passed on the restart by John Hunter Nemechek.
You mean, where's
you
Waldo?
have to wonder where we're going to go in this strategy for stage number 2. We have 33 laps to go in stage 2. That means we're about 8 laps from the halfway point of this stage when pit road starts to open again, when that's going to happen.
And we'll see how all of that plays out. Right now, I think it's a placeholder game.
That is the question. Where are they?
As much real estate, keep as much real estate as possible.
One America.
Stay on the lead lap. I don't think that's going to be too difficult.
Camera operator.
Today.
He's
like
he's
to be up in those
lost a race for a second
categories.
there. He'll find
I'll
it.
echo what Jeff Hammond just said. The front 5 cars all pitted at
Guys
about
are
the
knocking
same
out of the park.
time.
We're sitting at 28
it looks
laps.
like that we've got a problem
Keep hitting
on the
that like
racetrack.
button.
It's going to be Ware blowing up in turn 1.
Got a tire down, it looks like, the left rear flat.
That's Cody Ware with a problem there, so we'll see
Cody
if that
Ware.
precipitates a yellow flag. It has not yet. So with the tire going down, with one of the incidents they let
67
go
of
today,
93
I think
laps.
this one doesn't merit a yellow flag.
Unless
17 of 50 for stage 2 and 3.
I'm seeing it here on the back straightaway, Brad, just as you said that. Sorry to interrupt, but as the caution comes out, the carcass off of that tire just flung into the backstretch grass over there. Ware's on the access road at turn number 3 in front of me, and is number 15
so they got
green forward for Rick Ware Racing.
They're going to have a yellow
and
come
that
out.
what brings out our yellow flag.
So Cody
Yellow
Ware
flag
brings
coming.
out
The
the
should update
second
here in a
yellow
second.
of the day, the first for cause here in the Brickyard 400.
So we got a yellow flag. This should update here in a second. This is just a touch ahead of me. There it is. There's a yellow flag. 68 of 92 laps. 18. It's actually 18 of 50 in this stage 2 of 3 of NASCAR in Indianapolis, guys. A historic Brickyard race here. Been a great race so far. I need your help, though. I need your help. Vote in the poll. We're 36 votes in. Let's get 100 votes in the poll today. Let's get 100 likes on the stream. Man, that's the goal. Let's knock it out of the park today. With your help, we can do that, guys. If you're new here, drop a sub. Let's see if we can hit our sub goal today, too. So don't forget. Tell somebody you love them, too. Spread the love, everybody. NASCAR fans, auto racing fans, just fans in general, guys. Just be out there, be that light for somebody today. We're at the Brickyard 400. Historic racetrack here, guys. Bum, bum, bum. You can see in the picture here, half the track, I'm kind of the divider. So, sun's up, clouds. Sun, clouds. There you go, so. We got a caution flag on a flat. There's a golf course on their track, in the middle of the track too. Those of you guys that didn't know. How would you like to play golf there? If any of you in chat have ever got to go there and play golf there, I'd like to hear from you. Let me know in chat. Or if you're seeing this in the replay, let me know in the comments section below as well. If you've ever played golf there, I'd love to hear from you. $69 of 91 to go. We've got a caution. We're under a caution right now. 19 of 50 for stage 2 of 3.
Second yellow of the day here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Tire goes down on Cody Ware, and that brings out the yellow flag. And now this is going to be very interesting, Brad and Jeff, on how the pit strategy plays out here with this yellow.
Yeah, it will, and this is one of those things. What did we learn from stage 1 and where we are at this point in time? Because these guys that didn't pit the last time around, they're going to have to make a pit stop before then. It looks to me like they may be looking to come down pit road. I see a couple of them.
Oh, Kyle Busch waves himself off of coming onto pit road. We also see another car doing that. So let's talk about the ones who are getting some fresh tires in Sunoco fuel as we start things off.
Sunoco fuel.
Waiting for Martin Truex Jr. to arrive in his pit stall here on the north end. And as he come in, what an awful day for him to start. Obviously, they had an inspection failure. He'll just take right side tires and get back on the track, trying to work his way back up to the front, Rob Blackman. Michael McDowell has just come in, and he is stopping in his pit stall.
Man, you can see him going around the truck there.
Tires, all 4 tires, as a matter of fact, for Michael McDowell, who is out and away.
There's a bunch of cars pitting.
Tyler Reddick's come in. Right side tires only for him, and he heads back out. John Hunter Nemechek also in.
Man, this is interesting. Is there going to be any collisions? There's a lot of pitting going on.
The teams up front dive onto pit road, and we'll see how they exit off and see what their play was. How's
this going to help them? Is this going to help them or hurt them? 70 of 90 laps to go.
Like a left rear tire went away on that car, threw the carcass out, as Doug Turnbull described, onto the backstretch and brought out our second yellow of the day. Let's take a timeout here at Indy.
They're taking a timeout here, but we're not going anywhere. We're staying right here with you, bringing you coverage. Trying to bring you the best coverage, best format on YouTube, guys. Hit the thumbs up on the stream. Let me know if you like this feel. This is a new look for the stream for NASCAR. I'm trying to make it the best coverage possible for you guys. I can't show you a lot of video because YouTube gods, they do not like that. They copyright me. So I'm bringing you everything I can, the best I can. So trying to make it better with each stream, more information for you. So love to hear from you. Let me know in chat what you guys think. We're here, guys. We're family. Let's keep it family-oriented, clean chat here, guys. That's the main goal. That is our goal, my friends. And I hope you're having an amazing day, too. They're showing the shots here. You can see the golf course. It's on the track, in the middle of the track. It's a beautiful track. They're at the Brickyard 400 today, guys. So the current weather today, the temperature, I had the temperature earlier. I think I clicked it off. Yeah, I closed out the browser. So it's cloudy, overcast day today. There's sun poking in and out. But it's a beautiful day for racing. There's no chance of rain in the forecast. So hopefully that'll limit all the stops and restarts for the day. I think it's going to be a good time today, guys. It's been a great race so far. The only thing we've had was a driver had a blowout earlier. So Denny Hamlin has dropped. Where did he go? He is sitting in 7th currently. He's currently sitting in 7th place. He's got your fastest lap of the day, as far as I can tell. He's at your fastest lap at 49.974 seconds. Pretty wild there.
Indianapolis Motor Speedway, we are working our second caution of the day. 29 laps to go here in stage number 2. We had Kyle Busch, Bubba Wallace, Todd Gilliland all stay out on this caution. It's going to make for some interesting strategy. You can elevate your engine performance with the advanced formulation and protection of Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil, delivering faster oil flow and enhanced temperature protection to keep your engine running cleaner, longer. Available now at Napa locations nationwide. Let's go down to pit road and check in with O'Reilly Auto Parts pit reporter Rob Blackman.
Hey, just mentioning Kyle Busch chooses to stay out and not pit. Here's the reason for that. Crew Chief Randall Burnett coming over the radio and telling Kyle originally the plan in this stage was to pit on lap number 30. But the Cody Ware incident that brought out the yellow has caused Randall Burnett to rethink when they'll now pit. As a matter of fact, he's told Kyle, stay out on the racetrack for the moment because a monkey wrench has been thrown into my plans here.
Oh, wow.
All right, thanks for that update there from pit road. Time now for our Hunt Brothers Pizza Leaderboard. Kyle Busch
Pizza Leaderboard, guys.
He will be the leader. So did Bubba Wallace. He'll be in 2nd. David Gilliland also stayed on the racetrack. He is 3rd. Chase Elliott is 4th. 5th goes to Corey LaJoy. Joey Logano is 6th. Denny Hamlin 7th. 8th to Tyler Reddick. 9th to Ty Gibbs. And Kyle Larson is 10th.
Ryan Blaney runs 11th. Christopher Bell is 12th. John Hunter Nemechek now 13th. Alex Bowman 14th. Harrison Burton runs 15th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 16th. 17th is Noah Gregson. Michael McDowell is 18th. Martin Truex Jr. 19th. And William Byron is 20th.
21st is A.J. Allmendinger. 22nd, Zane Smith. 23rd belongs to Chase Briscoe. Ryan Preece is 24th. 25th, Daniel Suarez. 26th, Carson Hocevar. Ross Chastain, 27th. Daniel Hemrick, 28th. And 29th is Jimmy Johnson. Josh Berry rides in 30th.
31st is Austin Dillon. Justin Haley runs 32nd. Ty Dillon is 33rd. Eric Jones runs 34th. Brad Keselowski with the wave around, or with the lucky dog rather, the free pass. He is now back on the lead lap in 35th. 1 lap down, Austin Cindric is 36. We've got Cody Ware. He had the tire problem, minus 2 laps in 37th. Chris Buescher had a tire issue earlier. He's minus 2 in 38th. And B.J. McLeod is out of the race in 39th as Kyle Larson is coming back down pit road right now. Brett McMillan, what can you tell us about
Larson, he's going back down pit road.
Kyle Larson has a trouble on the right rear, so he's going to come down to his pit stall.
They're
going to pull the right rear off and stick it back on and retighten it. So he has come to a stop in his pit stall. They jacked up the car. They're also going to give him a chassis adjustment on the left side. They pulled that right rear tire off, reset it on there, and tightened it again. They're looking up under. Now the right rear tire changer is motioning to come back around for the jack man. They're taking it off, trying to tighten it again. They seem satisfied. They're going to go ahead and put new left side tires on as well while they're here. They did a 2-tire change
72 of 88 to go laps.
Packing it full of Sunoco fuel before they
22 of 50 in stage
that is
2
going
of
to drop
3.
Kyle Larson down to the 35th spot right now
35th.
on the racetrack. Our leaderboard update brought to you by Hunt Brothers Pizza, where we love racing and we love pizza. Find your next pizza at huntbrotherspizza.com or download the Hunt Brothers Pizza app.
Notice this during that pit stop, though, there was no urgency because by the mere fact that he had to come in and make that adjustment, they'd already given up all their track position. So go ahead and take your time, make sure you get it right.
Yeah, that's true.
You're exactly right. And you can see, Doug, if you were watching, we've got an opportunity to see. They pulled that right rear off, like Brett McMillan said. They reclocked it on the pins and put it back on and tightened it up. And it seemed like they got it. They're satisfied right now.
But we're hitting the point of the race now where you can't make mistakes like that. We're only a handful of laps away from being halfway home of the 160 laps that make up the Brickyard 400. You make a mistake like that past this point, your day is done as far as winning the race.
Right.
We've talked about track position since the drop of the green flag. This is where you've got to establish that track position, just like Kyle Busch is doing right now. And David Gilliland was down there a minute. He's come down pit road just a moment ago. But it's all about track position, guys.
Kyle Busch started 34th. He is now the control car when they hit the Geico restart zone, a two-time winner of the Brickyard 400. And the big question is going to be, Doug Rice, can Kyle Busch maintain this lead over Todd Gilliland? Bubba Wallace is being shown in third right now. Bubba Wallace is one of the 3 cars that actually stayed out. So Corey LaJoie is the top car on fresher tires.
Up front, the top 10 are Kyle Busch, David Gilliland, Bubba Wallace, Corey LaJoie,
Here
Chase
we go. They're getting ready to start it back, guys.
No, David Gilliland.
Todd Gilliland.
Todd Gilliland. Why am I brain locking on that today? All right. Green flag is in the air. Here we go.
Here we
again.
go, guys.
It's going to be Kyle Busch to the inside, battling hard with Todd Gilliland to his outside.
Step ahead of us. We'll catch up here in a
That's
second.
Chase Elliott. He'll slide back in line. It's going to be Kyle Busch taking the race lead. He'll lead the pack at a
Kyle Busch is out in the lead.
It's a bit of very interesting stage 2 as far as strategies go, and Kyle Busch will take the lead with Bubba Wallace in that second position. Todd Gilliland, Chase Elliott, Corey LaJoie. They're your top 5.
Trouble exiting turn number 2.
Trouble. We have trouble down that back straightaway. 2 cars in the outside retaining wall. Too much. William Byron. Too much smoke to tell who the other driver is. It's A.J. Allmendinger.
We're
Both
set
of
behind.
those cars will come to a rest midway point of the back straightaway.
And there's heavy damage here for another vehicle as well. The 21 of Harrison Burton also involved in that as he passes me. The right front tire not turning on that 21 machine in turn 3.
That was a big hit for William Byron.
Yes,
he came all the way across the racetrack
Back
and
in another
nosed
caution
into the
again.
inside safety barrier. Right
Can't
now,
see
his
who it
car
is. They
sits
keep
in the grass.
bouncing around.
Jeff Hammond looks like a lot of damage to that, but that was a very violent wreck for William Byron.
Very violent wreck right there for both of those automobiles. And the thing is, you
why
said
it
it
keeps
earlier, you
switching.
felt like something was
Sorry about
on the
that. I can't
verge of
control that
happening.
camera.
Where things are starting to ratchet up, you're starting to see what happens, the cause and effect.
Yeah, safety crew now tending
Safety
to
crew's
William
already
Byron's
there
number
with them.
24 Chevrolet. He's currently not out of the race car, but it looks like one of the safety crews does have his head in the window, showing that the window depth
Hopefully
would
they're
be down
okay.
on
They
that
should
race
be.
car. But this is going to take some cleanup, and again, a big hit for William
Another
Byron
caution.
here
We're under
as
another
we have
caution. 74
completed
laps in
86 laps,
of
26
86
to go in stage number 2 of the Brickyard 400.
To show you how easy it is to file a claim with Geico, we hired a Shakespearean.
We've hired a Shakespearean actor. Alrighty, my friends. Almost at the halfway mark in this race today. We're sitting at 24 of 50 for the stage 2 of 3. So we're at the halfway point of this second stage. They do have an ambulance over there checking on him. If I see anything or hear anything, I'll pull it back for you guys so we can stay up to date with it. But do you like the new format of the stream? Love to hear from you. Give me a thumbs up, thumbs down. Like the stream, dislike the stream. Love to hear from you guys. Does not hurt my feelings at all. I'm trying to make this the best stream I can for you guys. All right, looks like he is out of the car. He is out of the car, so that's good news. Brickyard 400, and the radio broadcast sounds like it's getting ready to come back here. They're taking him to the ambulance for precaution. That was William Byron that is getting in the ambulance now. The number 24 car. It's a Chevrolet. He was currently sitting in 34th. He's officially out of the race now. Bum, bum, bum. I would think this would be a fast cleanup, but you never know. Sometimes the small cleanups, I guess, depends on the amount of debris that they have to pick up, try to make sure the track's clean. Bum, 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 bum.
Us under the yellow for the third time today. This one
guys.
involving William Byron, a nasty-looking crash. We did see him get out of the car and go into the nearby ambulance. It also involved Harrison Burton and A.J. Allmendinger. For certain, A.J. Allmendinger and William Byron will not be able to continue today. And, guys, you look at William Byron. He got off to such a hot start this year. He won at Daytona, he won at Coda, and he won at Martinsville. So he's safely in the playoffs. But I feel like their momentum is kind of stalled out lately.
We've not seen William Byron much this summer, unfortunately, and this is a track where Hendrick Motorsports obviously came into with great starting positions. He started fourth, but as this strategy has changed for the teams and track position has changed for the teams as well, William Byron was mired back there in the pack, and Jeff Hammond, a lot of hard racing, and when you're restarting like that, if someone sees a gap, even if it's in between two cars on a treacherous part of the racetrack, they're going to try and take it, and it looks like that's what happened here.
What did I say at the beginning of this thing? Watch out for your starts and your restarts.
Yeah, you did.
Whenever that happens right there, that's what's going to go on, because everybody realizes it's go time. You need to get as many positions as possible and try to move forward. In that case right there, Noah Gregson was trying to move forward. Everything wasn't moving in his way. When he got to rooting and gouging, next thing you know, he hooked, looked like Chase Briscoe and triggered this accident.
We need to pause 10 seconds for station identification.
We're at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, guys. Brickyard 400. KimbroNator here. We're pulling you the best coverage we can do here on YouTube. Free of charge. All you have to do, support me, is thumbs up, thumbs down. Let me know what you think about it, guys.
Indianapolis Motor Speedway working our second caution of the day here, or the third caution rather, in the Brickyard 400. Kyle Busch leads Bubba Wallace and Todd Gilliland. Pit road is going to be open this time by. The question's going to be Kyle Busch, Todd Gilliland, Bubba Wallace. They did not come onto pit road at the last caution, and it looks like those three drivers and then some, or at least a couple of those drivers are coming down pit road, and a couple of drivers fake it out there as well. Kyle Busch came on to pit road. Bubba Wallace did not. Todd Gilliland faked. Then he stayed on the racetrack. And Doug Rice, it is just that Cheddar's Scratch Kitchen Chevrolet that is coming into his pit box.
That's amazing that he is the only one of that group that elected to come onto the track right now. And you got to think, okay, he knows what he's doing here, but this is a team call, and this is all about track position today. I've got to give Chase Elliott a little nod here. He had problems earlier on in the day. He missed the blend line, and now Jeff Hammond finds himself back up in third.
No, and that's what you don't do. You don't quit. You make a mistake. You keep battling back. And the way this race has kind of played out, they made some good calls after that mistake to put themselves in the position they're in right now.
A few other drivers in the back of the pack, including good ones like Kyle Larson, who had that wheel issue on the last round of pit stops, came on to pit road, as well as others. So let's find out about that. Rich Nye, what can you tell us on pit road?
A.J. Allmendinger involved with that accident with William Byron on the track. He came to the pits, got the car back to where he could drive it to the garage, but he may be done for the day. A.J. Allmendinger involved in that accident with William Byron. Brett McMillan?
Yeah, Kyle Larson came in. He took on 4 fresh tires and topped it off with Sunoco. If you'll remember, he came in right at the end of that caution period to check that right rear tire that he had, and so really cost him nothing as far as track position goes to come back in and put on 4 fresh tires.
And, of course, with heading to the garage as a result of a crash, A.J. Allmendinger will be done for the day, and we're watching some video replay here. Harrison Burton, who's having an okay day, but with his luck, he got involved in that crash, and it towed out the right front. And he may get back onto the racetrack, but he's not going to have much going on.
Yeah, his last just a little more than a dozen runs that he'll have in this Wood Brothers number 21 certainly wants to end this in a big, big way as he'll exit that car and at the end of this season. Rob Blackman is heading to the Infield Care Center, so we're going to get a word with William Byron. That was a pretty violent hit. Byron did put the window net down. He did get out of the car. It took some time, and you could see that one knocked the wind out of him and then some.
And that one was a testimony. We've had them now for a while, the safer barriers. That's a concrete wall. This is a little bit different story. And with that safer barrier giving in just a little bit, he's able to, I won't say hop out of the car, but exit the car and head over to the care center here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Am I putting too much into this that it's not maybe going to be the fastest car that wins today? Probably not. It's going to be the play that gets you out first or second late in this race after a caution that wins it.
Yeah, I would agree with you. Again, this is not a fast car contest. It's a race, and a lot goes into a race, and we've seen a lot of strategy change out as well. Brett McMillan, what can you tell us down on pit road?
I'm here with Billy Scott, crew chief for Tyler Reddick. You guys have had a strong car all day long. Can you make it on one more stop? That you've had an interesting strategy so far.
Yeah, that would depend on the yellows, so it's still too far out to make it on one more, but that yellow there at an odd time kind of gave everybody a chance to reset, and all the strategies kind of came together here at one point. So we'll race, maybe we'll be racing heads up.
All right, we got one to go. We'll let him get back to work.
Let's go.
Right, thanks a lot there, Brett McMillan. Leading this race right now, Bubba Wallace. Todd Gilliland rides in second. Chase Elliott is third. Fourth is Corey LaJoie. Joey Logano is fifth. Tyler Reddick sixth. Ryan Blaney will be seventh. Eighth is Denny Hamlin. Christopher Bell ninth, and 10th to John Hunter Nemechek.
Ty Gibbs running 11th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is 12th. Alex Bowman 13th. Chase Briscoe 14th. Noah Gregson 15th. Martin Truex Jr. 16th. 17th is Ryan Preece. 18th Carson Hocevar. In the top 20 now, Ross Chastain runs 19th. 20th is Zane Smith.
Josh Berry is 21st, 22nd. Daniel Suarez, Ty Dillon 23rd. Austin Dillon 24th. Justin Haley is in 25th. 26th belongs to Kyle Busch. He made the pit stop on this last yellow flag. Eric Jones is 27th. Michael McDowell 28th, 29th. Daniel Hemrick, Brad Keselowski rides in 30th.
31st is Jimmy Johnson. Kyle Larson 32nd. Austin Cindric 33rd. Cody Ware is 34th. He is 2 laps down. Chris Buescher, the last car still running on the racetrack at -2 laps, just came down pit road to top off with Sunoco fuel. He's being scored 35th. Out of this race in 36, Harrison Burton, A.J. Allmendinger 37th, William Byron 38th, and B.J. McLeod in 39th. As we're about to get a restart, it'll be 22 laps to go when we get back under green. And
22 laps to go in this stage here,
all right,
guys.
the one thing I want you to take a quick look at, we got 83 laps to go before we take this green flag. You just about can take and split that down the middle. So would it be what, 41 and a half?
41 and a half.
Okay, if you remember.
If you came down pit road.
If you came down pit road. If you look at what Brad Keselowski did earlier in the race, he ran 40 laps before he came to pit road to get tires and fuel. That tells me we're at a situation with one more stop. If you can go 40, 41 laps, one more stop to win this race.
Wow, that's a great observation.
The front 3 cars are kind of off cycle from everybody else. Bubba Wallace pitted back on lap 52, and Todd Gilliland, it looks like, pitted on lap 38, and it was also lap 52 for Chase Elliott. So they may be artificially in the top 3 right now.
Here we go as they hit the Geico restart zone. Bubba Wallace,
Here we
the
go,
control
guys.
car. He's on the inside, on the outside. Chase Elliott getting a big push from Joey Logano.
Boy, that push might be enough to nose Chase into the race lead.
Come on,
but
Cameron,
Bubba
catch
Wallace
up.
has the preferred line on the inside. He'll nose ahead of Chase Elliott. Elliott fighting back on the outside.
Bubba Wallace, no stranger to
Bubba
running
Wallace
up front
is in
here,
the
finished
lead.
third back in 2019. They're still side by side. Exiting turn number 2. Bubba Wallace will nose ahead against Chase Elliott down that back straightaway. Bubba goes all the way down to the white line. Still doesn't have the lead.
Trying to get away from the side draft there. Bubba Wallace goes back up the track. Side drafts Chase Elliott. They go 2 wide into turn 3 as Todd Gilliland launches out of a cannon under Joey Logano for second. Bubba Wallace with the lead now.
They were side by side, but then Wallace ducked to the inside and made the pass again. He started with the lead. He'll maintain the lead out of 4. Elliott a couple of car lengths back. They are 3 wide behind him for 3rd through 5th.
Bubba Wallace will lead them back to the yard of bricks. Chase Elliott is second. Then it's a ways back till you get to Denny Hamlin and Todd Gilliland.
Yeah, Denny Hamlin just pulled a power move out of turn 4 as Corey LaJoie shoots up the racetrack. He'll have to find a spot back in line. Kept it off the wall in that Gainbridge car.
LaJoie lost about 4 positions. Denny Hamlin now about 8 car lengths over second place running Chase Elliott. It's still Bubba Wallace in the lead.
All that rooting and gouging there inside the top 5 has allowed Bubba Wallace and Chase Elliott to get away. They're 3 wide down the back straightaway right now as Ricky Stenhouse Jr. gets around Christopher Bell at turn 3. Up front, the leader is Wallace.
Yeah, last time by it was a terrific move by Denny Hamlin, moving from 5th to 3rd. That's where he is. Wallace has the lead, then Elliott, then Hamlin, then Gilliland, then Nemechek.
Closest battle on the racetrack would be that 4th place battle. Todd Gilliland has it right now. A car length off his back bumper is John Hunter Nemechek.
Yeah, a lot of games of chicken being played on these restarts as these drivers hang side by side. They get single file through about the top 10 as Gilliland holds off Nemechek into turn 2.
That's still the best battle thus far in the top 10. Todd Gilliland in fourth, and John Hunter Neithercheck in that fifth position. We'll call it 2 car lengths as the front 5 make their way to 3.
A testament to Gen 7 parity that you have so many different cars and different strategies up inside the top 10 is way outside the top 20. Cars are blocking like crazy in the back.
Nemechek has had a great
Had a
restart.
work call
He's
come in
had the
there for a
lead,
second,
but he
guys.
started the restart 10th. He's now in 5th. The leader comes by. It's Bubba Wallace by 10 car lengths.
Kyle Larson's picked up 5 spots since the restart, since they had that problem with their right rear tire, and he had to come back onto pit road. The leaders are back to 1.
It's about a 6-car length advantage over Bubba Wallace. Then another 3 back from Chase Elliott to Denny Hamlin. Front 3 already out of turn 1.
Hamlin's in third.
Shade blankets the south end of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Best battle thus far is for that 7th position now. Ryan Blaney's there with the machine of Tyler Reddick.
81 of 79 laps. We're roughly at the halfway mark.
Tyler Reddick led the lion's share of stage number 1. Ryan Blaney decked in Menards colors there. Menards car won here in 2011.
Northwest corner of the track, now a little more cloudy than it was a little bit earlier, so just a little bit cooler now as Wallace with about an 8-car length advantage.
Bubba Wallace leads Chase Elliott. Chase Elliott, however, is starting to see Denny Hamlin much bigger in his rearview camera as they head to 1.
About as big as you can get, because Hamlin is pulled up to within a car length of Chase Elliott into turn number 1. Elliott gets a nice charge up out of that first corner, opens up a 2-car length advantage over Hamlin.
Eddie, what do you have for Chase Elliott? Well, he's got a lot of momentum coming out of turn number 2. It was 3 car lengths. Hamlin will cut it down to 2 down that back straightaway. That will be the battle for second halfway down the back straightaway.
As the laps clock down at stage number 2, Denny Hamlin is going to enter turn 3. Looks like a little bit lower than Chase Elliott. Elliott with a wider arc there. Still a 3-car length advantage over third place Hamlin.
Toyota, Chevy, Toyota. That's the top 3. Your leader is Bubba Wallace as he exits turn number 4, center of the track. 10-car length advantage on Elliott. Another 3-car lengths to Denny Hamlin.
I guess
we'll catch up shortly here with William Byron at the Care Center, but that battle for second, Nick, it's tight between Chase Elliott and Denny Hamlin.
Yeah, it simply won't go away. This is all happening about 7 or 8 car lengths now behind Bubba Wallace. Elliott, though, continues to get a good charge out of turn number 1.
Air Force machine flying out of turn number 2. Bubba Wallace with the lead, then Chase Elliott. Denny Hamlin back end stepped out ever so slightly. Looked like he might have been a little loose at the exit of turn number 2.
Hopefully we'll be back here in a second, guys.
Yeah, Bubba Wallace starting to stretch it out. 3-4 car lengths over second place Chase Elliott. Hamlin is third, a car length behind him. And how about fourth place for Front Row Motorsports, Todd Gilliland, car 38.
Bubba Wallace was top 10 last week at Pocono. He'd love to be even better than that this week. He opens up about a 15-car length advantage out of 4.
Bubba Wallace and Chase Elliott are on the same tire strategy. The last time they each pitted was lap 52. Wallace has been pulling away from Chase Elliott, Doug Rice. We know we're about to hear from William Byron as well, but Wallace pulling away on 2 tires versus Elliott's 4.
This hasn't been a bad racetrack for Bubba Wallace. I mean, like most of these drivers, he doesn't have a lot of starts here. 3 starts, but 2 top 10 finishes. Let's go to the infield Care Center now and Rob Blackman.
Let's visit with William Byron, who tells me he's been checked out and is feeling fine, but you are out of the race for this afternoon. What happened, William?
We just got back there, and the restarts are crazy. You know, everybody's trying to get all they can get. The 14 pulled up in front of me and stopped, and I had to check up and got run over, so that's about it.
That's William Byron. This year, guys, a 3-time race winner, but it will not be number 4, at least not here today in Indianapolis.
It's been a bit of a dry spell here lately for William Byron, and it's going to end way too early here today in the Brickyard 400.
The Indianapolis Motor Speedway is home to some of the greatest
So we got Bubba Wallace, Chase Elliott, Denny Hamlin are the top 3. They're currently at a commercial break. We lost the aerial cam. Brand new Hamlin's in-car cam right now. It's kind of bouncing all over the place. Not sure why it's doing that, but doing the best we can have on the coverage here. We're currently at lap 86 of 74 to go, so we're a little over the halfway mark in the race. Guys, keep hitting that like on the stream. We're currently sitting at 30 likes. Let's get to 100 likes on this stream. With your help, we can do that, my friends. Let's see. Yogi Bear, Team Panda Bear. How are you doing, my friend? Here, we'll switch over to Kyle Larson's in-car cam. This is Kyle's cam here. As soon as the aerial footage comes back, I'll bring it back to you. Still nothing on it.
487 laps down, 73 to go. Let's go back over to the Infield Care Center once again with Rob Blackman.
Well, A.J. Allmendinger is down here, and so is Harrison Burton. I want to start with Harrison first. Talk to me, please. Tell me what happened out there from your vantage point.
Yeah, it's hard to really say. Honestly, I haven't gotten to watch it really very much. Looked like that we were through-eyed and kind of got tagged in the right rear. I don't know. Just hard to say what happened. Really, like I said, haven't watched it. When I got kind of hit, I didn't even know it hit me. So frustrating for sure. Had a good car all day. Obviously, restarts get aggressive, and just part of it, unfortunately.
Thank you, Harrison.
All right, thank you very much, Rob. We really appreciate that. And, boy, that was a big, big wreck for sure. Bubba Wallace coming across the start-finish line now as the race leader. Doug, I'm going to steal a phrase from you with now 11 laps to go in stage number 2. Fool's gold. He is leading this race right now.
Yes.
He last pitted for 2 tires on lap 52. I don't know that Booty Barker can make another 2-tire stop unless he was changing the other 2 tires on his race car. Chase Elliott also pitted lap 52, 4 tires for him. But with the lap 70 pit, when most of them pitted, Denny Hamlin, who's running in 3rd, also our stage 1 winner, that's where he sits.
We hear a lot about artificial intelligence these days. I think the top 2 spots right now may be a bit artificial because the last pitted on lap 52. To your point, they're a little bit vulnerable now. We don't know how the cautions are going to fall and what positions they may gain out of that, but I'm really liking where Denny Hamlin and Joey Logano are right now.
What do you see, Jeff Hammond?
I'm trying to do the fuel math right now and not just always the tire math, because I think if you could get close to 130 on the scoreboard before you have to pit, which it looks to me like Logano and Hamlin could do this along with Blaney and Nemechek and Reddick.
Currently at 40 of 50 for stage 2 of 3, guys.
Positions 3 all the way down through 20, which is Josh Berry, Denny Hamlin down to Josh Berry, all pitted on the same lap on lap 70.
Yeah, and that's when most of them came in. Now, one thing Jeff Hammond was pointing out during breaks, Kyle Larson came in. They readjusted that car, gave him a splash of fuel on lap 76. You also had Brad Keselowski on lap 76. Kyle Busch coming in on lap 76. Michael McDowell, he's been a fast car all day on lap 76. Jeff Hammond, this could really dictate their strategy where they could literally just come in one more time in this race, maybe even stay out at the end of the stage, but one more time. We know a lot of people have to pit at the end of the stage, and again we'll have to pit one more time in the final stage. We might not have an idea right now as to who could have the track position at the end. They might be running 30th at the moment.
It might be running 30th at the moment because we've seen it's not been a battle of tires. It's more of a battle of track position. Get some clean air, just like Bubba Wallace has done, and he looks extremely strong, along with, like, Chase Elliott. I don't know how he's like me, may be in a little bit of a conservative mode to try to get a little further down the line.
And Brad, you were saying fool's gold, artificial position that kind of finally bit Todd Gilliland, who was running up 3rd and 4th, but he last pitted on lap 37. it's not infinite. Despite what Joey Logano did at Nashville this year and run, 110 laps on a tank of gas?
Yeah, I don't think he can make that much
That
up.
is crazy.
No, I don't.
Yeah. Hey, guys, keep your votes coming in. 42 votes. And hit the thumbs up on the stream if you have not already.
Where you come out in line, how you make your pit stops, and the fuel strategies that you play that get you a win here.
And let's not forget, too, Chase Elliott running second in this race. If Alan Gustafson can keep him out to the end of the stage, which they have enough Sunoco race fuel to be able to do that. Chase Elliott came into this race as
the battle
points
cam. I'm
leader
having trouble with
in the
some of these
NASCAR Cup
cams
Series.
today,
His
guys.
teammate right now, the guy who is directly behind him, Kyle Larson, is running in 21st. So for Chase Elliott,
I've lost
even
the
if he
aerial
can
coverage. I
collect
can't
9
get it
extra
back.
points in this race as the runner-up, he doesn't have to push it right now. Those 9 points could be a very big deal for him. And if he doesn't push it, he can save a little bit of Sunoco fuel. That's less time that Alan Gustafson will have to hold him on pit road to fill up that gas tank. He could jump a few people on pit road as well, Doug.
What is remarkable to me is the guys that pitted on lap 52, that's Chase Elliott and Bubba Wallace, are running the fastest lap times. Chase Elliott last lap was the fastest car out there. Bubba Wallace was second fastest.
I think what we're seeing here, we haven't talked about it, is the heat cycling that these tires are going through. Instead of giving up grip, it looks to me like they're picking up speed.
Yeah, that's a great point as well. We have 7 laps to go here in stage number 2 with Bubba Wallace leading Chase Elliott, Denny Hamlin in 3rd, Joey Logano in 4th, Ryan Blaney in 5th. 6 is John Hunter Nemechek. Tyler Reddick is 7th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 8th, Martin Truex Jr. after a pass-through penalty on lap 1 all the way up to 9th, and Christopher Bell is in 10th.
Chase Briscoe rides 11th, Corey LaJoie is 12th, Ty Gibbs 13th, 14th. Ross Chastain finally starting to percolate up into the top 20. Ryan Preece is 15th. 16th is Noah Gregson. Alex Bowman is 17th. 18th, Carson Hocevar. Zane Smith, 19th. And 20th is Josh Berry.
21st, Kyle Larson. Daniel Suarez is 22nd. 23rd is Brad Keselowski. Justin Haley, 24th. Austin Dillon, 25th. Kyle Busch is running in 26th. 27th is Ty Dillon. 28th, Austin Cindric. Michael McDowell, 29th. Daniel Hemrick in 30th.
Jimmy Johnson, 31st. Eric Jones is 32nd. He is the last car on the lead lap. Todd Gilliland rides 33rd. Chris Buescher 34th. Cody Ware is 35th. 36th to Harrison Burton. 37th is A.J. Allmendinger, and he is out of the race. William Byron 38th, also out. B.J. McLeod out. He will finish 39th on the day.
Doug, you brought up something. Ross Chastain working his way up through the field. He is currently running 14th. The one problem that they've had is qualifying this year. He started 28th.
Bubba is still leading us here, guys.
You don't have an opportunity to get the stage points. Ross Chastain came into this race with a 23-point advantage over our current race leader, Bubba Wallace. Now, that's the bad thing for Ross Chastain. Bubba Wallace is about to get 10 extra points. The good thing for Ross Chastain, Chris Buescher had a tire issue and has been trapped 2 laps down. The implication that this race could potentially have, depending on where things shake out, we're having a tight battle right now at the bottom of the point standings. We don't know where we're going to be once the race is over. That's the only time that they count the final points of an event. But it is interesting that the guy on the bubble is running 14th, and the guy who is just outside of contention is leading this race.
And you're looking at the points as they stand down. I know the race is not over now, but it's kind of fun to look at. 16th, the last guy above the cut line, is Ross Chastain, but he's only good by 3 points. And Chris Buescher is now minus 3 points. So that line is moving around, and I feel like that it's Chris Buescher, Ross Chastain, and Bubba Wallace that are going. One of those is going to be left out when the music stops playing.
Yeah, it's, and we don't know. We're going to know a lot more coming up here in 64 laps. And quite honestly, I think we're going to know a lot more here in less than 4 laps. That's how many we have to go till the end of stage 2. With Bubba leading this race, he was able to take the lead on a restart and hang on to it. Bubba Wallace now is approaching the yard of bricks. This time by the start-finish line, it's going to be 3 laps to go as the leader heads into turn 1.
Yeah, we just had a car duck on a pit lane. That was Joey Logano, who was running in the 4th position. But as for Bubba Wallace, still no challenge, Michael, as we close in on the end of stage 2.
The top 3 have basically checked out from 4th place running Ryan Blaney. There's Bubba Wallace. There's Chase Elliott.
Don't drop the cameras off till they get stable. I'm not sure whether or not stable right now.
Yeah, Joey Logano was coming into a stop in his pit stall. They knew they wanted a short pit, so they've got around to the right side of the car. He said the car needed to be tightened up just a little bit. They got her to the left side now, topping it off with Sunoco fuel, holding him, filling it up, and squeezing as much as they possibly can. An 11.2-second stop for Logano.
All right, there you go. Joey Logano really the only one who could short pit based on where he was on the racetrack. He needed to be within about 9 to 12 seconds of the race leader to be able to do that. And speaking of the race leader, he's back in 1.
Yeah, but he's going to have to hustle on that pit exit lane to stay ahead of Bubba Wallace. Logano is entering turn 2. Michael, it's going to be pretty tight there as Bubba Wallace races in the second corner.
You'll hear Joey Logano. There he is exiting pit lane, but Bubba Wallace has a head of steam. Joey Logano, it looks Doug Turnbow like he'll have enough momentum to stay out in front of Bubba Wallace.
Yeah, with 2 laps to go in this stage, Joey Logano getting up to speed entering turn 3 now. He's about 10 car lengths to the good over the leader, Bubba Wallace. Wallace has a 5-car length lead over Chase Elliott as Wallace is trying to win the stage.
That blue Air Force machine, car 23, Bubba Wallace exits the short chute. North end of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Left side rubber below the white line. Center of the track. About a 15-car length
97
lead
laps in, guys. 63 to go.
Huge stage win if Bubba Wallace can pull it off, because he's a guy that's been above the bubble and
2
down
laps
below
in this
the
stage.
bubble for the last couple of weeks. He's back in 1.
Yeah, so valuable those stage points. Bubba Wallace's lead remains about 7 car lengths, Michael, over Chase Elliott.
Off he goes into the wild blue yonder in that Air Force machine, trying to get this stage. Chase Elliott still about 8 car lengths behind. Denny Hamlin there. Todd Gilliland lap
They
down.
still haven't got the aerial cam back yet.
Mentioned that Joey Logano and Bubba Wallace had a scrap during one of the caution periods earlier, and Logano's only 10 car lengths to the lead, or to stay on the lead lap there. That's good news for him, because I don't think Wallace would catch him a break.
Been a strong day for 2311 Racing. Tyler Reddick on the pole, led early, and now Bubba Wallace exits turn number 4 to end the stage.
This will be the
That
first
is it.
stage
That's his
win
first
for the
stage.
driver of the number 23 Toyota in 2024. Bubba Wallace headed toward the yard of bricks. He will win stage number 2. He'll be followed by Chase Elliott, Denny Hamlin, Ryan Blaney in 4th. John Hunter Nemechek will finish stage 2 in 5th. It'll be Tyler Reddick in 6th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in 7th. 8th goes to Martin Truex Jr., Christopher Bell 9th, and Chase Briscoe will end stage number 2 in 10th.
From fueling NASCAR champions on the track for over 20 years to innovating 94 octane, the highest octane on the market. Performance is what Sunoco does. All Sunoco fuel at the pump meets the same top-tier standards as the fuel used in NASCAR. From the track to your tank, you can trust Sunoco to help your vehicle perform at its peak.
The Brickyard is back on the oval. Rev up your excitement with the official Indianapolis Motor Speedway and Brickyard 400 merch. From exclusive apparel lines to one-of-a-kind collectibles, we have everything you need for the Brickyard 400. The best part? You can shop trackside throughout the entire weekend or online at shop.ims.com. Get your gear today.
From the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, this is the Brickyard 400.
Brickyard 400. I'll mute that for a second. I had a text come in. We got some issues at work. But, hey, guys, don't forget, hit the thumbs up. Keep your votes coming in on the poll here. 43 votes. Kyle Larson up there. Sitting at 30 likes on the stream, guys. You guys are knocking it out of the park. Keep those likes coming in, though. And let me know, who is your favorite NASCAR driver? Love to hear from you. ...101 laps completed. 59 to go, guys. 59 laps to go.
Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We just wrapped up stage number 2, which was presented by Cheddar's Scratch Kitchen. Cheddar's serves home-style comfort food like homemade chicken pot pie, slow-mo baby back ribs, and hand-breaded chicken tenders at prices that say, come back again soon. The whole PRN crew recently took over a Cheddar's restaurant for a day or so.
Yes, we did in Nashville, Tennessee, and it was awesome. The green light is on. Pit road is open this time. We're going to hear from our O'Reilly Auto Parts pit reporters at O'Reilly Auto Parts, your professional parts people, and we're going to see just how busy this is, where strategy comes to play. Will those drivers who pitted on lap 76, like Kyle Larson and Brad Keselowski, stay out? We already know Joey Logano's strategy that Paul Wolfe gave him by short pitting the end of stage 2. He'll be able to stay out. All of these teams we know will have to pit at least one time in the final stage of this race. But here they come. Bubba Wallace leads them onto pit road. He is just past that commitment line, followed by Chase Elliott. And let's go down to pit road. We'll start things off with Rich Nye.
Looking for takers down here on the north end. First guy in that I see that is of note will be Todd Gilliland, who made a long run on those first and second pit stops, and now is coming to pit road to get.
All right, we got the aerial cam back, guys. I got it back here for you.
Nice run for this team.
Hopefully we'll keep it back
went all the way up to second in that last run. Now hoping that he can make pit strategy work today, Rob Blackman.
Ryan Blaney is in for a stop as well. 4 tires for him, filling up with Sunoco fuel. No changes, however, to the rear track bar. Down and away is Ryan Blaney. Brett McMillan.
4-tire change for Ty Gibbs. Also 4-tire change for Tyler Reddick. He said the car was a little bit free. Gave him an air pressure adjustment. Topped him off Sunoco fuel. It was a 10.8-second stop for Tyler Reddick.
All right, thank you very much. Denny Hamlin, John Hunter Nemechek, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Martin Truex Jr. all stayed out on that cycle of stops, Jeff Hammond.
I wonder what they're thinking about.
58 laps to go.
Position. Everyone has to pit one more time in the final stage. That is track position. We're going to give you the full field rundown as things have been mixed up with people coming onto pit road, people staying out as well when we come back to the Brickyard 400.
Brickyard 400, guys. We're coming up on the stage 3 of 3 of this race today, guys. What a race has it been. It's going to be up for the grabs. Who's going to get it? Who do you think in chat? Let me know in chat who you think is going to win the race today. In the vote we have going, I can only add 4 in the poll. We're sitting at 43 votes. Kyle Larson's there. So be sure if his driver's name's not there, you can drop it in chat as well. Who do you think is going to win? So love to hear from you guys. It's interesting. Keep your votes coming in if you have not voted. We're sitting at 43. See if we can get 100 votes. We've got 44 votes now. You guys are knocking it out of the park. And if you have not, do a thumbs up on the stream or a thumbs down. I don't care. Either one. I want to know. Do you like this or do you not like this style setup of stream for NASCAR coverage? I'm trying to bring you the best coverage I can. And I got to worry about copyright strikes. Bam, guys, 31 likes. Knock it out of the park. Keep smashing that like button. You only do it one time. That's all you need to do. Love to hear from you guys. Let's knock it out of the park. Great race. We're at 102 laps of 58 to go. Guys, we're coming down the wire here. Coming down to the wire. And I'll bring in the live coverage back here as soon as it comes back. I'm not going to make you guys listen to these commercials. I'm going to pause it for you.
Feel the tension.
You can feel the tension, baby.
Here at the Indianapolis Indianapolis Motor Speedway. It'll be 56 laps to go when they come back to take the green. It'll be the start of Stage 3. We felt
Stage 3, baby.
In Stage 2, it's only going to get tighter.
We've got some big strategy coming up here as well with Denny Hamlin, John Hunter Nemechek, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Martin Truex Jr., Ross Chastain, Chase Briscoe. A lot of cars stayed out here and a lot of different pit strategies happening as well.
Yeah, how many cars here pitted that last time? On lap 80, they decided to cover. Lap 70, they came in, and now they're all going to stay out this time by.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. So Reddick had to come back in, had a left front issue. That's going to be a big, big track position problem for him. The first car that pitted on the racetrack is 17th. That's Corey LaJoie. Everyone else stayed out in front of them, and this is going to be pretty crazy to see what happens here.
So it's going to be a wild play.
Yeah.
Let's give you at least the top 20 here before they turn loose. Denny Hamlin is the race leader. John Hunter Nemechek is second. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. third. Martin Truex Jr. back up to
Martin
fourth.
Truex
Fifth is Ross
Jr.
Chastain. That's the highest he's been all day long. Chase Briscoe is sixth. Seventh to Daniel Suarez. Alex Bowman eighth. Ninth to Austin Dillon. And 10th to Kyle Larson.
Justin Haley runs 11th. 12th is Kyle Busch. Austin Cindric 13th. 14th is Michael McDowell. Jimmy Johnson up to 15th. Joey Logano 16th. The first person on the racetrack who pitted at the end of stage number 2. Corey LaJoie is 17th. 18th is Carson Hocevar. Bubba Wallace 19th. Ryan Blaney is 20th.
21st will be Tyler Reddick. Noah Gregson is back there in 22nd. 23rd to Ryan Preece. Christopher Bell, 24th. Eric Jones, 25th. 26th is Ty Gibbs. 27th, Zane Smith. Brad Keselowski, 28th. 29th, Josh Berry. Daniel Hemrick is 30th.
At 31st, Ty Dillon. Todd Gilliland is 32nd. Chris Buescher is running 33rd. Cody Ware, minus 2 laps, is 34th. Out of the race, Harrison Burton, 35th. A.J. Allmendinger, 36th. William Byron, 37th. 38th, B.J. McLeod. And 39th, Chase Elliott.
Green flag is out.
Here
Denny
we go,
Hamlin
guys.
gets a
Green
nice
flag.
jump on the field as they cross the yard of bricks. He'll lead that
Yard
pack
of
down to
bricks.
one.
Yeah, John Hunter Nemechek's been a superstar on restarts. Denny Hamlin wasn't going to let him be the man this time. Hamlin leads the field out of turn number 1.
And John Hunter Nemechek will fall to that third position as Denny Hamlin leads the field out of turn number 2. He has Ricky Stenhouse Jr. there, that second position. Chase Briscoe is in the fourth position. They're side by side through the rest of the field.
It's a big-time blocks going to the back as I think I see Joey Logano go to the inside as Hamlin gets heat from Stenhouse. Cars behind him are 3 wide, including Alex Bowman and Kyle Larson.
3 wide.
Sport Clips Toyota has the advantage. That's
Trouble,
Denny Hamlin.
exiting turn number 2. Martin Truex Jr. hard into the wall of the short chute. He made contact with another vehicle, and there's more cars wrecking behind him.
And there's another car spinning in the back of that. It's car number 4, Josh Berry. So we'll
should be able to see it here.
It started exiting turn 3, and then we had another car in Berry hit the wall. He now is in the middle of the short chute on the north end of the track.
Well,
Tough break there for Josh Berry and the Panini Caitlin Clark
they
machine
keep jumping
as he
it around
nosed
on
it into
here.
the
I
wall.
wish they'd
And
stop
Martin Truex
that.
Jr., who had fought his way all
we're
back up
under
into the
another
top
caution.
5, now finds his car in the turn 2 wall, and we'll follow up on that and see if we can get what caused this incident here in just a moment. While we have a little break in the action here, let's introduce the president of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Doug Bowles. Doug, first of all, congratulations. Nice to see the crowd bump back up, and when we have autumn-like weather, that's pretty nice too.
It is great. I was just excited to have everybody back here. Great crowd for today's event, and so far it's been a competitive race, including this incident right here.
Yeah, pretty crazy to think. Martin Truex Jr. had a great day going here, worked his way back up into the top 10, top 5 after that pass-through penalty, and just really tight racing coming out of one of the turns, and almost like a 2 separate incidents thing with Josh Berry after that. But Doug, Indianapolis Motor Speedway, we talked about this at the open of our broadcast. Driving, it's not even driving in here today. You know, we talk about energy in a building for a basketball game. Maybe it's at the Gainbridge Fieldhouse or something like that. This is truly energy throughout the entire neighborhood. Speedway, Indiana, all of the greater Indianapolis area. You know,
Indiana.
racing
That's
is in town. From
a lot of
flags
history
in
there.
people's yards to them painting their landscaping like a checkered flag and all of that. It's an amazing feeling. That energy just grew as you got closer and closer to this racetrack.
Yeah, and I think this year's even been better. Obviously, the last few years we've been trying to figure out how do you get attendance going again. again. How do you rebuild the Brickyard 400 back to the days like it was in 1994? We've got about 70,000 people here today. This is the biggest crowd we've had since 2017, so we're really excited about that. And a lot of that is just because we're coming back to the oval. You know, we went through several years where people were like, don't do the oval anymore, don't do it. We did 3 years of the road course, and everybody's like, okay, let's go back to the oval. So pretty excited about that, celebrating that. We had a lot of the drivers from our very first Brickyard 400 here today, so that was pretty important. But you could definitely feel the energy leading up to this weekend, and certainly this weekend. I stayed out here. I haven't gone home since Thursday, and just to be out here with the fans. I mean, the fans are what make our sport so special anyway, but certainly this place, and it's definitely got a different energy level today. And talked to Roger a whole bunch over the last few days, and we're going to do everything we can to take this thing and continue to build it. That's Roger's word, and we're going to do the best we can to make this the greatest race in the world.
And it doesn't hurt when you get 70,000 people here, and they've got autumn-like weather today, and they're not all out there wilting in 101.
You know, and we even had that cloud cover there for a while, which has been really great today. So I think we're in the 80s, but with that cloud cover, it feels really good. You're right. We've had days out here where we all know we're sitting around here in 100-degree weather, and it's pretty rough on all these bleachers. But people were coming regardless of what the weather's been like, and this is just kind of a nice gift for them for sure.
And not just the people coming, but big announcement right before the race here today. PPG continuing as a presenting sponsor here of the Brickyard 400. This is a great company who has been long in automotive and what we do, but really long in motorsports and how they sponsor.
100%. And even going back to the first Brickyard 400, the trophy was the Brickyard 400 trophy presented by PPG from 1994 to 2000. So to have them back as a presenting sponsor of this race, we just announced today that it's going to do that for the next 5 years. That's an awesome thing for us. They've got a ton of guests in here that they've brought. They're going to continue to sort of roll that out throughout their network. So it's a great partner who is in the automotive space, but frankly is in the motorsport space. I'm pretty excited to be here.
And while you're here, I'm not going to let you get away without personally thank you. Just a few moments ago, he presented me one of the original bricks from the actual Brickyard surface, and he says they don't give too many of them out to commemorate my retirement, and that's really moving. I cannot tell you what that means to me. Thank you so very much.
Well, no problem. But as I told you, thank you for what you've done to our sport. All the people that are listening love your voice. There's a comfort in your voice. There's an excitement in your voice. You tell stories. You know, I tell people this all the time. TV's great, but you guys, what you do on the radio network really paints a picture that creates the excitement of the sport. And every time I turn on Sirius XM when I'm on the road listening to you, there's nothing like listening to your voice. Thanks for all you've done. Thanks for including our IMS Radio Network team alongside you and so many other events. It means a whole lot. And there's nobody more deserving of a 115-year-old brick than you. So
well, thank you very much. We may steal a couple of your guys down the road, by the way, because Mark James, Nick Yeoman have worked with us a lot, and the rest of the crew. And you've built a really excellent broadcast crew here, Doug.
Well, thank you so much. Thanks for having me, and thanks to all the fans that are listening. And let's keep this NASCAR series going. It's been a great year seeing all the fans show up everywhere we go. Pretty much the fans show up this year. There's momentum for the NASCAR series, and looking forward to what happens the rest of this year and certainly going into next.
Awesome. If you got 70,000 people, folks, that's a big crowd. It may not look it when you look at the overhead shot because this place is so massive. It's bigger than some counties, but that's a big crowd.
And the other thing people don't know, the overhead shots, so many of our, unlike most racetracks, so many of our seats, especially as you go down turn one, are undercover. Mm-hmm. So from those overhead shots, you don't see all those people, and Shade sells tickets more than anything here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. So you know, the first place you want to go is the Shade. But thank you so much, guys. Have a great rest of the race.
Doug Bowles, president here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. That's their new campaign for next year. Shade sells tickets. Let's go down to Rich Nye.
The 17th Brickyard 400 for Martin Truex Jr. has certainly been filled with drama. Just involved in that incident out on track where he got loose, smacked the right side of the car with the wall. A minute 15 pit stop, and now he is back in the pit stall again, having the right front double checked and checked over again. The right rear has been cleared by the team. Everything's good to go, but the right front still needs some more work. Martin Truex, of course, had to start this race at the back and then also had a drive-through penalty, but it worked himself up to the top 5, but now more trouble here in this last stage.
Not looking good for him.
And Doug Turnbull was
not a whole lot left in
something
the race.
going on during the yellow flags here.
For sure, yeah, Doug. So first off, we've seen some pretty aggressive blocks even to the end of stage 2 with Ross Chastain and some other drivers. Well, under the yellow flag here, as we know, Kyle Larson was involved in the contact that sent Martin Truex Jr. around. I'm not sure if this is related, but Larson just went up to the rear bumper of Chastain here in turn 3 and gave him a couple of quote-unquote love taps here. So I'm not sure if he was just slowing down or maybe there's a little more to it.
Wow, that is pretty interesting. And, you know, we know there was a history with Ross Chastain and Kyle Larson going back a little bit. I feel like that sort of flipped over to the other side, especially after Denny Hamlin and Kyle Larson ended up taking out Ross Chastain in Nashville. we're getting really close to the playoffs. I think it's time for cooler heads to prevail.
Yeah, I'm
Cooler
with you,
heads
Brad.
prevail,
We don't need the
guys.
extracurricular right now. Let's just go out here and settle this thing on the racetrack. We sound like we're schooling our kids. I'm sorry to come across that way, but that's the real story here. And Jeff Hammond, you've been through the wars, and you've been on both sides of it. There's famous video footage of you in fights at Charlotte Motor Speedway and some other places, but there's a time that you put all of that on the shelf.
Yeah, and this is one of those places and one of those times you need to do that. There's a lot up to grabs here today. A big race for somebody to go out and win, and you don't need to be doing what I call stupid things, at this point in the race.
You don't need to be doing stupid things. Where's the wisdom here from Jeff Hammond? Denny Hamlin will lead them back to the green. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., he can light the fuse on things occasionally.
That he can. And we're going to be coming to one to go this time by. In fact, let's give you a leaderboard update as they're going to be coming to that choose as soon as they cross the Yard of Bricks here momentarily.
Yard
Denny
of Bricks,
Hamlin
baby.
leads the 30th anniversary of the Brickyard 400 with 53 laps to go in our final stage. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. runs second. Then it's John Hunter Nemechek. Chase Briscoe running fourth right now. Alex Bowman in fifth. Ross Chastain is in sixth. Kyle Larson is in seventh. Justin Haley eighth.
That's who you guys are voting for.
10th is Daniel Suarez.
11th is Jimmy Johnson. Austin Dillon is 12th. 13th to Joey Logano. Carson Hocevar rides 14th. 15th to Austin Cindric. Michael McDowell 16th. 17th Ryan Blaney. 18th is Chase Elliott. Noah Gragson 19th. And 20th to Brad Keselowski.
Christopher Bell runs 21st. 22nd is Ty Gibbs. Zane Smith 23rd. 24th is Corey LaJoie. 25th Daniel Hemrick. Tyler Reddick 26th. Eric Jones is 27th. 28th goes to stage 2 winner Bubba Wallace. 29th is Todd Gilliland. 30th is Ryan Preece.
Ty Dillon will be 31st. 32nd, Martin Truex Jr., who triggered this most recent yellow. Then it's going to be Cody Ware, followed by Chris Buescher. Josh Berry, now out of the race, will finish 35th. Harrison Burton out also. He is 36th. Also out, A.J. Allmendinger, William Byron, and B.J. McLeod.
That leaderboard update brought to you by Hunt Brothers Pizza.
Hunt
we love
Brothers
racing and
Pizza,
we love
guys.
Pizza. Find your next pizza at huntbrotherspizza.com or download the Hunt Brothers Pizza app. Going to be exciting to see what happens. We know everyone still has to make one more trip down this long and narrow pit road here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. When that has to happen, Denny Hamlin, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., John Hunter Nemechek, the top three among the teams who last pitted on lap 70. We have 52 laps. It'll be 51 to go when they take the green flag.
51 laps to go, guys.
Behind that Chevy Camaro
51 laps to go. Don't forget, hit the thumbs up on the stream if you have not yet.
I see the fans that have been
and don't forget to vote and poll.
Sunshine right up against the fence, ready for some action as we enter the final stanza of this race. These cars, as Jeff Hammond mentioned a little while ago, the different cycles on the tires might actually be getting more grip as they keep having to slow down. But Denny Hamlin is definitely the leader here, flanked to the outside by John Hunter Nemechek. And hey, we haven't talked much about John Hunter Nemechek this season until today, and he's led some laps, and here he is with a chance to restart on the front row here in the closing part of this race. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. lined up behind them. Chase Briscoe, the Indiana native who hasn't won in over 2 years, his only Cup win coming in Phoenix. He's lined up there in the 4th spot. Then it's Alex Bowman, Ross Chastain, Kyle Larson, Justin Haley, Kyle Busch, and Daniel Suarez. Cristanari, as they're coming toward you here, we're really going to light this thing up.
Yeah, Josh Berry had put a lot of liquid in the upper groove onto the outside of the track. At one point, there were 6 or 7 trucks working on that area. The good news is never hit the wall, so they didn't have to worry about that. But they have the oil and the speedy dry out. Should not affect the lower groove of the track. And right up against the white line as they exit turn number 4. Rolling forward again is Denny Hamlin. Stenhouse Jr.
Who's going to take the lead here, guys?
John Hunter Nemechek is alongside Denny Hamlin as we get ready for the restart here in Indy.
John Hunter Nemechek was
Here
able
they
to
go.
take the lead on a restart from Tyler Reddick. Can he now
52
do it with
laps
Denny
remaining.
Hamlin? 2 Toyotas at the front as they hit the Geico restart zone. Denny Hamlin on the inside. He gets an early jump, catches John Hunter Nemechek sleeping. He will clear him. The question is, who's going to take third as they head into 1?
John Hunter Nemechek's quickly going to slice down to the bottom of the racetrack to take second. The answer to that question for now is Chase Briscoe as we got a crash. Joey Logano
man.
the wall here in turn number 1.
Logano
Has the the 7-time champion and 4-time
I saw it for a second.
winner,
This video
Johnson. I'm not
tripped
sure
me
Johnson
out.
has much damage to that Carvana machine, but Joey Logano's Pennzoil Ford is absolutely used up. This was at the rear of the field, guys. Not sure what triggered it, but it has brought out another yellow here on lap 110.
The front
didn't even
end
make
of
it.
Jimmy Johnson's car is pretty well blunted in. Equally so is for Joey Logano and his number 22 Pennzoil Ford. So 2 past NASCAR champions disappear from this race on lap 109.
We lose 2 more, 109.
Life hack number 7.
We're under another caution.
Life.
Caution after caution.
Here's how it works. You walk into
how many
Walmart,
cautions
go
are we
to the
going to have in this
electronics section,
race?
ask for iPhone 12 with 5G and a dual camera.
Let me know in
system and
chat
select
how
the
many
new Silver
cautions we
Unlimited
got.
plan. They'll smile because it's a good plan. You get real unlimited data all for just $20 a month for the whole
We
first
currently
year.
had
Get
6.
it at Walmart or
We're sitting
StraightTalk.com.
at 6 right
Straight
now.
Talk. Less
How many
dollars,
more will we
cents.
have
Taxes
today?
and fees apply. Requires activation of iPhone 12 and a new Silver
Got
Unlimited
51
plan.
laps to go.
$25 a month service credit applied for up to 12 months if eligibility requirements are
This
met.
is
For network
crazy.
management practices, visit StraightTalk.com.
Let me turn that off so you don't have to listen to that. Sorry about that. So, yeah, 6 cautions. We're going to have 5 more. I mean, we didn't even make it into a turn and we had a crash. Oh, O'Reilly Auto Parts. We're in the Brickyard 400 in Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We currently have Denny Hamlin in the lead. They're down to 50 laps to go. I need your help. We're not going to make our goal. Our goal is 100 likes on the stream, guys. I don't think we're going to make it. We're sitting at 32. So I'm showing us 32 likes on the stream. So, yep. I was shooting for 100, but hey, it's been a good stream, though. I cannot complain. Bum, bum, bum.
Yard 400. We are under caution once again for the 6th time here today. 50 laps to go here in this Brickyard 400, and actually watching a replay of the incident that happened, Joey Logano and Jimmy Johnson really got the short end of that stick. Jeff Hammond, it looked like someone got into Ryan Blaney's back bumper, turned him, and Ryan Blaney's car literally corrected off of Jimmy Johnson's car, and then Joey Logano became a victim of it as well.
Ooh. That stinks.
He corrected off of the 3 of Austin Dillon along with Jimmy Johnson's car. I think all that kind of helped get him back going in the right direction. But you talking about a wild one. I mean, when you look down there right now, the 12 car, I'm surprised that he's not got more damage showing than what he does.
And we'll see also, is there somebody out there now that says, okay, we can come in and get that last pit stop out of the way and stretch it, or is it still too far? It depends on cautions. If you get a couple of more cautions and you've done this now, you might be able to cheat yourself into a win.
Crew chief, what are we, 4 laps short? What's
No. 40 laps to go is the number I think, is realistic as far as making the distance. I mean, we've seen Brad Keselowski do that. So as we get closer to that, yes, but not until then.
Well, let's go down to O'Reilly Auto Parts pit reporter Brett McMillan for an update.
Along those lines, we're looking at Tyler Reddick. Remember, the end of the caution 2 times ago, he had to come back in because he had problems on the left front tire, had to come back in and tighten it up. Well, then during the last caution, he came back in and topped off. So
Suarez, let's go, Cars Fan 14.
Well,
you
they
got
haven't
it.
got through a complete green flag lap. That was with 52 laps to go. Since then, they've been running a lot of caution
Sitting
laps.
in
So
9, it's possible.
Is it possible?
Depends on how many wrecks we have in this race.
Could he
They keep
make
bouncing
it to
around.
the end without another stop? Jeff talked about it. Brad Keselowski went 40 laps at the beginning of the race, and that was all green flag laps. The general thought is 2 laps of caution for 1 lap of green. If we get enough caution laps, could the 45 team be looking at possibly stretching this fuel and making this a fuel mileage race?
Sitting at 50 likes, guys.
Well,
on
that could be interesting.
Votes.
Stretching that fuel mileage could be the determining
42% for
Brickyard
Larson.
400.
Hey guys,
fuel strategy update
let's get
brought to you
50
by
likes
Sunoco.
on the stream.
From
Can we get to
fueling
50?
your favorite NASCAR teams
Let's
to filling up
modify
at the
this.
pump, Sunoco is trusted to help vehicles perform at their peak. Sunoco, performance is what we do.
Amazing race today. It started out, like we thought it would. Everybody just kind of taking it easy. Fill out your car.
Maybe
and
we can hit
every
that. I'll
lap
shoot
now,
for
the
100.
tension picks up.
Maybe it was too
And
high
Jeff, you're
today.
right. It's 49 to go. It's going to be probably around, 46 maybe when they get back to that. That's pretty close to your promised land of 40. And if you catch a couple of cautions in there, you could maybe stop here, go the rest of the way. And pit road is going to be very busy, as it looks like Denny Hamlin is leading the slow motion parade down the very narrow and long pit road here at the
they're going back into
Indianapolis Motor
pit.
Speedway. Let's start off with Rich Nye.
Waiting on Brad Keselowski, who made that long run in this first stage of the race today at 40 laps before he pitted. His team now waiting for the number 6 to arrive here on pit road. Not many other takers here on the north end, as everybody.
David Foley, well, thank you, man. Glad I can help you here. Yeah. You drive a truck. Hey,
they're not going to come in here.
Thank you for what you do, man. Doing what you do, getting out there and supporting this nation, driving a truck, carrying product. Thank you, my friend. Thank you for what you do. I'm glad I can help you out, bring you some coverage. Try to bring you the best coverage I can bring you, man.
Caution laps. If they got enough fuel in, this may be enough to get them to the end.
Wow. We saw a lot of strategy on pit road. 2 tire stops, 4 tire stops. The bigger strategy might be coming from
rock.
John Hunter Nemechek, Ross Chastain, Alex Bowman. A couple of the drivers that actually stayed out did not come down pit road. They will have to come back at some point to top off with Sunoco race fuel. The question is, the people who just came in, can they stretch out their fuel mileage? We're going to find out. We have 48 laps to go with the Brickyard 400.
You guys are great, man. You guys are awesome. So I hope y'all are having an amazing Sunday. Just fixing to start the week. What better way to start it off with NASCAR, right? It's been a great race today, guys. We're sitting on 6 cautions. This is the 6 cautions we've had today. So it's not a whole lot of cautions. The weather's about mid-80s. Cloud cover, so it's perfect race day weather there. The latest count on the total was 70,000 in attendance today at Indianapolis Speedway. So it's a great crowd, the biggest crowd they've had since 2017. Man, that's awesome that they're getting there. So, but hey guys, be sure to reach out and tell somebody you love them. That's the main thing today. Reach out there, tell somebody, hey, I love you, man. You know, this is a time in our society where we don't talk to each other as much. A lot of people are on their phones, so spread the love, guys. This race is, we're sitting at 112 laps with 48 laps to go. They've had a wreck. They've knocked out 2 drivers. It's Johnson and, I just went blank. Logano. Johnson and Logano got knocked out just there. So I had to pull down to make sure I gave you guys the correct information. And one thing I need from you, one help I need from you guys. I'm not charging you guys anything for this. Just give me a thumbs up or thumbs down on the stream. Just one time. You don't have to click it twice. Just let me know if you guys are enjoying this format of the stream. This is a new look and feel compared to my past streams. I'm trying a different format and different software for this one. And it's a different format for the camera footage as well. Hope you guys are enjoying it. Bum, bum, bum.
Brickyard, 47 laps to go. An update here on Denny Hamlin. Brett McMillan, what was the story?
Well, here's the thinking, Doug. They've got 3 wins. It's all about getting the win here. Denny Hamlin would love to have a win at the Brickyard. They don't need the points. They'd love to have just that win. It's that important.
Wow. Well, that would come with 5 extra playoffs points, but Denny Hamlin very admittedly had said at the end of the Nashville race that saving fuel has not necessarily always been his forte. Joey Logano, the master of that, who won at Nashville, well, he just exited this race on this last caution.
Yeah, and Joey Logano went 110 laps at Nashville. Mark James, the great voice of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway radio network and the anchor of the Indy 500, has dropped by the booth here today. Mark, glad you're up here. I know you were previously occupied today, but we got a nice race unfolding here in front of us.
NTT IndyCar Series racing in Toronto. Colton Herta fast all weekend, and the dominant car on the day was able to win the race. And, congratulations, by the way, on the presentation by Doug. And you guys have talked about all of this and how it comes together and just the energy and the feel around this town. And what a daunting weekend it's been for our staff with the IMS Radio Network, having 2 events as large as ours and trying to get everybody in place and get all the technical snafus figured out. And I think all in all, it's been done flawlessly. It's been a special weekend for all of us for sure.
All right, Mark James, hang out up here with us for a while, if you would. We're about to get things restarted here in the Brickyard 400. They're going to hit the Geico restart zone. Is your insurance playbook too confusing?
Is your insurance playbook?
And get all your insurance.
I know mine is sometimes, and I do use Geico.
Go to geico.com today to get started. Doug Rice, they are about to hit that Geico restart zone, and here we go. Will this be the last restart of the day?
Doubtful. It's up.
Doubtful.
John Hunter Nemechek.
6 cautions out of the lead.
Nemechek gets the jump on the inside, but here comes Chastain in that 1 car battling back on the outside.
Ross Chastain swings wide to get a good angle into turn number 1 to try to fight back against John Hunter Nemechek, and he's got a shot. Ross Chastain to the race lead out of turn 1.
John Hunter Nemechek has not had good restarts. Ross Chastain to the lead. 3rd place, Alex Bowman. They're battling for that 4th position. That's Kyle Larson, Justin Haley, Carson Hocevar. They make their way down the back straightaway, 3 wide.
All sorts of jostling around. 3 wide outside of the top 5. There's up front. It's Ross Chastain, and now Alex Bowman with a throatful trying to catch John Hunter Nemechek for 2nd.
Chastain will have the advantage. Short shoot on the north end, about a 3-car length advantage on Nemechek. Another couple car lengths to Bowman, and then it's Kyle Larson who has his teammate in his sights. That's the battle for 3rd.
Ross Chastain will lead them to the yard of bricks. John Hunter Nemechek, Alex
Bowman
with 2 teammates, Kyle Larson and Chase Elliott right behind.
Yeah, those Hendrick Chevrolets starting to look strong as they run 3rd, 4th, and 5th. That's Bowman, Larson, and Elliott as Bowman leaves the door open for Larson.
We'll see if John Hunter Nemechek can make up any ground here. Ross Chastain, 3-car length advantage, then Bowman, Kyle Larson, and then the machine of Chase Elliott. Those front 5 have kind of checked out here in the back straightaway.
And about the top 20 or so, maybe your single file is John
Watermelon
Hunter Nemechek.
Man.
Tries to look
Let's
high
get
on
Watermelon
Chastain.
vote.
Chastain blocks. They stay 1st and 2nd there as they're pulling away for 3rd place Alex Bowman and 4th place Kyle Larson.
Ross Chastain, car number 1, has the lead. Out of the short chute on the north end, exits turn number 4, about a 3-car length lead on Nemechek. Another 4 to Bowman, a number 3 to...
Right now, that's going to be Alex Bowman in the 3rd spot. The leader, Ross Chastain, back in 1, 5-car lengths over John Hunter Nemechek.
Bit of a 5-car breakaway. Ross Chastain with a healthy 4-car length advantage over Nemechek, Bowman, Larson, and Elliott.
Yeah, he's out in the grass a little bit there.
Ross Chastain started the day not happy with his qualification attempt, but now he is very happy out front of this field. He's 2-car lengths over John Hunter Nemechek.
After a rough qualifying effort outside the top 20, Ross Chastain, his 1st lead of the day. Nemechek is 2nd. Now Alex Bowman, pressure from his Hendrick teammate of Kyle Larson for the 3rd spot. Their teammate Chase Elliott is 5th.
Chastain has the lead, followed by Nemechek, then the 3 Hendricks cars, Bowman, Larson, and Elliott. They exit turn number 4. That's 1 through 5 here at IMS.
Now the top 4 drivers will have to pit again. Ross Chastain pitted on lap 70. 3-car lengths in front of John Hunter Nemechek. Then it's Alex Bowman and Kyle Larson.
And if that's the case, that puts Chase Elliott in the catbird seat running in that 5th position. He's got about a 4-car length advantage over Noah Gregson. Michael, we haven't talked much about Noah today.
No, Noah's done a great job as Ross Chastain now exits turn number 2. Not able to do what John Hunter Nemechek was able to do earlier in this run, and that's break away and get a big lead. It's still 2-car lengths Carlix headed down the back straightaway.
John Hunter Nemechek trailing the leader, Ross Chastain, into turn number 3 as they make about an equal entry there, 1 car length apart. It is single file all the way through the field. Back to first 2 wide battles entering turn 3 with Christopher Bell and Todd Gilliland.
Still a long way to go, but Ross Chastain could really etch his spot in the playoffs with a win. Car number 1 has about a 4-car length advantage over Nemechek.
Chastain hasn't really been able to scoot away from Nemechek. It's about a 6-car length lead, then it's a gap of about 10 car lengths back to third place, Alex Bowman.
Yeah, John Hunter has had a good car. Showed it yesterday in qualifying, showing it today in the race. It's about a 3-car length lead.
18 of 60 to go in this stage 3 of 3. We're down to our final 42 laps.
Then John Hunter Nemechek. It's about 7 car lengths back to Alex Bowman. He runs in that 3rd position.
John Hunter ran the 2020 Brickyard 400 and then took 2 or 3 years in trucks and Xfinity and won a handful of races. Here he is at Cup in the 42 car, trailing the leader Chastain by 2 lengths.
Still continues to put some pressure on the leader, Ross Chastain. Nemechek in 2nd and well in front of Bowman, who leads his 2 Hendricks teammates in 3rd.
It'll be 41 laps to go, this time across the yard of bricks as we pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the Indianapolis.
Here we go, guys. They're getting it down. Who's going to lead? Ross Chastain leading right now.
Welcome back to the Brickyard.
Let's go, Watermelon Man.
Indianapolis Motor
He
Speedway
does need
Radio
this
Network.
one.
119 laps complete.
Let's go,
41
Kevin.
laps to go. Ross Chastain leads.
So we got
John
Kellen
Hunter
for Watermelon
Nemechek
Man in
by
chat.
just 1/10 of a second. Alex Bowman runs in 3rd. Then it's Kyle Larson, Chase Elliott, your top 5.
Larson's in 4.
There are a lot of so-called.
Let's go, guys. We're getting it down. 41 laps to go. 41 laps to go. This race, Steven, I was thinking the same thing. This race is flying by. So it's 4:03 here in U.S. Central time zone, and we're down to 41 laps. This is a fast race. And you can see that the race times up here, too. They're averaging like 50 seconds a lap. I mean, they're kicking it today. They're kicking them tires hard. I was looking earlier. I think Hamlin is the only one. Yeah, Denny Hamlin's the only one with a sub 50 lap. His best lap time was 49 seconds. .974. He's the only one under 50 seconds.
Indianapolis Motor Speedway, this is the Brickyard 400.
Brickyard 400. Guys, we're sitting at 30 likes on the stream. I need your help to boost this stream. Let's defeat YouTube in the process of bringing you NASCAR coverage. Hit the like button or dislike button. I just want to hear how you guys love the stream, like the stream. We're sitting at 40 laps to go here. Man, this is a great stream today. I love bringing you guys NASCAR. It's very exciting. If you like this format, let me know here, guys. Try to make you the best coverage I can here on YouTube for you. Free, not charging you guys. Especially in this economy we got right now. Appreciate those likes. Just hit that like button or dislike. Either one, I don't care. I just want to hear back from you guys. Make sure you guys enjoy it. Kyle Larson is in the lead, guys. We've missed a little bit on the radio. They've been at a radio break. But Larson, Chase Elliott, Noah.
400 here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We've seen leaders coming down pit road. John Hunter Nemechek came down. Alex Bowman came down. And Rich Nye, our leader, gave up the lead to come and get service.
Ross Chastain pits with the lead in the Moose Fraternity Chevy for Trackhouse Racing. This guy is on the playoff bubble. This is definitely his last stop. The big question now is, will anyone else, or will everyone else, I should say, have to stop, giving him a chance to get back to the front?
All right, and for Ross Chastain, this one's going to be iffy. While he did come down and get pit service, he came in really hot, had his brakes locked up well into the pit road zone. We also have on pit road.
Is he going to get penalized for that?
But now we're going to go to the infield care center with Rob Blackman.
All right, thank you. Standing alongside Jimmy Johnson, 4 Brickyard 400 championships notched in his belt, but number 5 won't happen today, unfortunately, Jimmy. What happened on that incident out there with Joey Logano?
I just think an aggressive restart and a lot of pushing and shoving was going on. And I'm not exactly sure what happened going into turn 1, but somebody hit me in the right side quarter panel, and you know it's just not a good thing at any point in time. So I got turned around in the outside wall. Honestly disappointing. I was excited to give Carvana a great run. They've been such great supporters of me, especially following my departure from full-time cup racing. And my little girls designed the race car, so I was trying to give it a good run. But,
got trouble at turn number 3 here.
In second right now.
Oh, let's see if they show it here on the cam, the sky cam.
See you back in Indy, Jimmy.
Thank you.
And trouble at turn 3 is Martin Truex Jr. A lazy spin here into the grass. Now, he was off the pace for many laps after wrecking earlier in the event. He's beached in the grass, and Brett McMillan has more.
We got Chase Elliott.
Got another caution.
He is now in his pit stall. He was already coming down when the caution.
We're on our 7th caution of the day.
4-tire change for him. Tyler Reddick is also coming.
7th caution today. We've had 16 lead changes.
Come around, making a 4-tire change and packing full of Sunoco fuel, sending him back out.
All right, thank you very much, Brett McMillan and Doug Turnbull. This could be interesting. We saw our leaders, Ross Chastain, John Hunter Nemechek, Alex Bowman, Kyle Larson come down pit road. Now, the thinking is potentially that those cars who pitted on lap 112 might actually be able to stay out to the end of the race, but if they don't, that's going to be some great track position for Ross Chastain and some of those people who came in. Let's go back to the infield care center with Rob Blackman.
Yeah, we just visited with Jimmy Johnson. Let's now talk to Joey Logano and get his version of what happened out there. Joey, talk us through it, that accident.
Yeah, it looked like the wreck caught me from what I seen. It looked like they were 3 wide back there, and with
Come on, Sky Cam.
and Blaney and
Don't
realize they were 3 wide
again on me.
up, but it kind of caught and went up and got Jimmy, and then Jimmy came up and got me, and just racing, I guess. It kind of stinks. I felt like our Shell Pencil Mustang was pretty good. We got it dialed in pretty good after the second stop at the race. And we were at the lead of our strategy, which your goal is when you come here to Indy. There's so many different strategies with all these cautions. We got to be the lead of our strategy. And I felt like things were going to be looking pretty good, and then not so good at that.
That's Joey Logano. Since 2013, 7 top 10 finishes here on the Oval, but he obviously will not have a top 10 finish today.
Let's go back over to Doug Turnbull in turn 3.
This is strange. We've seen a lot of races and crashes here. Truex had this lazy spin, almost like a half spin. He turned nose first toward the wall, then recorrected back down into the grass.
They're
then
pushing him now.
And they pushed Truex out of the grass. And as they were doing that, they left like barely a lane between Truex and the wall, and Kyle Larson came right between there. It almost looked like he was going to hit him. Other cars had to zigzag below the tow trucks here, so really dicey here at turn number 3. It
does look dicey.
Saving fuel.
As far as I can see on the
exactly
cam.
are, Doug, because as they were coming by our broadcast position here, I know Brad and Jeff and I all looked at each other at the same time. They're killing their engines before they even get to start-finish line.
When Joey Logano ran 110 laps to win
Looks
at
like his
Nashville
wheels
Super
like
Speedway,
sideways.
during cautions in fuel-saving mode, he would run his engine 3 seconds per lap. That's it.
That's how I made 110 laps. And these guys, they're all learning because they're all playing the same game. Let's go down to Brett McMillan.
Ty Gibbs just came down pit road. He's been having some engine issues. You could hear a little bit of backfiring that's been going on the track. They brought him down here, raised the hood, had one of the Toyota engineers in there up under the hood. And they
Greg
feel
Anderson,
like
thank
an
you.
okay
You
sign
do like the
came
new
up once
format.
they
Well,
finished
thank you, my
looking
friend.
up under the hood. So we'll
I'm
see
trying
if
my
that
best to
solves
make
the
it the
problem
best look and feel
that,
for
Ty
you
Gibbs has
guys
been
here.
having. Said he's been kind of
So I'm
lacking
glad to hear
power out
that,
there.
man.
Still got about 20% of this race left to go, so there's a lot to listen to here at the Brickyard 400.
At Hunt Brothers Pizza, you can choose from 10 top.
Hunt Brothers Pizza. Absolutely, Kevin. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate hearing back from you guys on that. I try my best to make it the best for you guys. You know, it's not the same as watching it on TV, but hey, it's a community here we're building for you guys, and it's just going to grow and get bigger from here. That's the main thing. Just a place for us all to hang out and have a great time and interact. That is what my goals here. You were sitting at 34 laps to go. Like you guys were saying, this has been a very, very fast race. We're on our 7th caution of the day. It's crazy. And the temperature there, they're saying it's middle 80s. It's a perfect weather for racing, I would think. Not too hot, not too cold, just right for the cars, I would think. And for the fans, too. We've knock on wood. I've got a wooden desk here. So not as many cautions as we've had in some past races. So pretty fun stuff here. $34 likes, guy. We're trying to make that 50 likes. It's going to be tough today on this stream. There's a lot of scammers I've noticed. I looked earlier on there. There's a lot of scammers on here on YouTube. I made a video this past week during the All-Star break. There's so many scammers out there on YouTube. I want you guys to be very careful. They'll broadcast a live TV coverage, put a box on it, and advertise links in there for you to click on. And they're going to steal your money if you click on those links. So be very, very careful, my friends, when you're on here.
The 7th yellow flag of the day
Seventh
here in the Brickyard
caution.
400. This one from Martin Truex Jr. They were able to bring a wrecker out, push his car back off, but he's going to be mired way, way in the back here. Been a long day for Truex, who is already minus 2 laps. Guys, one thing I've noticed throughout the day, and it's kind of been the trend, when you look at the top 10, there's a lot of drivers every time, at least half of them, that we're not used to seeing.
Blaney is coming back. He's sitting in 4.
Noah Gregson,
let's go,
Carson
Blaney.
Hocevar, Zane Smith, Todd Gilliland.
Christopher Bell's an 8.
These are not guys that are fixtures in the top 10.
Daniel Hemrick sitting up there right now. Noah Gregson, Zane Smith, Carson Hocevar did just dive onto pit road as it opened. Most of the leaders stayed out. Brad Keselowski now being showed as the leader. In fact, Brad Keselowski
33 laps to go
in this field who has won a Brickyard 400 before, and his day has not exactly gone swimmingly for him as he had a penalty early on for a blend line violation, coming back on in the short chute between turns 1 and 2 instead of all going through turn 2. And Ryan Blaney, his former teammate up there, running second right now, Jeff Hammond.
No, all this right here is what we talked about early on. This is the board just changing. It's kind of like living and breathing. You know, Hamlin, he leads, and all of a sudden, you know, he comes in, he rows around and does a certain type of strategy. Everybody's got their own strategy game, guys. That's the whole thing. Keselowski was the one who led me down this road at the very beginning. He can run 40-plus laps.
While he's still here in the booth with us, the magnificent anchor for the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Radio Network and a very good friend of mine, and for everybody at PRN, Mark James is with us. Mark, personal message here. I want to thank you and everybody here at IMS Radio for 1997 inviting me aboard to be a part of this crew, and today marks my 26th, I think, Brickyard
26.
400. So
wow.
Thanks for letting a guy from North Carolina that didn't know much about IndyCar come up here and be a part of this and be a part of the Brickyard and also an Indy 500.
Well, we met the PA booth in Texas many, many years ago. Both of us much younger. You carry those years a heck of a lot better than I do, that's for sure. I mean, we almost busted through the gates at Cheyenne Mountain once upon a time until a Deputy Widely told us to not go rolling up in there. But,
no, he did.
You are a mentor and a friend. I get a little emotional, but you've been a far bigger influence on me than I think you realize.
Thank you, Mark.
I appreciate you so much.
Our friendship goes a long way, and that's for everybody else with IMS Radio that's let me and some of the other folks at PRN be a part. And these blended broadcasts that we get to do, like the Roval and Circuit of the Americas and up here at Indy, that's pretty special stuff, Brad.
It is very special, and really look forward to that. You know, we know you guys have had a great season so far on the IndyCar side. Just finished up, an hour ago, literally, the race at Toronto where Colton Herder ran. Doug and I are a little bit jealous. We might even have to make a road trip to Lebanon, Tennessee at the end of this season for Nashville Super Speedway, where you guys are going to hold the finale.
Well, we could have you with us, that's for sure, and I look forward to joining you all at the Roval in October. And I'll tell you, folks, I've said it for many, many years. It's an honor for you guys from PRN, and it's an honor for us from the IMS Radio
Sitting
Network.
at 32 laps, 32 laps
together.
here, guys.
And
we're 128
bottom,
in.
An incredible group
Stage
of
3 of 3,
professionals
28
that, put the show
of
first
60.
as we always do, and to blend these two
Jacob
disciplines
Stone, none of the above.
I mean,
None of the above. Who are you voting for, Jacob? Let me know in chat.
Good as you will hear. And you guys,
we're going to probably change it here.
And it's an honor and a privilege to be a part of your family and have you a part of ours.
57 votes in.
All the other
Kyle Busch,
IMS
baby.
Radio. And just
Kyle
remember,
Busch here, man. Let's
we don't
go.
have to do this.
He's sitting
That's
at number 9.
We get to do this.
Sure enough.
Number
that
9.
makes all the difference. Thanks
Good luck.
a lot.
Have a good, safe finish.
Mark James, one of
Thank
the
you,
very
Jacob.
best in the business.
Hope you're having a wonderful day, my friend.
Network.
All right, here we go. We're about to get a restart. It'll be 31
About to get it
to
started
go
back
when
here,
they hit the Geico
guys.
Restart zone. Brad Keselowski.
If you're new here,
leads
hit the
Brickyard
thumbs up or thumbs
400.
down. Let me know if you
Ryan
enjoy
Blaney
this
runs
stream.
second. Third, Danielle
Thumbs up or
Hemrick.
thumbs down
We have
here,
Zane
guys.
Smith running 4th. Denny Hamlin running 5th. 6th is Christopher Bell. Todd Gilliland 7th. 8th is Bubba Wallace. Kyle Busch is up to 9th. And Ryan Preece runs 10th.
11th is Austin Cindric. Daniel Suarez 12th. 13th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Chase Briscoe is 14th. 15th, Eric Jones. Austin Dillon up to 16th. Corey LaJoy rides 17th.
Down, guys.
Cody Ware is 18th. 19th is Ty Dillon. Chase Elliott back in 20th.
Pole sitter Tyler Reddick runs 21st. Michael McDowell is 22nd. Kyle Larson is 23rd. 24th is Alex Bowman. 25th is Ross Chastain. They pitted before this last caution. 26th, John Hunter Nemechek. Carson Hocevar, 27th. 28th is Noah Gregson. 29th, Justin Haley. And Ty Gibbs in 30th.
Last car on the lead lap. And Chris Buescher is going to be in 31st, -2. -2 is Martin Truex Jr.
Any
The rest
second,
of
we're
these
going to
drivers are
restart.
out of the race. Jimmy Johnson, Joey Logano, Josh Berry, Harrison Burton, A.J. Allmendinger, William Byron, and B.J. McLeod. And that's your full field rundown with just 32 laps to go.
Ooh, this is going to be interesting. By the way, the
Very
points
interesting,
bubble,
guys.
The race is not over yet. It's not going to be still for 31 laps. It is tied.
It is tied
Bubba
between
Wallace and Ross Chastain. Bubba Wallace being shown in, Chastain being shown out. It could be those stage points that make a difference, at least by the time this one's over. But we have a whole lot of racing to go. That Chevy Camaro pace car making the hard left turn onto pit road. It hit the commitment line, by the way. Had a commitment line violation, but we're about to go racing, Doug.
Brad Keselowski, Ryan Blaney on the point. Blaney trying to get the run on the outside, rather Hemrick trying to get the run on the outside as they race down into turn 1.
Yeah, Blaney is going to give Brad Keselowski a shot into turn number 1 with a little drafting, and it may give Brad Keselowski the race lead. On the bottom, Brad noses forward in that orange and black Ford.
Cloud cover here at turn number 2, and Ryan Blaney is on the move. Keselowski will go to P1. And it's Ryan Blaney, James Smith, and Daniel Hemrick. They're side by side. That's a battle for third.
The pay window is open. Brad Keselowski's overcome a penalty to take the lead. Ryan Blaney is second, and this field is too wide behind them. The battle for third. To the inside, James Smith. Outside is Daniel Hemrick, and here comes Denny Hamlin with fresher tires.
Keselowski started this
Trying to move myself
restart
over here.
in first. He
guys a little
maintains
bit more
that as
room.
he exits turn number 4.
Kimbro
Ryan Blaney about 5 car lengths behind. Smith another 10 car lengths in third.
Down the front straightaway, Brad Keselowski, a former winner of this race, pulling away from Ryan Blaney.
Let's
Then
go,
it's Zane
guys.
Smith in third
Hit that
as they
like
head to
button.
He got a big win at Darlington, one of NASCAR's premier tracks earlier this season. He'll try to do it again by winning here.
This is my lovely wife in chat. Say hello to her, guys.
Car length lead over Ryan Blaney.
What a great lap for Keselowski. 8 car lengths as at turn number 2. Ryan Blaney then 8 back to Zane Smith. Daniel Hemrick there, rounding out the top 5. That's Denny Hamlin.
These Fords have come to life here since the late spring. Brad Keselowski leading Ryan Blaney, and then a lion's
Fords
share
are
of
showing
colleagues
up.
back to who? Third place, Zane Smith, who had a good run in Nashville earlier. You get 2 and 3 wide outside the top 20.
Brad Keselowski in the bodyguard Ford maintains that lead. Short shoot out of turn number 4. It's a good 10 car lengths back to Blaney. Another 15 back to Smith.
29 laps to go, this time across the yard of bricks. Brad Keselowski, Ryan Blaney, Zane Smith, Daniel Hemrick, and a hard-charging Denny Hamlin in 5th.
Yeah, let's keep an eye on Denny Hamlin in that 5th spot. He's trying to run down Daniel Hemrick. Hamlin has been fast all weekend long, Michael. Got about a car length to catch Hemrick.
Yeah, 3 4 and 5. That's the best battle on the track right now. Zane Smith and Daniel Hemrick, and a hard-charging Denny Hamlin. He so badly wants to win here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. He's closing down about 2 car lengths for the battle for fourth.
The field mostly single file now. That trophy to win this Brickyard 400 about 10 times bigger now than it was 30 years ago. Brad Keselowski would like another one. Ryan Blaney in second would like his first.
And again, it is looking back to fifth, where Denny Hamlin trying to crack
and they're
the
fighting
top
it
four.
out.
Currently, his Sport Clips machine is fifth. The leader, Brad Keselowski, down the straightaway.
As they come down the straightaway, here's Brad Keselowski once again leading. Denny Hamlin, while he's trying to catch Daniel Hemrick in front of him, he's looking at a teammate behind him in Christopher Bell.
Yeah, Christopher Bell has come on strong over the last couple months of the season in that Jokin Toyota, about 2 car lengths behind
Ryan
Hamlin.
Blaney's in 2.
Interestingly enough, as Keselowski
Kyle
sweeps
Busch
underneath
in 8.
Ryan Blaney, Zane Smith
Jacob.
is actually closing that gap on second place, running Ryan Blaney. They're single file tucked to the outside with Kenny Wall down the back straightaway.
It's been a doomish rookie year for Zane Smith in that third position, but he's come to life here in these last few weeks, nearly winning the Nashville race. Up front, Brad Keselowski, a 5-car length lead.
But you're right, that car number 71, he was looking to get to Blaney, but now he's got to worry about Daniel Hemrick, who's just behind a couple of car lengths in fourth.
The Brad Keselowski bodyguard Ford out in front by about 15 car lengths of the defending NASCAR champion Ryan Blaney, and hanging on to third tenaciously is Zane Smith.
And remember,
28 to go, guys.
He used to drive for Roger Penske. Now he's trying to beat Roger's driver Ryan Blaney and do it at his racetrack, Michael, here in the lead.
Everybody settling in on these final 27 laps. Keselowski still an 8-car length advantage over Dave Blaney. Then Zane Smith falls back about another 6 car lengths behind.
Ryan Blaney in second also used to drive Brad Keselowski's truck to keep the ties going there. Third place is Zane Smith, and how about a nod to Daniel Hemrick, who's had good runs of late. Hemrick runs fourth. The leader is Brad Keselowski.
Keselowski and Blaney each have wins this year. They'll be in the playoffs. Blaney won last week at Pocono. Would it be sweet for him to win back-to-back? He's about 8 car lengths behind Keselowski.
Brad Keselowski
We ended the poll on that one there.
58 laps to go. Ryan Blaney pitted with 48 laps to go. We'll see who can stretch fuel mileage to the end. They're in 1.
They're stretching it into turn number 1. The advantage stays about 5 car lengths. Keselowski, that orange and black Ford, trimming this racetrack as slightly as he can, using that white line.
It's hard to save fuel when the top 8 are nose to tail. There goes Brad Keselowski. Ryan Blaney shut it down again. Got it down to about 3 car lengths that time through. The rest of the field, single file.
Let's go, Austin. Brad is your
Keselowski knows how to
guy.
save him some fuel. His breakout win for Penske
Can he
in
do it,
2011.
man?
He
Can
ran
he
an
do it?
ungodly amount of laps to win Kansas many years
let's
ago.
root for him
He's
for
trying
you.
to do the same here at the Brickyard.
Keselowski has that bright yellow-green machine, the Menards machine.
Don't
in
forget to
his
hit the
rear
thumbs
view
up,
mirror
Austin, if you
as
have not
Blaney
already on the
trying to
stream. We
creep
need thumbs up.
on Keselowski
We're at
out of
38
fourth.
likes.
As the field heads back down the straightaway, Ryan Blaney starting to catch Brad Keselowski toward you, Nick Yeoman.
He is inching forward, there's no doubt. It was 5 or 6 car lengths. Now it's down to about 3.5. So Ryan Blaney getting up on that horse, Michael, trying to run down his former teammate.
And both of these drivers are going to have to save fuel, and Brad Keselowski needs to start doing that now. Maybe that's how Ryan Blaney is able to close that gap. Blaney now down to about 4 car lengths. They're still about halfway down that back straightaway.
The lead car has an advantage at
Man,
clean
you
air,
rock,
but saving
Austin.
fuel,
Thank you.
it's not as great of an advantage for sure as Brad Keselowski leads. Daniel Hemrick in fourth place. Just had a look under Zane Smith for third, but Smith stays in that third position.
And it remains the lead with Keselowski about 4 or 5 car lengths. Now maybe 3 car lengths as gaining is Blaney. Then another 3 to 4 car lengths back to Smith. Another 3 car lengths to Hemrick.
Blaney tightening up the distance just a wee bit. He's still about a half a second back. We've got to take a break with 24 to go in the Brickyard
24
400.
to go. And here we are at the Brickyard, guys. Who's going to win? Brad, Ryan Blaney, Zane Smith, Daniel Hemrick, Denny Hamlin. Top 5 right now. If you have not already, like the stream, subscribe, turn on the little bell notification so whenever I go live, you can hop in here with me and interact. We've got a great race today, guys. We've only been under 7 cautions, 17 league changes. We're down to the final 24 laps. If you have not already, be sure to tell somebody you love them today. We've got a little bit of time left. Reach out to somebody special. Tell them you love them. Bum, bum, bum. Brad's still running in first. Let's go, guys. Hitting 40 likes. We're 10 away from 50. Just glad to see the Indy Oval back. Right. They were talking about it earlier on the radio. Today they have 70,000 people in the stands today there. That's the largest they've had since 2017, since they brought the Oval back. So I think they saw the writing. They tried the track, different tracks, so we'll see. Rick Gill was hoping Reddick would pull it off. I know, man. It's crazy how these lead changes happen. It's amazing how, like, in the blink of an eye, they change. Just one mistake. One mistake. That's all it takes. We dropped to 39 likes. Man, we went down. We're almost getting to 40. We were at 40 for a second. Oh, we're back at 40. You guys rock. Man, you're playing with me today on the stream. Let's keep hitting the like button if you have not already just one time. And share this with your friends and family. Turn on your bell notification when KimbroNator goes live so you guys can be in here with me.
Welcome back to the Brickyard. 22 laps to go. Jeff Hammond just pointed out during the break, and Brad Gilley, that the biggest number we're looking at is that Brad Keselowski last pitted on lap 102. Ryan Blaney, 112. Zane Smith, 112. Daniel Hemrick, who's in fourth, 102.
That is true, my friend Austin. Jeff, I agree with you there. This is so fun to watch.
I really don't. I no matter what they do, I don't think they can save enough or make enough between here and then to get it done.
Yeah, well, let's go down to pit road and check in with O'Reilly Auto Parts pit reporter Rob Blackman.
Well, Ryan Blaney right now executing the game plan to perfection.
21 to go.
Chief Jonathan Hassler telling Blaney, just stay in the draft of Keselowski. We're in fuel save mode. We'll have enough to make it to the end. Just a moment ago, Blaney comes over the radio and says to Jonathan Hassler, when can I go for it? Jonathan Hassler says, not right now. Stay in fuel save mode. We'll keep an eye on that.
Fuel save
as we go
mode.
further down pit road, and Brett McMillan.
Well, they're telling Christopher Bell, keep saving. But then,
keep saving,
10 laps
baby.
to go, we're going to be able to run hard. Also, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is being told, look, the guys in front of you, most of them are having to save. So what you want to do is get by them if you can.
We have 20 laps to go here in the Brickyard 400. Someone who doesn't have to save at all is Kyle Larson.
I'm glad I can do that for you, Dave.
Out to us during the commercial break.
David,
Kyle
I'm
Larson
so
is running
glad to hear that, my friend.
Ninth right
I
now.
try to
He
bring you
last
the
pitted
best
on lap
coverage here. Thank you.
But Austin Cindric, who pitted on lap 112, is not making it easy for Kyle Larson. Larson was trying to carve his way through the field. Austin Cindric actually passed him on the racetrack.
I think they're up in front of Chris Denary right now.
F1 Gamer, thank you, guys. Thank you, my friend.
Really
hey, guys, check out F1 Gamer.
Between 1 through
He's a great F1 streamer. Great commentary. Thank you for stopping in, F1 Gamer. He's across the pond, so it's late. I do believe it's pretty late where he's at. So thank you, man. We'll see you later. I'll catch you next stream.
If anything, it increases it for me.
Yeah, the conversation is conservation and who's going to make it. Can Brad Keselowski? We talk about this, how at Nashville Super Speedway, it looked like Denny Hamlin was going to win that race walking away. 5 overtime restarts, and Joey Logano was the one who was able to stretch their fuel. And it's interesting.
There we go, guys.
Looks like there are a lot of battles on the racetrack, and there are because they're tightening up with Ryan Blaney right on the back bumper of Brad Keselowski, Zane Smith, and Daniel Hemrick there. But as we talked about, Kyle Larson is the one guy who is able to move up through the field. He's actually moved up to 8th right now. Last pitted on lap 123, and Doug, they're coming down this front straightaway here now.
Last lap, Kyle Larson was the fastest. Right now, he is making a move to the inside of Todd
19 to go, guys.
He's picking him up and laying him down, although he's going to lose a spot as Kyle Busch gets around him. But Larson and Reddick, Michael, they're not saving fuel, and they're charging through this field.
Yeah, Kyle Larson picked off 2 drivers on that last lap. Let's pick up that battle. Kyle Larson and Kyle Busch. Kyle Busch about 3 car lengths ahead of him. Looks like that's about the battle for that 7th position as at the midway point of the back straightaway.
It's been a thrilling one. Kyle Larson's gained about 5 spots in the last 3 laps there as he's gotten around Kyle Busch. Busch passed him back again. Tyler Reddick's right behind.
Oh, he's going
Kyle Larson
3 wide.
Turn 3. This could be the battle for the win if it all plays out.
And Doug, the last time by it was Kyle Larson who made a pass out of the short chute on the north side of the track. He has Kyle Busch in his sights on the straightaway.
And as they come down the front straightaway, Kyle Larson literally almost pushing Kyle Busch into turn 1.
Yeah, Kyle Busch hangs to the left to try to break the draft and keep Kyle Larson from making that pass. They'll all get in line into turn number 1.
Matter of fact, the front 5 still breaking out about 3 car lengths over 6th place running machine and working his way through turn number 2 of Christopher Bell. That is Kyle Busch and Kyle Larson. The top 10 nose to tail all the way down the back straightaway.
It's so thrilling to watch Kyle Larson and others pull the string and get out of line.
Kyle Larson's in 8th, guys. 8th place.
8th position behind Kyle Busch. In front of Kyle Busch is Christopher Bell. In front of him is Denny Hamlin, who's also got a lot of fuel.
Yeah,
Kyle
guys,
Busch is in 7th now.
Once they get out of fuel save mode to see what they do. And here comes Larson again.
Larson and
Another
Busch.
pass in the short chute. He got around Kyle Busch.
They're fighting it out now.
Larson up now to the 7th spot, and he continues to tear up through this field. We'll see who's next on his hit list, Nick.
It'll be Christopher Bell. He's got to catch him first. Kyle Larson trying to push these guys and run them out of fuel, Michael. He's got about 3 car lengths to make on Christopher Bell.
He's got his Coca-Cola 600 paint scheme. Wasn't able to use it, but he's using it to his advantage here at the Brickyard today. 2 car lengths behind Christopher Bell. That will be the battle for the 6th position. Kyle Larson's on the charge in Indy.
McLaren Papaya adorned in that HendrickCars.com number 5 Ford. McLaren won the F1 race today. Is that a harbinger of things to come? As Kyle Larson looks a little bit higher.
I agree.
Bell.
I mean,
Bell's still ahead of him by a car length there for 6th.
The leader is still Brad Keselowski.
What are your guys' thoughts on it in chat?
As they exit turn number
on the time
4,
rule.
Smith is in 3rd. Hemrick is 4th.
It'll be 15 laps to go this time by. Brad Keselowski trying to stretch it out 58 laps on fuel.
Brad is hanging out there
in the Brickyard 400. When we come back, we're going to take you to the finish of this historic race.
It's a historic race, that indeed, guys. 43 likes. We're just 7 away from 50 on this stream, guys. I'll shoot for 100, but we dropped it to 50 for this stream today, guys. So bum bum bum. So it looks like Brad is still hanging out there. He's about a half a second in first. Yeah, especially like in Chicago, you know, it did add urgency on that race, not having lights. But you know, overtime in a lot of the major sports, it's crazy how little bitty things affect it. You know, a coin flip in football, baseball, you know, if you're the home team, you have the last chance. NASCAR, I think it gives some of those guys, the lead changes happen so fast. So, and the big thing with baseball was doing the time, it shortened games a little bit too, and it helped, I think, pull more fans in because the games are not going so long. I think it's a good thing for NASCAR. I haven't been around it as long as I have other sports, but I would agree. Alrighty, guys. Setting at 13 laps to go, guys. 13 laps to go here. 147 laps down.
Our Toyota commercial-free Race to the Checkers, brought to you by Toyota.
Race to the Checkers, guys.
Toyota racing information, toyotaracing.com.
It is now going to be 12 laps to go. Kyle Larson still
12
working
to
his
go.
way through the field, Nick Yeoman.
And he is watching two cars go side by side right in front of him. That's Zane Smith, who just got passed by Daniel Hemrick for third.
Nice move by Daniel Hemrick at the exit of turn number 1. Let's see the run that Kyle Larson gets. The 5 car in that fifth position.
It could be that way.
Back straightaway to the midway point. Will he make a move to the inside?
Especially
Yes,
some
he
pitchers.
does.
It's going to be the
drag it
inside.
out.
I'll make that Kyle Larson looking under Zane Smith. He gets that fourth position from Smith, and now he's going to launch and try to get toward Daniel Hemrick as they exit turn 3.
Go by.
The last 10 to 15 laps has
Pitch
been
clock.
the
Yeah, I knew what you're
Kyle
talking about.
Larson show. He's now
Pitch
in
clock,
fourth.
pitch clock. I knew exactly
he
what you're
has his
talking about.
sights set
Yeah.
on the top 3.
It's all good, my
Daniel
friend.
Hemrick in third.
Kyle Larson's strategy is not on his mind. He just wants to.
It's an advantage, I think, to hitters,
He's
too.
in the 4th spot, gaining on Daniel Hemrick.
Because if you're sitting there for a long time, it can throw you off. All right, don't lose the Cam. Come on, Cam. Stay in it.
Ryan Blaney, Larson catching the front 3 out of 1.
And Ryan Blaney's
We've
got
had
a
it
heck
for
of
a good
run
while.
coming to the midway
He's trying
point
to
of
mess
turn
up on
number
us
2.
now.
He'll check up ever so slightly. It's down to 2 car lengths to the lead. It's
What?
Brad Keselowski working his way to the midway point.
Oh, man, they're
Blaney takes
close.
it down low, and now back up high.
And these cars are zigging and zagging, trying to break the draft. Keselowski and others have just done that. Ryan Blaney has his mentor in his sights as he's there in the 2nd spot. Kyle Larson's catching Hemrick for 3rd.
The top 4 have broken away. It's Keselowski, Blaney, Hemrick, and then it's Kyle Larson as they exit turn number 4. Keselowski, 3 car lengths ahead of Blaney.
10 laps to go. Forget about fuel saving. You are committed now. Brad
Committed.
Keselowski leads Ryan Blaney, Daniel Hemrick, and Kyle Larson right on the back bumper.
Larson's going to take a look to the inside of Daniel Hemrick. Hemrick, though, will slam the door shut out of turn 1. And Larson has to sit in.
Slam the
He'll
door.
lose a lot of momentum with that door blocking that done by Daniel Hemrick did just through turn number 1. Larson will able to regroup though. He closes it back down to about 2 car lengths. Once again, Brad Keselowski will take Ryan Blaney down low, trying to break that draft.
And Blaney's going to look high. Keselowski goes up and throws a block. He still stays in the lead. Ryan Blaney tucks behind him into turn number 3. Daniel Hemrick's loving what he's seeing as he's trying to catch them.
The gap between 2 and 3 has grown as now Blaney just about a car length behind Keselowski. They exit turn number 4.
Man.
1 through 4 is Keselowski.
Just a little
Blaney,
bit, guys.
Hemrick,
Just
and
a little
Larson.
bit.
And those 4 cars are separated by less than a second with 9 laps to go here at the Brickyard.
And they are weaving down the front and back straightaway like it's the month of May in the Indy 500. This one's for the Brickyard. Brad Keselowski leads that pack out of turn 1.
Keeping an eye on Kyle Larson in that 4th position, trying to get around Daniel Hemrick. He'll woe it down. The top 4, Ken, you can throw a blanket over Brad Keselowski, Ryan Blaney, Daniel Hemrick. Once again, Keselowski starts to zig and zag. It looks like Kyle
Zig
Larson
and
has
zag
the
it, baby.
run, though.
And they all are getting big
Shake
runs
and
at each
bake.
other. Here's Larson looking to the inside of Hemrick. They look into turn number 3. Hemrick doesn't put up a fight. Move Larson into the 3rd spot, and he's got that lasso out looking for Ryan Blaney in 2nd.
And now it's Larson, eyes set on Blaney, who's just a car length behind Keselowski. They exit turn number 4.
Yeah.
Keselowski, Blaney, Larson, 1 through 3.
Now the
1
3
through
leaders
3.
all racing for the win here in the Brickyard 400. Brad Keselowski, Ryan Blaney, Kyle Larson, and it tightens up.
Daniel Hemrick goes to the pits, so it's now a 3-horse race at the front. Even separation. Keselowski, Blaney, Larson, 2 car lengths between the trio.
Brad Keselowski, 2 car lengths. Now Ryan Blaney starts to close that gap down to 1 car length. So too does Kyle Larson.
Oh, man.
The front 3 make their way down that back straightaway. More of an even line. Not a lot of
9 to go. 9 laps to go.
Keselowski's best hope is if Larson and Blaney can get into a battle, but they are in a train right now. Keselowski with a higher entry into turn 3, goes to the bottom, slams the door. Ryan Blaney falling into the clutches of Larson at 3rd.
Here comes Kyle Larson again. He's on the back bumper of Blaney. 1 through 3, it's Keselowski, Blaney, and Larson. Larson.
3 NASCAR champions battling for a
Man.
win here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Keselowski, Blaney, and Larson all tied together back into 1.
And just 7 laps around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
7 to go.
This one, still even separation. Kyle Larson, a sharp angle out of turn 1.
Of those three champs, only one has won here before, and that's the leader, Brad Keselowski. But he has to save a ton of fuel. Still about a 2-car length advantage over Ryan Blaney, but Kyle Larson still lurking in the background in that third position.
Still a lot of time left here, 6.5 laps to go. Brad Keselowski in his orange number 6 Ford. He dives into turn 3, has actually pulled to a 2-car length lead over Ryan Blaney. Larson at third, then it's about 10 car lengths back to 4th place, Zane Smith.
Yeah, the gap is a little bit larger now for Keselowski, but now Blaney closing in as they exit turn 4. The lead for Keselowski, 3 car lengths.
Going to be 6 laps to go this time by for Ryan Blaney running in second. He has to look at Brad Keselowski in front of him, but he also has to check behind for Kyle Larson.
Give those 2 Fords.
Man, they're stretching it out.
Credit, Michael, they have fought off Kyle Larson a lot more efficiently than the rest of the field today.
6 laps to go in the Brickyard 400. Did Kyle Larson lose up all of his stuff, or is he waiting to see if these 2 in front of him will run out of fuel? Brad Keselowski still 2 car lengths, and it does look like Kyle Larson starting to close in on second place, running Ryan Blaney.
A lot of drivers at the top of their game right here. Brad Keselowski still leading. It's a car length back to Blaney, a car length back to Larson. They all run in line with each other, recoiling for more final attempts.
Keselowski,
he's got to be.
Black bodyguard Ford has the advantage, just about a car length over Blaney.
Purely
Another car length
fumes.
back to Larson as they leave turn 4.
5 laps to go, and they
5 laps to go.
This time, Keselowski.
The yard of
4
bricks.
car lengths over Blaney, equal distance back to 3rd place running Kyle Larson.
Kyle Larson running for Rick Hendrick. Ryan Blaney running for the captain, Roger Penske. Brad Keselowski running for himself.
Man.
The owner of that car still leading Blaney and Larson into 2.
He's getting closer.
Strategy race until the last 10 laps, and now it's about flat-out speed. Brad Keselowski can no longer save. He has Ryan Blaney there. Kyle Larson still about 2 car lengths behind that Ryan Blaney machine. They're already to 3.
Each one in a staring contest here. Who's going to make the first mistake and open the door? They all take the lower line. Larson, though, moves up about a third of a lane to try to get some clean air in his nose at 3rd place.
They've all won this year, but they'd love to put Indianapolis on the resume. Brad Keselowski leads the Brickyard 400 out of 4.
Coming down the straightaway, Brad Keselowski now starting to put a gap on Ryan Blaney.
He's gapping him. But is he running on fumes, guys? What do you think?
This is as close as Kyle Larson has been to Ryan Blaney, but he's not fast enough to get to the inside. Blaney holds Larson off for 2nd out of 1.
And Ryan Blaney's got an amazing run coming through the short chute.
Man, this is a tight one, too.
Brad Keselowski. Let's see what kind of run he gets out of the exit of turn number 2. Looks like a good one, but Kyle Larson gets a good run as well. The 3 throw a blanket over him into turn 3.
The advantages keep changing within the laps here as Blaney's come back to life. He's catching Keselowski. Here comes Larson to the inside of Blaney. Blaney blocks. They stay in the same order, exiting turn 3 into the short chute.
And that was good news for Keselowski because Blaney had to work to keep Larson from passing him. But now Blaney gaining some ground. A couple of car lengths make it 3 for Keselowski.
Owner-driver Brad Keselowski trying to grab his second Brickyard 400 victory. The last one was 2018.
Hoping he can hold off those fast 2 drivers behind him. Hoping he has enough fuel. Out of turn number 1, Keselowski's advantage. Still 2 car lengths over Blaney.
Oh, what a feat this would be if Brad Keselowski can save enough fuel. The gap has really closed, and the big winner is Kyle Larson. He's got a great run.
4 to go. 4 to go, guys.
Closing on the rear deck lid of Ryan Blaney. While he popped to the outside, he's there.
And right there, Hendrick horsepower versus Roush Yates. Larson versus Blaney, but they stay in line. Larson looks to the inside. Blaney fades up, cuts him off, and they still stay 2 car lengths behind Brad Keselowski, the leader. Trouble in front of me, turn number 3. A car, heavy smoke, up into the wall here.
Oh, man.
It is Kyle Busch. Yet another
Kyle Busch
for driver number 8 as he slams the wall and his hopes of winning his 3rd Brickyard 400 appear done.
Oh.
This will bring out the caution. This will set up an overtime finish in the Brickyard 400.
We got an overtime finish.
Also puts Brad Keselowski and Ryan Blaney in a precarious fuel position. Brad Keselowski.
Yeah, it is. They got to be fuming it up right
Ryan
now.
Blaney pitted on lap 112. We're at lap 158. Kyle Larson pitted for 4
2
tires.
to go.
Lap 123.
Wow.
He is good to go all the way.
I think Keselowski right
Guys,
now
we're trying to shoot for 50 likes. We're at 44. We just need 6 more likes on the stream. If you have not already, hit the thumbs up on this stream, my friends.
Even without this, we were shaping up for a heck of a finish here. 3
This was
cars
going to be a heck of a
within
finish,
quarter
guys.
of a second each other with 3 laps to go.
Looking at a replay of this wreck, Denny Hamlin and Kyle Busch were actually the incident on this one. Michael Young, what can you tell us?
Well, the top 3 cars have shut their engines off, and they're coasting down the back straightaway
right.
to the point where Brad Keselowski has Ryan Blaney passing him to get behind the pace car.
This is
they
crazy.
have really wove this field down. Not sure if Keselowski has run out of fuel or if he's just getting ready to pop that engine back on, but he has to be near empty.
Doug Rice watching the replay on this one. It looks like Kyle Busch was racing underneath Denny Hamlin, and there was a big gap in between them. It wasn't like Hamlin was crowding his door. Kyle Busch just went a little extra low, lost the handling on his race car, slid up into Denny Hamlin.
Man, guys, we're almost there.
And then into
One
the
like
wall,
away from
and
50.
the bad luck for that number 8 team just simply continues. Let's go down to pit road and Rob Blackman.
Yeah, bad luck for Ryan Blaney. As soon as that
Hey,
yellow
we hit
caution came
50,
out,
my
Blaney
friends.
coming over the radio and saying
Bam.
that sucks. We would have had enough to make it to the end. Now they're not so sure. Probably going to have to come in and top off with fuel. Ryan Blaney, had this thing stayed green, would have had a chance to make a run at Brad Keselowski, but not now.
If you're Ryan Blaney, you're already in the playoffs, got a couple of wins, you run it out. You don't pit because if you pit, you know you're going to finish 25th or so. Is that the way you'd play that?
Can Blaney hang it?
At this point in time, yes, sir.
Can he pull it? What do you guys think?
I'm in the playoffs.
Y'all gonna go for Blaney?
I'm going till the bitter end.
Jeff Hammond, I'm curious.
What about Larson?
The Cup cars are designed with the
Larson,
fuel
Blaney.
If this was an
Brad,
Xfinity car,
he's got to be on
we saw
fumes.
it
I think he's
earlier
going to
this
run
year
out of
at Atlanta
gas.
Motor Speedway with the carbureted engines on the Xfinity Series cars. You see them actually suck air and lose fuel. But a few cars coming onto pit road as well. We'll talk a little bit more about that. Denny Hamlin, one of the cars coming down pit road. He's got to make it all the way down to the end. And Brett McMillan. We've also got Chase Briscoe coming onto pit road. Austin Dillon on pit road. Ross Chastain coming in for a splash of gas as well. Brett McMillan.
Splash of gas.
Coming down, as you guys talked about, he was involved in that incident with Kyle Busch. We're going to take a look at the car and see how much damage it is on that car. So far, they're changing the right side tires.
Man, what a race, guys.
Didn't do any body adjustments.
Hoping Riddick can get up there. Larson all the way. Yeah.
Came in and changed tires for him as well.
It's going to be interesting to see how they finish this one.
Yeah, they made contact out there, Kyle Busch and Denny Hamlin. And, of course, Kyle Busch got the lot more damage than Denny Hamlin. It didn't even look like Brett McMillan said that they touched Hamlin's car on the pit stop.
And
Tana, thank you for that. I appreciate you.
Kind of surprised
thank you for that comment. That's awesome.
He had last pitted on lap 122.
Thank you so much.
But Phil Surgeon
You're awesome too. You guys are all awesome. I love each and every one of you. Thank you for coming in here and hanging out.
Jeff, my question is, it's one thing to save fuel. With the fuel injected
send them home with
the way
nothing.
the pickups are and the fuel cell of
Man,
these cars.
I love you guys. Thank y'all so much for hanging out with me this Sunday.
To make sure that when they hit that Geico restart zone and they mash it down on the throttle, that there's gas going into those injectors.
Well, I mean, the thing is, the way the pumps run and with the Holley fuel map that picks up the fuel, as long as the pressure is constant, you've got no problem. You can see that. And it actually tells you when you lose pressure, what kind of shape you're in. And so that's what they're trying to counting on right now is how the pressure stats.
Look at that golf course there right in the middle of the track. Has anybody got to play there? I want to know. In chat, let me know if you ever got to play there. That would be awesome.
Tyler Reddick is now
I'm not very good at golf. I can play.
That's the guy that's actually led the most laps today. He led all of the first stage, 40 laps pretty much. He led the bulk of that first stage, and 40 laps he has led today, and now he's put himself back in position to be a contender when we go into overtime. Let's go over
number
to
4.
Nick Yeoman. Nick?
Yeah, guys, I think it's what's most interesting here is what you do with the choose code here for this last
Heath, this is going to go GWC.
First two, try to milk the every drop of fuel
Wheelman
in the
Larson,
gas tank.
Young
so
Money.
As they come off of turn number 4, very interested to see who maybe wants to line up behind Brad Keselowski, knowing that he may be on fumes.
Yeah, I don't think
this is going to be a crazy finish here, guys.
Well, the only thing that I would maybe consider is just if I can line up on the inside. If I cannot take the outside front row, maybe try and line up on the inside and be able to dive down low. If that's my best option to do.
It'll be interesting to see what happens here.
They've got all of this scienced out, Jeff.
If I'm Ryan Blaney,
your grandson is there right now, and his driver is Larson. That is awesome, and he's sitting in third right now.
Win this thing.
That is awesome,
get
Keith.
Behind Keselowski and push him
Wish him the best of luck there. That would be awesome to get to see that and your favorite driver.
All right, so they'll go by next time they come back here. It'll be NASCAR overtime at the Brickyard. It was going to be good anyway, even without this late caution. Now this puts a few more players back in the mix.
Yeah, had Brad Keselowski lined up on the inside. Ryan Blaney went to his outside. Kyle Larson did take that inside lane on the choose, and he's got to have to line up inside of Tyler Reddick.
Reddick gets around Kes for the win.
It almost looks like Ryan Blaney is actually drafting the pace car.
Possibly.
Right now.
Yeah, I can see that.
Fuel as he can.
Let's give you the top 10 here, because we kind of think maybe the winner will come out of that group the way this race is shaping
they're
up.
running close.
Brad Keselowski, Ryan
They're
Blaney,
running real
Kyle
close,
Larson,
all of them
Tyler
are.
Reddick, Christopher Bell, Todd Gilliland, Austin Cindric, Bubba Wallace, Ryan Preece, and Daniel Suarez.
A
Been
lot.
pretty good day
There's
right
a lot
now.
of racing left.
23-11 Racing as they've got Tyler Reddick setting
We're in
in
overtime,
fourth,
guys.
And then down here in 8th is Bubba Wallace.
And in the playoffs picture, Bubba
anybody's
Wallace
game
is
right
up
now.
again with Ross Chastain. Chastain did come down for a splash of fuel. He's going to restart 25th and hope to pass a bunch of cars out there as well. So race win, playoffs implications, and all of that among those top drivers.
I always play golf. I love it, but I have trouble with the windmill.
The first one of those who does not have a win and a guaranteed playoff.
Yeah, buddy.
Right now, Doug.
This race was scheduled for 160 laps. As of right now, it
We're at
will
160.
go 163. They may be adding numbers onto this as we go on because these restarts have been furious. I'll give it to our analyst in the booth here today, Jeff Hammond. What did he say was going to be the key to victory today?
One of the keys to victory was going to be fuel
and
strategy.
restarts.
And restarts.
And
that's been key all day
We've
long.
been under
So
8 cautions
it's a bit
today.
of a profit here is Mr. Hammond as we're ready for what I think is going to be one of the most dramatic restarts we've seen this year.
Chris Denari, it looks like things are about to line up in front of you. What can you tell us?
Yeah, pace car just rolling through the short chute here on the north end of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the 2.5-mile oval. You guys said it, 3 to go. And on the inside is Keselowski. On the outside is Blaney. And you're right, he's right behind the pace car right now. Inside second row is Larson and Reddick next to him. Those are the top 4.
Aaron Keselowski.
Here we go, guys. It's getting ready.
Stay on the racetrack. No, Keselowski has to dive to pit road.
Oh,
Kyle Larson gets to move
Larson's
to the front
in.
row. He'll restart on the inside of Ryan Blaney. They
Oh,
will
man.
Restart zone.
Here we go.
Larson with a big jump. He's on the inside of Ryan Blaney as they head to 1.
Larson shot out of a cannon trying to get to turn number 1 first. Oh, we got a big crash. It looks like John Hunter. Danny Hamlin, Daniel Hemrick, Alex Bowman. It was Nemechek who got clipped. He hammered
come on,
the
video,
inside
catch
wall,
up.
Came back across the racetrack and wiped out 4
Why
or
does it
5
do
cars.
that?
A big mess down here in turn number 1.
Didn't take long.
Flag of the day takes out about 4 different cars, and it looks like Denny Hamlin was right in the
Denny
middle
Hamlin.
of that.
Oh, he is done for the day.
He's
the hood is
done.
wrinkled up on that race car, even though it's driving. John Hunter Nemechek,
Wow.
the way he backed
Just
into
wow.
the wall, his car was literally bouncing.
Got
on the
another
outside
caution.
safety barrier.
8 cautions
Alex
now.
Bowman, after a
Look at
couple
that
good
pile
weeks,
up right
his day's
there.
gonna end early. Daniel Hemrick, who had been running up in the top
Gosh.
4 toward the end of this race,
And-
his day is going to end early. That's going to have some major implications.
This is
But
craziness,
right now,
guys.
Kyle Larson is being shown as the race leader. Ryan Blaney
Larson,
actually looks like he's
Blaney,
going to go
Reddick.
back around Kyle Larson, and we'll get the timing and scoring right on this. Tyler
Man.
Reddick and Todd Gilliland trying to
Did y'all
decide
think
who
this would
actually
be
is
this
going
way
to be
right
in the
now
top
or
3
not?
as well in the way this one
Oh,
went.
man, I
But
lost
this
the video.
restart
Come
was
on,
a
stay with
pretty
the video.
intense one as they headed into 1. It just looks like either John Hunter Nemechek got tagged in the back by Daniel Hemrick or almost turned in too soon, Jeff.
No, that's what it looked like. He got hit in the back end. It turned him around and turned him up in front of everybody else. I mean, it was just, you watch right here, boom. And
Boom.
all of a sudden, the 11 gets taken up, and
That
along with
is
2 or 3
insane,
other
guys.
cars.
We're right here at
It's
the final
pretty wild.
stage.
This is what
These guys are
means
giving
to a
it
lot of
everything they got.
Hunter Nemechek, nasty crash for him. Also, Daniel Hemrick and Alex Bowman. They hit a ton down there in turn 1. Let's go down to Rich Nye.
So Brad Keselowski, just before they took
Go ahead and
that
write the
green
checks.
Restart rather, came over the radio and said, "I'm out of gas." Just very frankly
Wow.
and bluntly, he dived onto pit road. They came down here, so that with the caution, that gave him a chance to take 4 tires and completely fill up with fuel, just in case we get several overtimes here. Obviously, he's lost all
Man,
that
they're
track
trying.
position. but he's got fresh tires and plenty of fuel.
NASCAR is red flagging this race. They do have a lot of cleanup going into turn 1.
Red flagging.
This is a good thing for Ryan Blaney because they're going to sit here during this
stage 4 of 3 now.
Engine shut off. So once again, Kyle Larson.
Wow, guys, we have a red flag, our first red flag of the day.
And Christopher Bell, your top 5 right now. Let's go back down to pit road with Rob Blackman.
Well, Rich and I talking about Keselowski being blunt over the radio. Ryan Blaney quite blunt as well with a whole lot of profanities.
Blunt.
He is extremely upset about this way this is now shaking out. As a matter of fact, most of the words I can't repeat here over the radio, obviously, but I can tell you this much. He said they just gave the race to Kyle.
Well, thanks for your discretion there, Rob.
Wow.
That's a radio pro for you. And, yeah, if you've ever listened to Blaney's in-car, it can get a little salty, as with most of these drivers.
Colorful metaphors.
A little salty there.
That's exactly right. That's a nice Star Trek reference, Brad.
Larson does have fresh
Kyle
tires.
Larson right now.
That's why he's probably mad.
Inherited the lead. Blaney he's got to have a minuscule
Oh, come on, camera.
Left. So you're right, Brad. You pointed
Battle
out the fact
cam.
that it was a godsend here for Blaney
Is
that
battle
they
cam
actually
there?
red flagged it. They got a ton of cleanup, but he's not burning fuel
Battle
while they're just
cam.
riding around.
Why are they doing
Jeff Hammond,
this?
what are your concerns, however, after you've run 160 laps,
Okay, stay
161 laps
Cam.
in this race? You know
We're right
you're
here at the end.
barely
Come on, camera.
running
Stay on.
fumes almost, and this car is shut off right now.
Again, if the pumps are working, if there's any fuel inside there and I get pressure, it's going to be fine as far as firing it up. And if they've been monitoring, which I believe they have.
How fast do you think they can
otherwise,
get this
would've done a
cleaned
couple
up,
things
guys?
Probably more different. I think that these guys.
I
up
mean,
front
we're
have
right
got enough
here,
fuel to
neck
get
and
it
neck
done.
at the end.
The
This
main
has been a
thing is
heck of a
gonna
race
make
today.
The difference is how they choose. We know that Larson's going to go to the inside. And as long as he's
They're taking it off NBC. Oh yeah, did they run over their time lot?
He's
Saw
got
it?
to go to the outside.
Well, I'm glad I'm here to bring it
Maybe
for you
not.
guys. This
And
is
if
a
that's
better
the
way to
case, it
watch
moves
it
Tyler
anyway.
Reddick up to the front.
Let's watch it here as a
That
family
choose line may
YouTube where we can
determine
all
who winds up
interact with
winning
each
this race.
other.
I'm also looking here with Kyle Larson being shown the leader. If we think Blaney can make it, and it's going to be very,
I also
very close
bring
for him to
Major
make
League
it on
Baseball,
fuel. Then you got
NFL,
Tyler Reddick,
NBA,
who's
and other
sitting
sports
there,
as well,
Reddick's
guys.
in pretty good spot. He
Turn that little bell notification when I go live so you can be here with me.
Todd Gilliland's had a pretty racy car, but he also pitted the same time
From
that
23rd
Blaney
to
did,
1st.
so he can't
Yep.
have much fuel left in the tank. And just looking down the line,
Can
at
change in the
Winteam's
blink of an
pitted,
eye.
And Christopher Bell's in the same boat. Bubba Wallace pitted on lap 112. So right now in the premium
15 more
position,
minutes for
Kyle
cleanup.
Larson, he
Yeah,
has more fuel
probably so.
than anybody else except
I could see that.
Tyler Reddick. That could
If
be
I'm
where.
Larson,
Oh, man, my
I'm
mouse
not
is
worried
annoying. I'm
about
sorry.
Blaney as much as I'm worried about Tyler Reddick.
I was where I was trying to drive the train there, Brad, because I think Reddick has a very fast car. He's obviously led 40 laps today. May come down to those two, but the way this is shaking out, I'm not taking bets. Let's pause 10 seconds.
That's for our station identification.
This is the Indian.
Guys, it's been a great stream today. You guys are knocking it out of the park with 54 likes on the stream. Man, thank you so much, guys. I appreciate each and every one of you coming in here, watching the race with me, interacting. You guys are amazing. I appreciate what you do and hitting that thumbs up on the stream or thumbs down. This is the new format I'm doing here. I hope you guys are enjoying it. And here's the radio.
In turn one, and Nick Yeoman, it's taken a while to clean that up.
Yeah, a lot of damaged race cars down here in turn number one, and because of that, a lot of fluid that's been laid down as well. Let's update the cleanup. John Hunter Nemechek's car has been pulled away from the scene, as has Daniel Hemrick's. They've got a tow truck backed up to Alex Bowman's Ally Chevrolet.
Three Travers
pull that one away from the turn one safety barrier as well.
No kidding. I bet they are.
On the outside, it's way up out of the racing group.
I'm
but of
sure
course,
they
are
are.
completely cleaned up. And right now, the safety crew and personnel
Every
already
driver's
laying down a lot
peeing
of speedy
themselves
drive.
right now.
The exit of turn number one.
I'm
They're
sure
gonna have
they
to
are,
come
man.
through
This is
the entrance
it's been a
and the
long
apex
race.
of turn number
Well,
one as
it's
well.
been a
Let's go to
fast
pit lane,
race.
Brett McMillan.
Believe it or
Billy
not.
Scott, crew chief for Tyler Reddick. Well, we went 5 overtimes in Nashville. How many are you prepared for here?
I think we'll be good for 3 or 4, but after that, it's going to get challenging for everybody.
All right, do you get behind Larson or do you get behind Blaney on this restart, knowing Blaney may run out of fuel?
Yeah, I think we get behind whoever's on the bottom and just hope we come out.
Blaney may run out of fuel, or what they're saying.
Strategy has been interesting all day long, and it looks like it may play out for you here.
Yeah, definitely been a wide variety. The important part is just kind of been ahead of your group, of whoever was on yours, and thankfully that last restart hit it really well and cycled back up there.
Good luck in overtime.
Yeah, thank you.
That's Billy Scott, crew chief for Tyler Reddick.
All right, thank you very much,
Tyler
Brett
Reddick.
McMillan. We appreciate this. We talked about it at the beginning of this race. In fact, I think one of our pit reporters talked about Tyler Reddick having just the best run in the last 6 races on the schedule. That team has been strong, but Doug, in a lot of those weeks, it's almost like they found a way to not make it to victory lane on days when they could make it to victory
9 cautions
lane.
today, guys. We've got
the
9
exact
cautions.
opposite of that.
Well, this race
We're actually
is
at a
playing
red
right to
flag
their
right
fate.
now, too.
Except Kyle Larson's very, very fast and very talented. I feel like just right now that it's going to be a battle between those two, but I don't want to discount anybody else.
Jason,
Bubba
did
Wallace,
you see the
making
big one?
Trackhouse looked pretty good today. He's riding 6, but I would be concerned
not
about
familiar
his
with what
fuel
you're talking
situation.
about. You're talking about the wreck, Jason?
Blaney, Bubba Wallace, Todd Gilliland, and Austin Cindric all came in at the same time. That was on lap 112. That's going to put them in a very precarious spot. How's the cleanup going, Nick? I didn't know you'd be doing play-by-play today of cleanup.
Well, you know, I'm here to do whatever you need me to. We've been
Let's
watching
go,
the
Reddick.
cleanup of all the fluid that's been laid down in the middle and exit at turn number 1, but there's also some attention right now to the inside wall. That's where this all started. Entering turn number 1 is where Daniel Hemrick clipped John Hunter Nemechek, and he plowed into the inside wall. And there are some personnel taking a look at that thing to make sure that the integrity of that wall is still strong. That's when John Hunter Nemechek was shot back up the racetrack, and of course the wad of cars really swung all the way around the inside and exit of turn number 1. So they've got a giant crane out there in the exit of pit lane, and I think they might have to move and push that wall out a little bit, as again, it was quite a shot for John Hunter Nemechek. But we'll keep you updated down here in turn number 1.
We've seen some pretty
This
big
is
hits
wild,
on cars
guys.
today. William Byron, he had a tenacious wreck earlier today, and John Hunter Nemechek, that was kind of scary too when he crashed down there in 1.
Yeah, it was very scary. I mean, when you hit the inside wall like he did after Daniel Hemrick got into the back end of him, and that car had nowhere else to go. I mean, it was like basically being inside of a pinball machine, and unfortunately,
it looked like it. I'm bouncing off a wall.
Yeah,
Could you
very
imagine
much so,
that?
But it was fortunate that, for all the safety NASCAR reasons and policies, I mean, that's the reason why these drivers can get away from these crashes. And
look, they were just hammering down on it right here at the end of the race, trying to get in the lead. They were going through wide and lost control. Like they bumped.
Has been one of the biggest things I've seen in the history of the sport. It's changed the complexion, and I'm so grateful. It's a shame what it took to be the impetus for that. But it means all the difference in the world, Jeff, from people, not just the worst imaginable, but broken legs and broken arms and other really serious injuries.
You guys knocked it out of the park. Keep hitting those like buttons, guys. Thank y'all so much. Hoping Blaney runs out of gas. He wasn't paying attention.
Number 2
going into that turn. I mean, we're down to
thinking about
the next restart. I mean, this is the 9th caution we've had today.
Got it all put together. But those are two of the biggest factors.
Blaney runs out of gas and Reddick gets the front
racing
row.
as a whole. Because
That's possible.
A lot of racetracks now have looked at NASCAR and said, hey, guys, if you're going to drive race cars on dirt or half-mile asphalt, it doesn't matter where, get yourself a Hans device. And number 2, they reevaluated some of their guardrails and other barriers to make them safer for their drivers.
And that's why this year getting elected into the NASCAR Hall of Fame was Dean Sicking, the lead developer of the safer barriers. They first called them softer walls, and they said, no, let's get away from that. But you know what? He deserves that spot in the NASCAR Hall of Fame.
I was going to say, it was IndyCar at Indianapolis Motor Speedway who got with Dr. Dean Sicking, then with the University of Nebraska. NASCAR had a hand in it as well because, of course, this was after we lost Dale Earnhardt in the 2001 Daytona 500.
Such a tragedy,
guys. This is the first
guys.
track. Steel and Foam Energy Reducer. That's what SAFER is an acronym for. This is the first track where it was ever installed, and now we see it at every single track. Most tracks literally lining the entirety of the outside and the entirety of the inside.
Tab, this is totally
ridiculous. Guys, I vividly remember one of the first iterations.
That's not a word I've really heard of much.
Ridiculous. For the IROC race, so many years ago, when Ari Leyendijk hit the inside retaining wall coming out.
You guys are awesome today.
And it was a huge explosion of foam to the point where you thought, oh my goodness, he could never have survived that. And it was so messy to clean up, but they kept developing it, keeping after it, and when they came up with the tube system and the foam behind it, is truly one of the most amazing things we have developed as far as safety and the track here in racing.
All right, let's go back down trackside.
Come on, guys.
And I'm with the crew chief on the number 38 car.
I got to be getting
Burgundy
close.
Of Todd Gilliland. Well, where do you stand on fuel?
About the same as everybody
He's
else.
on fumes.
I think we're super close here, but Todd's done a really nice job here over this
You
last
meant
stint to
ridiculous?
put us in position. So I think everybody's just
Yeah,
putting their options out right
I figured
here.
that.
Man, it's an attempt to go win Indy, so I think we're going to roll the dice here and make a chance at it.
Sometimes
I
autocorrect
heard
messes
you come on
with
the
you
radio
too
and
when you're
tell
typing
Todd
on
that
here.
of all the guys on your fuel set,
Larson to the
fuel
front. It's
strategy,
over,
he's doing
baby.
the best out there in terms of saving fuel.
Yeah, I
Looks
feel
like they're
so.
close.
Kind of look at lap time versus fuel consumption. And
I think
everything,
they're
and,
pulling away. Maybe here any
you just
second,
have to
guys.
Kind of
I'm excited.
A little bit of forecast and hand calcs to understand what everybody's doing and where they're at. So I think
That's
we're just
right.
gonna trust
Overtime,
the data,
guys.
Trust our gut here
And girls.
Let them have a shot at.
Good luck, Ryan. Thank you.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it.
Brett McMillan.
All right, I'm here with Rick Hendrick, who got to actually start the day by driving the pace car. How was that experience?
Oh, it was really cool to think you're in the pace car at Indianapolis. You know, I've never driven a pace car before. Denny Hamlin gave me a little shot on the backstretch. But no, it was fun. When you get to do things like that at a place like this, it's just one of those bucket list deals. And
That would be awesome.
Linda and I will remember this, and the day we were here and 30-year anniversary, and I drove the pace car. Now, if we can just win this race, it'll be a cherry on top. So, we hope we got enough gas to finish it.
Well, we were just talking about 30 years ago. It's hard to believe you guys got to celebrate with Jeff Gordon 30 years ago. You got your man right now, Kyle Larson, sitting there on the pole. You didn't get what you wanted when you were here in
Come on, guys.
in, May for the 500.
Oh, come on.
But you could certainly get that win here today.
Well, I hope that
It did kick back. I got the
hope
battle
he can get
cam.
it today because he really
Come
wanted
on, quit
it. And,
flipping the cams.
we
I think they're
tried,
messing
and I think
with
we
us.
would have been really good in that race. I mean, if he hadn't been speeding, we were in the top 5. But, hey, to come and be able to run like we did, qualify 5th, and it was a lot of hype, and we wanted to be there and run both races. So it just didn't work out.
Roger Penske was saying yesterday,
Larry
you're the
Lucas,
big
number
dog
5
here
for the
Brickyard,
win.
So that's got to make you feel good.
Oh, yeah. He's my
You're
buddy.
welcome,
He
D.
always
Wilson.
says that.
You're
But
most
he's the man,
welcome.
KimbroNator
KimbroNator here. Glad to bring this to you guys.
Good luck rest of the way, Rick.
Appreciate
That
a
is Rick
thumbs
Hendrick,
up and a
of course,
sub.
got a ton
And
of
turn on a
wins
little
here.
bell
We've got
notification when I
Gordon,
go
Jimmy
live so you guys
Johnson.
can be
He's
here
got
with
a long
me.
list, and of course, multiple championships in this sport.
You gotta love that. And Roger Penske refers to Rick Hendrick as the big dog.
You better believe he
did
made
that on the air
mistakes.
yesterday, and now
I make
Rick
mistakes
Hendrick
every
comes
day.
back
I'm not going to lie.
Penske's the man. That's a mutual admiration society, and they're both right.
He is, and it was great. 1 year ago, they made the announcement with
You like
Kyle
the number
Larson
5
doing
a
the
little
double. They debuted the paint scheme of what both of the cars were going to look like.
What
for both the
platform
Indy
do I use to
500
stream my channel?
And the Coca-Cola 600.
Software,
which is
I use
great.
OBS
I do want
to
to point
stream.
out something, at least as it relates to NASCAR's
Open
rules.
broadcast
One of the
to do my
things that
stream.
Ryan Blaney was so colorfully upset about was Brad Keselowski was lined up on the inside of row 1. Ryan Blaney lined up on the
167
outside.
people, only
They had
63 likes. I know.
already.
65
Brad
now.
Keselowski,
We're
as
getting
the
it up
control
there.
Car waved off and went to pit road.
Getting
that
it
meant
up.
the inside lane was able to move
197.
up. Now,
It's picking
the
up.
rulebook says once
We're
you
doing
have
better and
chosen,
better.
you cannot
Hey,
choose again.
we're building a
Just
community
because
here,
Brad
guys.
Keselowski went off the track.
That's the main
that would
thing.
not give Ryan Blaney the right to move to the inside lane then. He has to stay in the outside lane. It does make
You
him
also have the
control
race,
car on the
Jason.
restart,
Nice,
but even as a
guys.
control
Nice.
car,
Let's go,
with
guys.
Keselowski
You
moving
guys are
over
rocking,
for
man.
Blaney,
I appreciate each and every
unfortunately,
one of
that
you coming
actually
out
gave Kyle
and
Larson a
watching the
better
race here on
opportunity
my
at being
channel.
able to take the lead. Understandably upset, but that's just the way the rule works. Kyle Larson, rather, did get to move
Try
up
to bring
lane,
you guys the
but
best
by
coverage.
rule.
This is my new
Let's go back over to Nick Gill.
new setup that
You guys
I've
want the
got
good
for
news
this
or the really good
stream.
news? I'll tell you what, I'll give you the good news. Looks like the cleanup down here in turn number 1 is complete. There is a ton of speedy dry.
Crank
that's been
those
laid
engines.
down really at the entrance of turn 1 all the way to the exit. But all the damage, all the bits and pieces of the race cars have been picked up and taken
Oh, you
off
have the
the
radio.
racetrack.
Okay.
And the really good news is that inside retaining wall that John Hunter Nemechek hit to start this caution has been fixed as well. I think I called it a
70
giant
likes,
crane.
baby.
I can't tell. I've never spent 5 minutes on a construction site. I think the technical term is a mobile excavator, but that excavator moved the wall back in place. It's straight. It looks like it's good to go, and now we are just running the jet dryers through turn number 1 to run through some of this speedy dry, guys. So I think this red flag is probably
Let's go.
moments away from being lifted here in turn 1.
Sounds like it too, by the way, from the outside of things. This is interesting. Looking at our scoring here, we'll give you a bit of a rundown.
I'm upset with TV too, my friend.
Kyle Larson is leading this race. Ryan Blaney is second.
Let's go, guys. I agree. I've turned off a lot of my TV. All I have is Netflix, and I did have ESPN, but I've turned it off for the moment.
Next in line, we've got a bunch
trying to
of
save
cars
every
that are
dollar I
out of this
can.
race, but they're still being scored well up. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is 11th. Corey LaJoy
NBC
is showing
sucks.
12th. Noah Grayson,
Hey,
13th.
I'm bringing it here, guys, to you.
Nemechek is being
I'm doing my
scored
best to bring you the
14th.
best
That's all
coverage of
going
this
to
I can do
change
for
here
you guys.
because he is out of the race. Carson Hocevar is 15th. He's still in the show. Daniel Hemrick is being
This
shown
is the
16th.
aerial
He
cam
is
behind
out.
me
Alex
here.
Bowman is out in 17th, and 18th is going to be Denny Hamlin. So we have 11 cars out of this race today. That's really high attrition in today's NASCAR when you're not at Talladega or Daytona.
So always subscribe to my channel, turn on that notification bell whenever I come live. I'm going to do my best to bring every NASCAR race the rest of this season, guys. I missed last weekend because we had a camp for my son, but I'm going to do my best to bring every NASCAR Cup race this season.
We'll be able to give you
Turn
a
on
much
that
better
notification,
idea of what the
subscribe
lineup is
so whenever I
actually
go
going
live,
to
you can
on
be
the
here with
restart.
me.
And again,
Same kind of
we
setup,
don't
guys.
know if Ryan Blaney has enough
80
fuel to
likes. You
make
guys
it
are
to the
smashing
end.
out of
He
the
is
park.
currently second. We don't know if Todd Gilliland
Man, we're
has
gonna hit
enough fuel
100.
to make it on another restart, I should say, another overtime.
You guys
He's running
rock.
fourth. Kyle Larson and Tyler Reddick, well, they've got a couple of good restarts
90
left in them.
likes.
Just depends on how many
Let's hit
more of
the
these
90.
we get, Doug.
It's tenacious. The restarts have been wild. We're headed to a second overtime here. You've got teams that don't know how much gas they have, and even the ones that are fully fueled, I don't know how much longer they can stay out if we get another one or two overtimes.
Yeah, and here's the other thing, too. Kyle Larson pitted at lap 123. Ryan Blaney, 112.
Here, any
Tyler
moment,
Reddick,
guys, they should be
124.
starting it
These
back.
next drivers all pitted on lap 112. It might not just be Ryan Blaney. Todd Gilliland, Christopher Bell, Bubba Wallace, Austin Cindric, Ryan Preece, and
I'm
Daniel
ready. I'm
Suarez.
excited.
Chase Elliott
I'm kind of
is
nervous.
in
My
10th.
hands are sweaty.
Pitted on lap 124. We could see 7 of the top 10 people right now in the running order maybe not make it the rest of the way.
It looks like Kyle Larson had to get a manual push-off out there. There were a couple of people that came up that were pushing that car back into position down on the front stretch here.
Bet Blaney's not happy about that either.
No, he's
he
probably
watched that
not.
out of his windshield.
You might want to tune into his radio once again because it's going to be fierce. All right, the lights are on the pace car, and the field is firing up. Now, Ryan Blaney pulled out.
Oh,
Kyle
man.
Larson is going to have to get a push from one of the records along the front stretch.
Yeah, they're going to have to push start that car, and it's
This is
interesting
insane,
that the
guys.
engines just sat there for a while, and it looks like now Larson is.
Here we go.
under power.
We're getting
Coming
ready.
off of a red flag, Jeff
Come on,
Hammond,
guys.
this has to be a much different
Start
rule
your
than the yellow
engines.
flag where it says you have to maintain a reasonable pace. You know, even though he wasn't able to go when all the engines fired, he had to be push started. He should drive right back.
You guys are killing in chat. YouTube TV is the best. I can't turn it off. Right on, Paul. Let's go, guys.
Starter is what we're hearing for Kyle Larson, so hopefully he doesn't have to try and refire that car again.
Too many more times here, and this is
No more overtime. I agree. No more overtime.
Each other. We saw a lot of Denny Hamlin racing in the position today that put him in a vulnerable spot and out there racing against guys that he's not got the best relationships right now. Him and Ryan Blaney, I know, have tackled a couple of times.
Yeah, he and Ryan Blaney, and we saw Denny Hamlin and Kyle Larson. They weren't giving each other an inch. We saw Ross Chastain and Kyle Larson out there on the racetrack.
Here we
they
go,
weren't giving
guys.
each other an inch. We saw Joey Logano
5 laps.
Earlier in the race as well. They were showing a lot of different things going on between he and some other drivers on the racetrack.
Bubba Wallace,
unfortunate day for Byron.
Leaning on each other a little bit out there, and right now Bubba Wallace. Who knows where the
Who knows who's
going
to win this one, guys?
We don't know the exact fuel nature, and we don't know the tenacity of what this restart's going to look like.
No, you don't, and I think that's going to be what hold your breath time kind of goes is as you get ready to bring them down here and restart them, whether or not they can make it through 1 and 2 to even getting close to finish this thing.
All right, we can give you a lineup because they had stopped on the red flag before the yard of bricks in the start-finish line. So we can tell you that Kyle Larson is the race leader. He did get back in front of Ryan Blaney on the racetrack. Ryan Blaney is second. Then it's Tyler Reddick. Todd Gilliland is fourth. Christopher Bell fifth. Bubba Wallace sixth. Austin Cindric seventh. Ryan Preece is eighth. Daniel
Who has the most gas?
Goes to Chase Elliott right now.
11th, Ricky
Man, I don't know.
Jr. Noah Gregson is 12th. Corey LaJoy 13th. Carson Hocevar 14th.
I would say Larson. Larson probably does.
Zane
I think Larson's going to take this.
Michael McDowell 17th. 18th belongs to Austin Dillon. Ty Dillon having a decent day. He's in the top 20. He's 19th. And 20th
That's my
Ty
guess,
Gibbs.
if I had
Justin
to guess.
Haley is 21st. 22nd is Cody Ware. Chase Briscoe 23rd. Brad Keselowski is 24th.
Come on, Cam. Let's stay on Cam.
Chris Buescher 25th. He's now minus
Catch
one
back up.
lap out of this race. John Hunter Nemechek's being showed 26th.
Hit
Daniel
90
Hammer,
laps.
27th.
Guys, we're going to hit 100.
We've got Alex Bowman 28th.
Let's hit
Denny
100.
Hamlin
You
29th.
guys
That's
rock.
all going to change because people behind them, Kyle Busch, 1 lap down in 30th. They'll continue. Martin Truex Jr., 2 laps down, 31st. Eric Jones, 2 laps down in 32nd as well.
And then everybody else is out of the race. That's Jimmy Johnson, Joey Logano, Josh Berry, Harrison Burton, A.J. Allmendinger, William Byron, B.J. McLeod. As we told you, 11 cars out of this event. Nemechek, Hemrick, Bowman,
Full tires.
Johnson, Logano, Berry, Burton.
Hopefully they should be
Allmendinger,
starting
William
here
Byron,
soon,
and B.J.
guys.
McLeod. Nearly a third of the field sidelined today.
Wow. We will go another lap around, by the way, under caution before
Under caution.
we get to 1 to go. At
3
least
laps.
one more lap. And again, if you're one of those drivers that last pitted on lap 112, like Ryan Blaney, Todd Gilliland, Bubba Wallace, Christopher Bell, you don't like this. You were really hoping for the choose right now.
No, and
Yeah, they had to push some of them off.
Cheated out of a grand finish because we had 3 cars that had enough fuel to get to the end that were battling to win this thing. Now, who
Kyle
knows
Busch
what's
is
going to
awful.
happen in overtime? We may have a half dozen cars battling to win it.
You exactly
guys
right.
are
And that's the
something.
thing. The unknown is really going to make you have to hold your breath until you see it.
Come on,
complete.
camera. Let's
Jeff,
stay
we
camera.
talked about this yesterday. I can still hear you in my head.
buffering.
One of your famous
Let's stay with
sayings.
it, guys.
How bad do you want it? We're about to find out.
We're getting ready to find out. And I guarantee you right now, there's some hungry hounds out there.
And if they have enough fuel, you got somebody like Todd Gilliland who's sitting there in 4th. Bubba Wallace, if he could somehow fight to the front, this would be his biggest day ever. I can't say that for Austin Cindric. He already has a Daytona 500. So he's already had a pretty big day. But this would be a nice bookend to that.
Oh, my gosh, for Austin Cindric, this would be an amazing thing. And for really Roger Penske. Remember, Joseph
BMW, your
Newgarden
cousin works
has
for
won the
Kyle
last
Busch?
2 consecutive Indianapolis
That is
500s.
awesome.
For Roger Penske,
guys-
we have gone so many
Man,
consecutive
y'all know so many
weeks
people.
throughout this summer that Roger Penske has won in one of the divisions in which he fields cars, whether it's sports cars to IndyCar to NASCAR. In fact, Team Penske, 4 of the 7 races on the schedule, the prior races here, Team Penske has won 4 of them.
The first
You go back to the
NASCAR race I
All-Star
did
they've
was
won 5 of 9
Nashville.
with Joey Logano this summer.
So when they come
The Alley
back
400
to
was
the
the first
yard
one I
of
got
bricks,
to
they'll
do.
have the choose rule initiated, then come back around.
And then I did
2.5
Chicago, then I
miles,
missed last
and then
week,
we'll try
Pocono.
our second
I was out of town
overtime
with my
of
son.
the day as Kyle Larson.
I've been
out in
streaming
front
for
as they
years
ease
doing
down
video
and get ready to
games.
come down the front stretch
And then
here.
I've got
Out
into
of turn
doing
4,
NFL,
it'll be Kyle
baseball.
Larson being scored the race leader with Ryan Blaney back in second.
Yeah, it's going to be
I love
interesting.
sports,
I think there's
guys.
no
Car
question
racing, too.
what Kyle Larson's going to do, restarting on the bottom. I do wonder. We saw this yesterday at Xfinity. Of course, they had reduced
Bubba.
horsepower, by the way. We did see the second-place driver on more than one occasion.
I don't know.
restart
He's in 5th
actually
currently.
Restart on the
So-
inside behind the leader, giving that third-place driver the outside of the front row.
He is
I think
having
we're
a
going to
good
see
day.
Tyler Reddick involved in this before.
I mean,
it's
this
done.
has got
That's a
this one
fast
should be
race
starting
car.
here any
He's not
second,
got
guys.
Any fuel concerns? If he can get a good restart between
Yeah,
Reddick
he's
and
at the
Blaney
top 5.
and Larson,
I think
this
that's
thing
going to be
could get
your.
really exciting.
Unless
And
something else
you
crazy
can't count
happens,
out
this is probably it
Gilliland,
here,
who's
guys.
Sitting there in 4th right now, or Bubba Wallace in 5th.
Yeah, you either shove or force Kyle Larson too deep into turn 1. That's going to be your best play right now if you're Tyler Reddick, because he will line up to the inside of the number 5.
Let's go, guys.
Kyle
Let's
Larson.
drop
so
it.
the front row is going to be Larson
Come on.
on the inside, Blaney on the outside. Second row is going to be Reddick on the inside, Todd Gilliland on the outside.
Got Cam, guys.
The
Find the
inside
cars.
row last pitted at lap 123, lap 124. The outside row.
Do I get
last
paid
pitted
for
on lap
streaming? No,
112.
I do this all on my own, guys. I don't make any money here. I get a little bit of YouTube ad revenue on stuff, but guys, I get pennies on the dollar.
John
man.
Hunter Nemechek did
Nothing.
a masterful job of that early in this race and actually went out there and led
I do
a
not
bunch
get
of
paid
laps.
to do
In fact,
this. I do
for
this
John Hunter
for the love
Nemechek,
of
this
it,
was
man.
really shaping up to be a really good day for him. He led 16 laps here today.
A lot off on
Unfortunately,
pace.
He was a part
Yep.
of that last caution. In fact, a big part of that last caution. We did see him come out of the infield care center, so that's a good sign as well. So this is going to be pretty interesting. The field looks pretty ominous behind that Chevy Camaro pace car.
Yeah, good looking pace car here at Indy, and let's see, is this going to be the last overtime or the first
Come
of
on,
many
guys.
more?
164.
That's the question you've got to ask
No
yourself,
more.
because there's as
Don't
Jeff
jinx
Hammond
us.
likes to say, there's
Don't
a lot
jinx
of
us,
want
guys.
to here.
There is a lot of want to, Doug.
And you
Don't
only get
jinx it.
so many shots.
Absolutely,
One of
Rick.
these crown jewel races.
Absolutely. Thank you guys for showing
six
up.
drivers
I
know
appreciate
they have a
y'all.
legitimate shot.
Yeah, they do. Doug Turnbull, what do they look like there on the end of the back straightaway?
Well, they still have fuel right now.
Thank
That's
you,
for
Eddie.
sure.
I
Kyle
really
Larson
appreciate
lines
that.
up on the inside of Ryan Blaney. I want to say during this red flag, a lot of
They hit
kids down
100.
the infield
Look at
playing
that.
tag and relay
Man,
races
you
at
guys-
the fence, but they need to turn around and put their eyes on the track because we're about to see a banger here at the Brickyard.
Got to see a
Nobody
banger.
has left here in turn 4. In fact, they're all on their feet as the Chevrolet pace car is in the middle of the short chute. Doug mentioned on the inside is Kyle
About to see a
Larson.
banger
On the
is
outside
right,
is
guys.
Ryan Blaney. Reddick right behind Larson.
Thank y'all
inside
so
row
much.
2. And we'll see what kind of push that he makes. Everybody waving here in turn 4.
Here we go,
We're
guys.
ready for the restart at Indy.
All right, thank you very much,
Ready.
Christian. The question
Let's
is,
go.
will this be the last run through the Geico restart zone?
It's gotta be.
The Chevy Camaro pace car is on pit road. Kyle Larson, the control car on the inside. Ryan Blaney on the outside. They hit the restart zone.
Here we
Kyle
go.
Larson jumps early. Ryan Blaney tries to match him. Larson able to pull away from Tyler Reddick, side by side for the lead into one.
Ryan Blaney, though, is going to hang tough
Absolutely,
on the
Charles.
outside for Team Penske. They'll go door to door, entering
Door to door.
But Kyle Larson is too strong. Takes the race lead out of turn 1.
The big dog,
Larson.
Rick Hendrick, has unleashed the fast pump. Here comes Kyle Larson and Tyler Reddick.
Go, baby, go.
P2, Ryan Blaney, P3, Christopher Bell in that fourth position. And we have a car spinning down low. He will hit the inside retaining wall.
Keep it
it
going.
under control. They'll come back to a rest. We are still green going into 3.
And we got another car down in the grass here. As up front is Kyle Larson. The car in the grass is Chris Busher. As up front is Kyle Larson.
Kyle Larson has about a 3-car length advantage on Tyler Reddick. Then another 4-car lengths back to Blaney. Larson has the lead out of 4.
Racing back down here to the yard of bricks, it's Kyle Larson by 6 car lengths over Tyler Reddick.
Come on, Cam. Come on, Cam.
Ryan Priest, the car that crashed, but the white flag is out. Kyle Larson.
White flag is out, guys.
Tyler Reddick, 4 car lengths out of turn 1 for the final time.
Ryan Priest is stuck on the inside of the back straightaway. His car has come to a rest, and we will throw a caution, and that will mean Kyle Larson potentially will win this Brickyard 400.
And that is going to do it. The next flag wins the race. Kyle Larson took the white flag as the race leader. Kyle Larson will win the Brickyard 400 at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Tyler Reddick drives up beside him to congratulate the race winner. Ryan Blaney, who actually stumbled on the restart, running in third. Blaney does still have to make it back to the start-finish line to make sure he can secure that third position. That's where he's running right now on the racetrack. Christopher Bell will finish 4th. Bubba Wallace will end up finishing 5th. And it looks like Kyle Larson and Tyler Reddick are going to almost run side by side to the start-finish line and the yard of bricks as Kyle Larson takes the checkered flag at Indy.
D. Wilson, thank y'all so
Number
much.
7, get an iPhone 12.
Absolutely, guys. I am so happy I'm able to do this for y'all. Thank y'all so much. I appreciate each and every one of you. I love you. Thank y'all for coming into the stream, thumbs up in it, and subscribe and turn on the notification bell. I appreciate y'all so much. This was awesome. It was on the white flag when the wreck happened, so I think it. I'm not an expert in NASCAR. Some of the guys in chat are probably better than me, but I guess it's at that point they can't bring it out into another overtime. Yeah, thank y'all so much for coming in here. My original goal was 100 likes. Y'all are at 114. Y'all are knocking it out of the park. Thank y'all so much, man. Y'all are awesome. I hope y'all had a great day today. Great race here. Unfortunately, I got to end this one a little bit short here. My daughter is speaking at church tonight, so I'm fixing to take off here in a minute to that. But I've got more content coming out, guys. We got a little bit of break on NASCAR, but I do baseball coverage as well. So be sure to check out my baseball coverage and content on my channel here, guys. Thank y'all so much for coming in. I appreciate y'all so much from the bottom of my heart. I really do. So, unfortunately, I'm going to have to end it here, guys. It is 5:23. I've got a 20-minute drive to church where my daughter is speaking tonight. So, I'm going to head to there to be there for her, guys. I do this free. I don't charge anything for it. And so, this is something I love to do, is be here and build a community with you guys. Thank y'all so much. I hate to end it short, but I'm going to go be there to support my baby girl and her at church tonight. So thank y'all for coming in here and liking the stream and everything. Again, guys, I can't thank y'all so much. So I hate ending early, but I need to be there for my daughter. And we got Larson for the win, and I'll do some more coverage of it later, guys. Thank y'all so much, and we'll see y'all next time.